European cricket action from Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. Well, yesterday we saw the Tigers tamed for the first time. They're up first against Mashta Group B. Highly entertaining stuff. Get ready for some close matches too. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden, Stockholm, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 8. It's going to be a fantastic Tuesday of action here in Stockholm, the capital city of Sweden. Hasn't the cricket been exciting as well? We've had a lot of close games. This Group B, you could throw a blanket over them really. I think that anyone can beat anyone on a given day, and we're starting with match 29 this morning between Mashta. Well, they're coming back from a day off. They're taking on the Stockholm Tigers. I know that Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with 2 captains, and let's see who wins it. The coin toss for match 29 is on the way.
Okay. Tigers to call. Yeah. Tails to call. Heads.
We'll bowl first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have a good game.
So it is Shahid Mustafa, the Mashta captain, that has won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. So that's a little bit of a risk if you ask me, because the Tigers, they have shown that they are expert defenders. This is a team, the Tigers, that defended 62. That was a low record for a best defence on Saturday against SMI. But yeah, Mashta, you know, I think they are a very, very good unit. I think gives them a chance to work themselves into the game. I think Hamid Saleri is a key player for them with his left arm spin. I think it's a matter of time till he clicks with the bat. We saw that last year, didn't we? So Hamid Saleri, watch out for him for Mashta. Let's talk about the Tigers though, and they are 3-1. They did lose their first match of the series yesterday. They've just been a bit inconsistent with the bat, I suppose. That's the issue. But with the ball, they have been really, really good for the most part. Watch for Zafar Ullah early on to go around the wicket and keep things tight. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing these two teams go head to head. They'll have a really good sense of where they're at after this match this morning, I'm sure. Of course, they'll play each other twice, matches 29 and 30. Let's talk about the conditions today in Stockholm. Well, the good news is the sun's out again, and once again, we're going to see plenty of sunshine. I think we're going to see a maximum temperature of about 18 degrees. Currently, it's about 13. Very pleasant conditions for cricket. So I'm looking forward to this one, and so is Rico Fool. Well, he is in the commentary box. Rico, I can tell you, first match of the day on a Super Tuesday, match 29, and it's Mashta. They've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Let's get ready to play some cricket.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, and welcome cricket lovers back to this lovely location in Sweden. We are, of course, in the capital city of Stockholm. This is the Nosbury Cricket Ground, and we've already seen plenty of action come your way. Well, Group A was completed last week. This is the start of Group B, and the 5 teams, well, they're battling it out between now and tomorrow to see which 4 will finish in the top 4 of the standings and go through to the quarterfinals day on Friday. Master, well, last time we saw them, they had a mixed bag against Hammarby, and they won the first match by 9 wickets. Hammarby 83 for 7. Master getting them was just 1 down, and that was thanks to a fantastic knock from Wakas Hader, 41 of 25, and Sher Ali 37 of 21. But it all went pear-shaped in the second match. Master batting first. We expected them to score big runs, and despite Shahid Mustafa's 53 not out of 31 balls, they only finished on 76 for 8, and Hammarby knocked them off with 18 balls to go. So they had a mixed start, and the team that they're up against, the Stockholm Tigers, they also shared the spoils yesterday. It was a win against Hammarby, 83 to 57, and it was Farouk Ahmed, their captain, was in good form, 40 not out of 27. And but in the second match, it went the other way around. They couldn't get to the 105 that was set by them, despite again Farouk Ahmed being the most consistent batter. There was good knocks though from Aftab Ahmed as well, and some of the bowlers that were in good form was Aftab Ahmed, and also, well, are we going to see some more of Rizzi Haq in this one? We'll have to wait and see. And with Master, I think it was Khalid Mahmood. He was in very good form, and Sher Ali as well with the pick of the bowlers. So this is what the Bat versus ball. Wall says 84 to 79 in favour of the Tigers. I must admit, I was a little surprised that Master, knowing that they have got some batting strength, didn't elect to bat first. And runs against, well, for the Stockholm Tigers, 68, whereas the average runs against on the other side of Master, 94. That's an interesting statistic. As I know, the teams are getting ready to take the field. Led out by the umpires, of course. It's another lovely sunny day. And that means we should have some, well, we hope some high-scoring matches. Didn't quite get those yesterday until the final match where, for the first time in Group B, we saw the 100 passed. And up until then, the highest score was around about the 80s. So you can see just how dominant this group has been, dominated by the bowlers. The bowlers have been on top. A very good morning to our match officials, Sohail Zahid and Saeed Arif. Make their way out. And they were followed by the Master team, who, having won the toss, decided, when the captain did, Shahid Mustafa, that they would have a field first. Two batters that make their way out will be Qasar Ahmed. He will be on strike. And the non-striker will be Arif Hussain. Arif Hussain hasn't quite performed for me to his potential. I think he's a good, strong hitter off the ball, clean striker of the ball he is, and he plays the ball to all parts of the ground. We've seen an aggressive start from him, but he's never gone on to finish off like one or two of the other bats. And a lot of that has been down to, as we said, good bowling from all the teams. I think they've, as I've already mentioned, been very strong with the bowling. There's been some good catching as well, though we've seen a few clangers drop. But batters have got in and not gone on. In fact, the only batter in this group that has scored a 50 is actually the captain of Master, Shahid Mustafa. Nobody else has. And it's Sher Ali, who's marking up his run. He'll be bowling the first ball. A very talented cricketer with bat and with ball. Well, watch out for his away swingers. If he gets those going, they're going to cause a few issues for the opening batters. Here we go. First ball up. Sher Ali comes in to Ahmed. And he gets the top edge and just flies over the man at third. Sher Ali has got his hands out as if to suggest that he should have done better. Ball goes up in the air. He sort of, well, it goes way over him, I think. I think Sher Ali is thinking that's a little closer to the batter. Right, you saw that late swing, but Ahmed, he's just deciding he's going to have a go, no matter what. So it's always going to be good pace and good bounce from Sher Ali. So I suppose if you chance it, especially with the third man up, you may get away with it. Ali won't like it. He comes back. What's his response going to be? Well, look at that. That is swung a long way. It's like a boomerang, this one. And this one, does it pitch at all? That's what I want to see, because if it does, it would have pitched outside the leg. Yeah, just pitching outside the leg there, and that's why you saw that shake of the head. But what a good delivery. Look at this one swing. Yeah, only just pitching outside the leg stump. Good call from the umpire. It's just slightly shorter. Well played, and the fielder misfields and may think about the second. But only one of the batters, Ahmed, spotting it. Hussain still had his back to the ball. So he's turned now to take guard. Looks like he's asking Saeed Arif for the leg stick. Wonderful setting here, this Osprey cricket ground. We've already seen rabbits and deers. Just nudged out onto the onside. Didn't really know too much about that, I was saying, or have too much control. I think that was a case of bat on ball and get off the mark sort of shot. Yeah, it's a lovely setting. We also, to the far left of us, have the Slugster Lake. So we are right in the elements of nature here. But that is Sweden for you. Half the country is surrounded by forests and greenery. This one called a dead ball. Shirali just losing his run-up. And Stockholm itself is, well, we know that it's a city that's made up of 14 separate islands, all connected by 57 bridges. Gently played down on the onside, and we'll take another single. And Stockholm itself comprises, well, the city itself, 30% of water, and very clean water as well. You can swim in it, fish in it, and even drink it. It's one of the purest forms of water you can find. And the other 30% of forest and greenery, so that's why it is such a magnificent and picturesque place. This one gets it to come in. Good delivery, just a bit shorter, which allows the batter to see it as the end of the first over. It was an entertaining one. Chiarelli showing us a few tricks that he has. 7 on the board, no wickets down. And a fine time to welcome somebody who's looking very casual today. Is Vinny Sandu. I'm liking the shirt, Vinny.
Bit of the Miami Vice about me today, I think. But hello to you, Rico. It's great to have you with me once again for another big day in European cricket. And to all of our fantastic viewers, just saying hello to a few in the live chat. You might be watching on FanCode in the subcontinent or on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to have you with us. And yeah, these two teams, be interesting, won't it? I mean, the Tigers, they were tamed for the first time yesterday, weren't they? By Hammarby. And interesting for me, the Master did elect to field first. Probably I would have had a bat, but Shahid Mustafa, he knows what he's doing. Behind the stumps at the moment. He's a very fun cricketer to watch as well. New over starting, Ajmal Raza, the left armour. Swing and a miss. How was your night, Rico? What did you get up to?
It was a very easy night, really. Had a nice walk because it was a beautiful afternoon and late evening, wasn't it? The sun was too shining. Very long days, yeah. In fact, I was quite surprised, but when I got back to the room, I'm expecting it to be around about 8ish, and it was like 10:15.
Yeah,
and still really bright.
Still very bright. That's true.
Firmly struck, and that's the Tortuga bounce.
Good fielding by Asanata, who gets a fairly friendly bounce, I suppose, because it bounces a long way in front of him so he can read it.
Yeah.
And yeah, if he hits, that's probably out.
Yeah, Asanata, the man with no number.
Yeah. He's an enigma. But yeah, ended up going into the city and caught a ferry across, because that's another way you can get across.
Yeah.
Not just the bridges you mentioned, but yeah, caught the ferry across to Uruguayan. Some people might remember that team from last year.
Big swing and a miss. Uruguayan, yeah. I seem to remember reading some stats about them. Pretty good team.
Yeah, very good team. And it's a big theme park. It was closed because it was a Monday, I think. But so I just stuck to having dinner. But it certainly is. It's great, I think, at this time of year with the long days. Like you said, I think the sun was setting around 9:30 at the moment, but still well bright until 10:30.
Slower delivery and just paddled to the man at point. Takes another single. So all singles at the moment, and they're running them pretty well. Just that one boundary that was of the very first ball.
Yeah.
Which, I don't think Armin knew too much about.
That's true.
So what did you eat then? Did you have some proper Swedish food? Or?
Yeah, this particular restaurant has all these kind of quite interesting modern take on Swedish food. Had it was kind of a lamb brisket with all different kind of
very nice
pine nuts and stuff. But a lot of it is kind of seafood based. They do a good cod collar, a fried cod collar. And I had pea bread as well.
Yeah, they like the pea here.
Yeah,
they like the pea,
especially the pea bread.
The pea soup. Plenty of intent, but the ball not really getting past the infielders at the moment. So Hossein having another big attempt of a shot, but doesn't get it. That's just another single. So it turns to the end of the over. 11. no wickets down.
Been pretty good so far, Mashta, after deciding to field. Like I said, just that one boundary off the first ball today, which was off an edge. As we have a look at the Group B standings, and the Tigers, they won their first 3 but lost their last game last night. Mashta have a couple of games in hand. So, I mean, if they win these 2 games and win well, Mashta, they could find themselves at the top of the table by the middle of the day. See, Umya, only team without any points yet. We'll see them a bit later on today as well. Just want to say hello to Abdullah Tushar, who asks how I'm going today. I'm doing very, very well. Got a good night's sleep. And I'm ready for more action. Amar Ami, he's in the chat as well. He wants to hear Ma Mana Mar. I know our Bangladeshi viewers, they love that. See if we'll have any of this over, as Sherali's going to bowl over number 3. He's really getting the ball to bend. This one won't come back enough.
Yeah.
I think he just has to start it on the stump. So if it, he's getting a bit greedy, I think, trying to swing it all the way back into the stumps. If he starts on the stumps, then he's still a chance to kind of take an edge. And if it goes on straight, he's still endangering the woodwork.
Yeah, you see what he's trying to do, though. He's trying to start it going down leg and really get it to curve back in. That's the deliveries after.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Hussain hasn't taken the guard slightly further up just to compensate that swing, and then he's meeting the ball sort of on the foot.
Yeah.
He's still quite deep inside his crease.
Yeah, that's true. It is true. He's giving it a chance to wobble, isn't he? I'm going to say hello to James Stewart as well. He's watching from Estonia, and also to Keanu. It's great to have you with us, Keanu. And everybody else, if you'd like to say hello, now's a great time in the YouTube chat.
Oh, wow, he just battles this straight into the gloves of the keeper. And it gets a bit of extra bounce here, does Ali, but it's not a good-looking shot from Hussain. See this, he gets ready to play the shot, and then he just sort of stops it at the last moment rather than carry through with it. And he'd be very disappointed to get out like that. It's very soft dismissal, but I think it's the extra bounce that does him there, Vinny.
Yeah, it is. And in the end, he gets punished for flirting, doesn't he? Because he just kind of dangles the bat out there. Maybe you could say he's unlucky, because if that edge is a bit thicker, it probably gets away from Shahid Mustafa. But it's a good catch by the keeper and the captain as he dealt with that. It was climbing on him. That was a lot more difficult than it looked. He made it look easy, Shahid Mustafa. So the first wicket of the day, and it will be Farouk Ahmed coming to the crease. But you see this one, it does take off, and a little smile from Shahid. I think he's happy that that one stuck.
Yeah, there's a difference there. I mean, we go back to the very first ball. It was very similar to that, but it was played with aggression, and it was the other batter. It was Kaysar Ahmed, who was still there, who played the shot. He swung at it hard, and there you go, you see. Plays it with aggression, so it goes to the boundary. And the difference here this time with Hussain, he just tries to dab at it. He doesn't know aggression. So, as you said, if he's going to find a bit of the bat, it's going to be a soft dismissal. Really, you go back to what we say, you're gonna play the shot, swing hard. At least you may get lucky.
Yeah, I mean, Arif Hussain ends up going for 3 off 7. Not a bad time for Farouk Ahmed to come to the crease, I think, as the score is 12 for 1. Once again, we see a wicket in a third over. You know, we had that statistic yesterday to show that third overs, significantly more wickets fall in the third over than, say, the second or the fourth, or the first or the fifth even. I think that's all to do with the power play, which is about to come to an end. And the other thing that someone brought up yesterday was, often you have the first bowler coming back. He's just found his range a little bit. This is another little edge, and it's going to completely bamboozle the man in the circle. Yeah. This one goes one way, then the other, and he ends up going to have to pick this one off the fence.
It's also no ball called here, Vinny, as well. So I'm guessing he's overstepped. So Farouk Ahmed, the captain, comes out and gets a boundary of his first ball, but will also now have the privilege of the free hit.
Yeah, called straight away, wasn't it? So, yeah, must have been for overstepping. That one did seem to dance, that ball, off the toe end of the bat. That can be pretty unpredictable with the spin. So that'll be 4, plus 1 for the no ball, so 5, plus free hit coming up.
Yeah, Ahmed was in good form yesterday. 40 not out of 27 deliveries in that win. And then also he made a 20 as well of just 12 deliveries. So he's the man that's in form. That was a slower delivery. Hesitation here. And nobody at the stumps. But I think he would have got home eventually.
Would have thrown overarm if I was Mustafa there. So he gets away with a free hit. Vivek Davda in the chat. He said he knows that the number 786. That's auspicious in the Islamic culture, but not sure why. Would love an explanation. Well, it's to do with with a particular passage in the Quran, which is if you were to kind of attribute a number value to each letter, so A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, like that. If you add up all the letters in that passage, it adds up to 786. And this is dead LBW, and he says no.
Ooh,
he says it's missing off stump. Well, you know what? Maybe it is. I mean, my instinct
Sher
was...
Ali is bamboozled by that decision. Let's have a look at it. Let's see. I mean, he does swing it big. Let's have a look.
Nah, that's hitting. I see what he's saying. I don't think that's missing off stump. What do you think?
I think he's going to hit the base off stump.
Yeah.
Personally. But
And then
I can understand the thinking there from the umpire. I mean, the umpire's got to be short, and he wasn't.
That's true.
Well, this is a long way up in the air. Is it going to drop safe or not? And, well, it goes to the hands of the fielder who can't take the catch. And, well, that's another opportunity that goes down. And you've got to take these ones because this is a man that, as I said, was both these guys are putting a good partnership together. Ahmed, he's looking to stay there a while. Gets this well, but it goes a long way up. And you can see, we heard that from here, Vinny.
Yeah.
As it smacks into the hands of the fielder.
Yeah, it was very high, wasn't it? The batters alertly took a second run. Last ball of the power play coming up.
It's really well bowled.
Bowled so well this morning.
A bit more spice in that one. He's unlucky. He's only got 1 for 16, but it quite easily could have been a 3 for here. Really, I mean, look at that. Lovely ball.
Really
Does him.
Getting it to shape. So end of the power play. The score is 20 for 1. And I want to say hello, Vinny Fangirl in the chat, saying she doesn't agree that it all happens in the third because it all happens in the ninth. I should also say it's not that there's more wickets than any other over because the 10th over by far has more wickets than any other over. It's just that the third over seems to have more wickets than the surrounding overs.
Yeah.
Than kind of any of the overs from 1 to 5. So, yeah, that's why it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? But, yeah, a lot of people thinking that one might have been hitting the stumps, but you're right, he has been swinging the ball a lot. The other thing is when that hits the pad, that LBW last over, the shout for LBW, the pad is on the move and the pad does end up outside the off stump. So, you know, that's why I think maybe the umpire didn't get a good look at exactly where it hit him. But we're going to turn to spin. I know you like this in the 4th over. It's going to be Hamid Saleri, who's a pretty good left-arm spinner. He's going to have to deal with a left-hand batter. It's going to be the captain, Farouk Ahmed, who's on strike. 4th over coming up.
Just adjusting his field slightly. Just wants that backward point a bit closer. So Saleri starts with quite a short one.
Yes, I mean, I like looking for reason in life. You know, so these things like the pad being on the move, that's a possible explanation. There's normally an explanation for everything. Yeah. Normally.
I think the umpire gave the explanation straight away, didn't he? He signalled he thought it was going to go on to miss the off stump, which I think is fine. I mean, I think one thing that we always forget, you know, and I think you made that point yesterday when we were talking about an LBW decision, is that the umpire is the only person who is standing exactly wicket to wicket. Yeah. So when it comes to some of those tight calls, no matter how it looks to us on the screens, it's the umpire who will have the best view, and he's going to make a call on it. And I think if he feels there is any doubt, he shouldn't give it, and that's exactly what they did. Yeah.
No, fair point. I know you've done a lot of umpiring. Well, unless you've stood in an umpire's shoes, you won't really understand. Here's Saleri.
They continue with this sort of... With the only boundaries that they've got have so far, the 2 of them, I believe, and they've all been streaky ones. They've all gone through fielders. So one's went to third man. Well, both to third man, actually.
True.
To the right-hander and the left-hander.
He wants to go him, but there's 3 back on the leg side.
That is one that he was hoping to get hold of. He'll get the wide anyway from the umpire, but with that big gap there, sort of between the keeper and the man who's on the 45 at fine on the circle. That's where he was hoping to get that through to. And he'll get another chance, and that's to be bowled again. And he's gone for this, but I don't think he's got it out the middle. And where's this going to drop? Oh, that is a tremendous catch. What a catch that is from Saleri. This is sensational. You will not see a better catch than that from a bowler. That is class.
Absolute top draw from Saleri. He's got number 1 on his back, and this is a number 1 catch. This has gone miles in the air, Rico. And in the end, he's going the wrong way down a one-way street because he's got the fielder coming in, Arslan Atta at him.
Wow.
But Arslan, I think he knows he's not going to get there. Hamid Soleri, that is such a difficult catch. And it's going to remove a key player. Farouk Ahmed, the skipper, he's going to have to go, and it's 23 for 2. Well, Soleri is a triple threat. He can bat, can bowl, but on this occasion, it's the fielding, which is out of this world.
Look at the ground that he has to cover. Look where he starts from, where he ends up. That is such a good catch. You know, from the moment it went in the air and he went after it, you just thought, well, there's no way he's going to get to it, but he wasn't going to give up. The body positioning, he kept his eye on that all the way, kept his head perfectly still, and what a catch. That is sensational.
Catches win matches. I mean,
that is
I
sensational.
think he knew he was the only guy that was going to get to that or be able to reach it. Now, pushes the new batter back. It's Sharaf Saka, who is coming in at 4. Bit surprised we haven't seen Raz Imtiaz yet, who typically either opens or at least bats in the top 4, but they are going for Saka. Last ball over from Soleri. This one just floats in, and this will be the end of the over. 23 for 2. Just the 3 off the over. What a fantastic bit of skill that was. This one just comes back with the arm. Anyway, a very, very warm welcome to you, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. And yeah, Rico, looking forward to these two teams going at it. The Tigers, they won their first 3 games. The Tigers were tamed last night, though, by Hammarby. Yeah. And as far as mashed up, we didn't see them yesterday. We only saw them on Saturday. They looked a bit rusty to me, but they topped their group last year. A bit unlucky not to make the final, and they have a few good players. You can see the skill there from Soleri. So mashed up, they want to move up the table. Currently 4th with games in hand.
Yeah, they certainly will. I mean, the Tigers themselves, I remember they only lost the 1 match yesterday. That ended their unbeaten record. They're looking to bounce back well here. Well, this is another one that's been guided away beautifully. This is a nice shot, actually. He's played for this. He keeps it along the deck, and he knows that that third man is inside the 30-yard circle, and that is going to get past him easily. Nice shot. Yeah, I mean, they're up to get back to winning ways. But Master, yeah, like you said, they're a team that they've got some class players. And if they click, anything can happen. And talk about class players, Vinny, you've got to go back to that Coolum bowl. That was just amazing. It's probably, I mean, we see some sensational ones when the ball's been blasted back to the bowler. But in terms of skill, that's probably the best one we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's right up there. I remember Ben Kinman when the first leg of his hat trick when he's playing for Farmers, the Jersey champions in the ECL, was a similar sort of one to that. But yeah, high class stuff. Says Arslan Atta doing his own fielding, but does concede a single. And some of the batting has been good this morning as well. Not necessarily blasting away, but that little clever angled deflection from Kauser Ahmed at the start of the over, which has forced a field change because the third man has gone back on the boundary. I want to say hello to Vanan Boshoff. He was the player of the tournament last year playing for your Gordon. And Vanan, hope you're well. And yeah, missing you here, obviously. I'm glad that you're tuning in.
It's nicely played. This is a beautiful shot. Really nice shot from Saka. Gets himself into a good position. And once again, you see, not trying to overhit it, just placing it. And we know that this outfield has once again had a fresh cut this morning, and we're seeing that there. The ball racing away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's all touch, isn't it? A nice way for Saka to get off the mark. I mentioned I preferred Saka at 4 to Raz Imtiaz. It was nicely done.
How about this? Just been treated to a lovely cup of, what we got here then? A bit of Afghani chai from Zam Khalil.
They're always looking
Thank you,
looking
Zam.
After us. There you go. Got the little Afghani chai tea.
Cheers,
Thank you very much. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
Cheers to all of yours as well.
Good morning, everybody.
It's great to have you with us, and yeah, I hope you're having a little cup of tea at home as well, and settling into what I think is a very interesting contest between these two teams.
It's nicely played. It's sensible batting, isn't it? I know that the captain, Farouk Ahmed, he got a bit frustrated and he wanted to play the big shots. You can understand it, that's the way that he plays. But all the other batters have been sensible. They haven't really thrown the bat in anger for anything. They've looked to take the singles. They've done that well. Just trying to rebuild here. And this is something that we haven't seen too much of from the batters. They've got frustrated. They've thrown the bat aimlessly sometimes. They've got themselves out. But these two, they seem to be batting quite sensibly.
It's been a good over. 11 off it. Last ball coming up.
Once again, nice and straight. You take the single. Just keep plucking away, and just with that, you see, I mean, Atta, he's gone for 12, and that's what they've got to do. You take the boundaries as well, nicely played cricket shots, and also take the singles. Good stuff at the moment.
Minimum of a risk with those two boundaries that over. I think the storm's going to come. Second half of the innings coming up. They've got 35 in the first half, so that's 70 pace. I think from here, you can get 2 a ball, something like that. You get up to 95. That's where they'll want to be. You see some of the batting still to come. Imtiaz, I've mentioned. Jyoti struggled to get going with the bat. He's been keeping fantastically. Soleri coming back for his second over. So this will be a big over. See how attacking they are to the left arm spinner, Soleri. Not quite attacking. That's the answer. It's a top edge. Flies straight over the keeper.
That's a friendly bounce, isn't it? Just a bounce straight into my hands. That's what I would like.
He had a rough bounce he had to deal with before Awim Ullah. But that time, the universe was friendly, squaring it up. This is Atta that will do the fielding. And does keep it to a single. Yeah, so Soleri, he's a good cricketer, like I said. When he fires with the bat, he can be really, really good. Pitched up, and this is a long chase for Atta. He's not going to get there. So once again, just a classical cricket shot that gets the reward. And Starko, he's played some nice ones. He moves into double figures with that cover drive.
Yeah, he's played 2 glorious shots, and here's another one. See, it's all about getting his feet in the right position, and just gets the timing right. And Atta, though he does try and get to it.
I'd like to dive there, to be honest, from Atta. Get your best fielders down the ground.
Yeah, I think the Wasps like the Afghani tee as well. That was a nice backhand.
Well, still got it. Wasp shouldn't have been here in the first place.
Back to the action here. So Soleri. There's your backhand. Didn't know you played tennis. Well, this one is out of here. That's a lovely shot. And he's shown that he's able to play some classy shots. This is a big one. And I tell you what, I'm loving the signals on the umpire here. Can we focus on the umpire signal here? And first of all, here's the shot. Boom! Shakalaka. And the umpire, he does it the classy way. Here we go. Una, dos, balle, balle, balle. Oh, I like it. And yeah, look. I like the umpires that get into it.
Yeah, I like it too.
Good work there. And that's Sohail Zahid. One of our men in black out there.
He's enjoying his time out there. Why wouldn't you be?
Yeah.
I mean, a bit of moving though on this over. Soleri just getting taken for a few. Last ball of his spell.
Be a single here. And finish on 49. And so that acceleration, just, oh, well, they could take another here. They do. Well, that'll bring the 50 up. It's an unfortunate bounce for the wicketkeeper. It goes bounce straight over his head. So 50 comes up after the 6th over. Just have a look at the bounce of this. I don't know if you have the replay.
Yeah, in the end, they get 15 off that over. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. I think all the plays done and dusted. But, you know, in the T10 format, anything can happen, and it does. This is like, you know, when the goalkeeper gets chipped from the other end, the other goalkeeper, and it bounces over him. But anyway, can't do anything about it.
You know, when you think the action is over, the wicketkeeper's thinking, yeah, the action's done, this over's done, and the next thing, hang on a minute.
All right, change of bowling. We've got some more spin, this time some leg spin from Sohail Khan. First ball, a little bit short, but not punished. Just a single out to deep mid-wicket. Yeah, so from here, 50 after 6. You get 2 a ball, takes you to 98. I still think, yeah, something 95 to 100. Yeah, talked about their average runs against the Tigers. And when they're bowling, teams are only getting 68 on average out of 10 overs. That shows you how well they've been doing.
This is in the air, opportunity maybe, but just over the fielder. And most casual bit of fielding from Atta, I have to say. And the throw is not good either. They should be looking for another. They've got to go now. Backup fielder there doesn't take it cleanly, Zulfikar Ali. But the fielding from Atta, what's going on here, Vinny?
He's just tried to blast this one. And look, if he hits the stumps, it'll probably be out.
First of all, so casual. Watch the way he just feels this. He just puts his foot on it, and then he says, "Okay, I'll have a throw." And well, it was a rocket arm, but it wasn't well directed.
The bowler thought about it and said, "No, I'm just going to look at you instead." And then the backup fielder is always going to struggle. I think I would have run as soon as the ball passed the stumps. I would have started running my overthrow, but they waited till it was fumbled, and then they got it easily. Zulfikar, the backup fielder, coming in for his first game of the tournament, actually. That's a rare 3.
Yeah, well, Sohail Khan was not impressed, the bowler. So he gets ready to bowl. This one. It's interesting choice of movement from the batter, Saka. He has played some nice shots out in the offside, but this one he needs to be moving the other way. Needs to be playing this on the onside. Maybe he'll just get back and a gentle little tickle to the fine leg area.
He's going to go at this.
And he'll be gone. And good work from the keeper. And Shahid Mustafa making no mistake at all. And the captain sends him back. And good work as well there. I know what you're looking for there. Making sure that those gloves don't go over the stumps. It does really well. Good bit of bowling as well. Clever.
I just knew, though, that Saka had about enough. He was going after him no matter what. So he charges down wildly. It doesn't get anywhere near it. And a handy little knock from him, though. He does contribute 13 with 2 boundaries. And so now, looks like we're going to see Humayun Jyoti coming to the crease. Well, he's a guy, I'd like to see a bit more of him with the bat. He's missed out a couple of times. Hit a nice 6 yesterday, but got out very next ball. He always seems to be coming to the crease when spin is on. And watch out for Jyoti later in this game as well. He's a very, very good wicketkeeper. We've seen him playing for the Swedish national team in the ECC last year. And really, both these keepers are a class act. Shahid Mustafa, you've seen a couple of dismissals he's affected this morning.
We've seen some good keepers here. I mean, I know you weren't at Landskrona, but I know you know all about Ankit Gupta.
Yeah.
His keeping was top draw.
He was class up to the
top
stumps
draw.
as well.
Oh, superb. And we've seen good keeping here as well in Stockholm.
Ankit's a lovely man, isn't he?
He's a
If
great
you're watching
guy.
Ankit, hello to you. Jyoti's sick of getting out first ball, so he's going to just push this one for 1. And just over 3 overs left in the inning. So I'm sure that we'll see him go up a gear pretty shortly. It's Qausar Ahmed. He's batted through the inning so far for 29. He's going to face the last ball of this pretty good over from Sohail Khan.
Well, he's trying to get a bit of power into the shot. He's got it as far as wide long on as the ball comes back. I do like the bowling of Sohail Khan. I really do. I think he is a very clever, very experienced bowler, and he uses his flight and length beautifully. As well, one thing we also looking at is where we're going to end up. I mean, this is the final week in Stockholm, so we're going to say goodbye to Sweden, and I'm going to say goodbye to you all for a couple of weeks as you go over to the Czech Republic in Prague, and then it's Budapest in Hungary, and in a week also in Vienna before we have that marvellous long summer in Italia. Looking forward to that. I know you are.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I should get put the jackets away, I think, when we go to Italy in July. I think that'll be pretty warm.
Arslan Atta to bowl this, the 8th over, 56 for 3. And he gets the toe end of the bat, and the fielders, they communicate well between themselves. Yeah, that didn't sound very healthy at all.
It's down the bottom of the bat.
Ahmed, yeah.
Yeah, what I would say is that over from Sohail Khan only 6. Remember, that included that overthrow as well.
Yeah.
Ended up being a 3. But that kind of counteracts the over from Soleri, which got away from them.
They're leaving mid-wicket deep open to Jyoti. Jyoti will certainly iron that up. Well, this is where, well, look at this signal from
I like it.
the umpire. He's I don't know which coaching manual he's been on, which coaching course, but it's been one where the signals are pretty aggressive.
I like it.
It looks like one of those, you know, the skiers when they're doing that jump and they're landing.
Looks like she's been Cirque du Soleil. This is very fluid movement.
Short, and it goes over the wicketkeeper. Chase is on. Andre, Iba, and he's got to get behind the stump, surely, or somebody does.
Well, he points for someone to go. Shahid Mustafa, but Yeah, it's alert running to get back for a couple there. It just surprised him a bit for pace, didn't it? A bit late in the pull shot. Lanata, we know he's had a strong throwing arm from the outfield. He slings that one in, just surprises the batter. Let's see if this one's short again, or maybe whether he pitches up to Humi and Jyoti.
Jyoti is trying to get a move on with it, isn't he? It's a big swing. Once again, it's a swing and a miss. Just trying to maybe force the issue here. I think what's playing on his mind is that after this, it will just be 2 overs left to go. He wants to try and get the acceleration and the score in. Maybe he also needs to take into account, though, he's got Ahmed out there that's on 31 or 20.
True.
So getting a single, it's not a bad thing either.
Yeah, true. Doesn't like hit sixes, though.
And very good bowling from Atta here. He knows that Jyoti is just taking that step across and swinging, so he's not putting it there at all. It's shorter, so it's always going to be going over the bat, you see.
Bit too leg side conscious, isn't he, Jyoti, at the moment? He's hit through the line of those balls. If it's not one that he thinks he can take down, at least knock it for a single. It's all about short-term decision making.
But now you see, with his having played out 3 or 4 of those dots now, he's probably more determined than ever.
He's hitched his thing to the wagon, and so he gets funky. And somehow this goes to mid-on. This is off the toe of the bat.
This is not where he was wanting this to go. It hits the toe and goes into a vacant space there, just to wide of the bowler. Have a look at this.
Look at where this hits the bat. Right off the very toe. This will be a good shot of it. And it comes back towards the bowler.
Yeah.
Right off the middle of the bottom of the bat.
Well, this is a pressure ball now for Ahmed. And he does the same as Jyoti, as a swing and a miss. That's the end of the over. What a good over that one turned. Atta's first one wasn't his best, but he certainly got a good one in there. Is that just the 1 or 2 runs?
5 off the over. Remember there was the kind of one that got gloved over Shahid Mustafa. That was a couple, and they got 2 singles and a wide. So yeah, very, very good couple of overs. Just 11 coming off the last 2. All the bowlers have done a good job, though. So he's still got Ajmal Raza, left armour to come back. Sahil Khan's got another over. Probably see him now. It's been a team effort, hasn't it, from Mashta? 61 for 3. Now, suddenly that 10 and 10 just gets you 81. And Mashta, they would fancy chasing that. Even against the Tigers side, we know they've defended well, but Mashta, I think they do have a lot of quality, especially up the top. You think of who they've got up there, including Sher Ali, who we've seen playing a fair bit for Sweden as well. Mentioned Soleri.
So it's good use of the feet. Sahil Khan is, like I say, he's trying to tease the batters to come out. Just look at the length he's bowling. It's just, though he's enticing the batters to come out, they're not able to get there on the drive. Here we go again. You see, this is up in the air, and has he got enough on this? Oh, it's a very good catch. That is brilliantly handled. What a great catch that is. And that is Hamid Soleri.
That's a really good catch. I thought that the power of this ball was going to carry him over the line, but he had it all under control. He's not the tallest, Soleri. Have a look at this. And then he has a look. And the fact he can look at the rope, he knows exactly where he can step and where he can't. And he just very casually bowls it back in. Has 2 top-class catches from Hamid in this innings. And unfortunately, it's the end of Kauser Ahmed. He did contribute 31 to the total, though. The score now, 62 for 4.
Yeah, when you think of that shot, I mean, how he got so much power in it anyway at the back foot. Look, he's on the back foot. This is a powerful hit. And if it weren't for Soleri, that was going for 6.
Oh, yeah.
What a great catch.
Comfortably. Fantastic work. Catches win matches. He's taken 2 very good ones. Now, have a new batter coming to the crease. So, just 10 deliveries remaining in this one. So
interesting, isn't it? When they were quite happy just stroking the ball around and they were playing some nice shots that always went to the boundary, their rate was far better than when they're trying to attack the ball. And this should be another. It's gone a long way. It's Atta. Oh well, Atta's had his problems, and those problems continue with taking the catching for Atta. He just doesn't get his body under it, does he? He's trying to take it with his hands away from the body, which is always difficult.
Yeah, tale of 2 fielders, really. Soleri, I think probably could have taken this behind his back with his eyes closed, but unfortunately, Atta, not so good. And that one goes down. Also want to say hello to Mesnor Man in the chat, as well as Shrug. just asking who's commentating next week. I know, Rico, we'd love to take you to Prague, but you do need to have a couple of weeks off and get home. I'll have Danny Hudacek from the Czech Republic. He'll be commentating with me next week.
It's another opportunity straight into the hands of the fielder. This is just all a little bit too easy, really. Sohail Khan keeping the pace off the ball. He varies his line beautifully. The batter can't get to the middle of it. You see where he's pitching that? Even though the batter's coming down, he's not able to get the middle of the bat into the shot. And Haider making no mistakes with the catching.
Yeah, this is the pressure of the last few overs. I mean, they haven't allowed a boundary since the 6th over. Towards the end of the 6th over, into the 9th now, and all happening in the 9th. 2 wickets to Sohail Khan. Just bowled very, very well as a unit, mashed up. And now, Tigers just off the rails a little bit. It's 63 for 5, 7 balls remaining. So even, get 7 singles here. That gets you to 70. It's not a lot. Remember, Tigers did defend 62 the other day. Yeah, so we'll have Danny Hudacek joining me from the Czech Republic. It'll be nice to have Danny once again. He's a bit of a specialist in the Czech Republic as well. Knows those teams inside out.
He does indeed, and he knows so much about the area as well.
Yeah, he does.
He's a man with a lot of knowledge and information, Danny. And,
well, you know that Danny, he's a bit of a quiz master as well in his spare time in Prague. So, yeah, he knows lots of fun facts. There's a lot of fun for Sohail Khan in that over, as he doesn't concede a boundary. He takes 2 wickets, just 3 singles conceded in the 9th. The score is 64 for 5 as we head into the 10th over. Yeah, of course, Danny's done plenty of commentary for us before in the Czech Republic and even a bit in Germany and Italy as well over the past couple of years. But yeah, Shrug saying it's not quite the same without you, Rico. And of course, that is true. We love you, but also
we're all different. We're all different. We all have our own styles. I mean, Danny is. I've worked with Danny. I think I worked with Danny last year in Dresden. Yeah, we had a fantastic time together. And everyone brings their own different blend. Myself, Corey, and Andrew, of course. Andrew was fantastic in the last week in Sweden there.
Here's Ajmal going back for the last over. Starts with a slower ball, really slow ball. Bounces twice on the way to Mustafa.
Yeah, Landskron, of course, who I'm thinking of. I think Andrew was fantastic and made a lot of friends there. And it was interesting yesterday watching some of his intros. He does like to get funky with his intros, does Reiner.
Very creative. 5 balls left. Jeez, this has been really good. Just look at the halfway point. They were 35, then they were 50 off 6. So 50 off 6, you start thinking, okay, 10s get you to 90. But I mean, since then,
14, isn't it? 14 came off
14 off the next 3-point overs, or 14 essentially off the next 20 balls, because we've had 2 balls in this last over as well. And Shahad Abdul Islam is going to have to try and whack this out of the park and see if he can get close.
It's up in the air, should be. He's backed away from it. I think he may have had issues with the sun. You can see it really glaring off the shades, which are on his head but not on his eyes, so that might be a tip.
At least he does block it though. Sohail Khan. He just offers the derriere to that one. And, I suppose it doesn't matter how you field it. It is an interesting part of the body there.
You've got to use every part of your body.
All right, so over to Deba Sen. 3 balls remaining.
Now he may get another chance. What's he going to do this time? Did the same. He hasn't taken his voice. Oh yaar, jiniyan ka paiya na apne akkha de upar pala, the catch far ho jana. Just giving him some advice. Say, you see those shades? Maybe try putting them on your eyes. You might take the catch.
Sohail Khan looks like he'd rather be anywhere else than chasing that ball. In the end, he kind of throws himself at it. Batters only went for 1. I'm a bit surprised. So Shahad Abdul Islam will face up now with 2 to come.
Just bangs this into his leg. They'll take another single. So just a ball left there. A boundary would get them into the 70s. That's something. It's just all fallen away, isn't it? This last 4 overs.
It's been good though. Good defensive pressure. As mentioned, 50 off 6, and they've been going nowhere fast. Strap yourselves in. It's last ball time.
Hits it really well, and he will get a boundary despite the efforts of Hamid Saluri. Well, this is one that even he couldn't stop. And if he can't stop it, nobody can. So 4 off the very last ball. Finally, they get a boundary, and they do get into the 70s. They'll finish on 71 for 5.
Yeah, they'll swing their way into the 70s, and you're right, that was just a bit spicy. It doesn't really slow down off the surface, but just had a bit of a haircut. See how hard it is under this lush kind of top layer of grass. And it does really kind of motor along if you hit it just right. And so, yeah, nice way to finish the innings. 71 on the board. Well, will it be enough? I'm not sure, but remember, the Tigers, they're a team that defended 62. That was an ECN record on Saturday. It won't be so easy, I think, against Mashed Up. They'll be out there. Some of their top order guys, they might want to finish this game a bit early. It started with a bit of an edge, got to say, early on, that Sher Ali bowled pretty well without luck. That was the wicket that he took. Mustafa, nice hands behind the stumps. This is one which had a bit of the confusion rays on it as it got past Aweem Ullah. This one, well, I think the batter was a bit lucky to get away with it. Umpire said I think it was going that way. I think the bowler disagreed, as we saw some bright spots. We saw some good catches taken. We saw some easy ones drop. It was a typical ECN innings, really. But Soleri, this is a moment I'll remember for a long time, as he ran half a marathon to get to this ball off his own bowling.
That is sensational. Well, we've seen some superb catching in the last sort of few weeks here in Sweden, and that is right up there as one of the best. That is, you'd think he'd got no right to get there, but well, catches do win matches, and that catch did slow things down. There were some beautiful strokes, you have to say, played by Saka when he was out there, and you just thought for a moment, well, maybe that partnership between Saka and Ahmed was going to get them to a good score, but then it came on the spin, and it was all about, for me, the great bowling of that man there. I think he bowled really well, did Sohail Khan, just very clever. And this one was another great catch from Soleri. Thought maybe it was going to be a magical hit for 6 when they were finding boundaries hard to come by. But Soleri, well, he controlled the boundary beautifully. But this one should have been another, but Atta, he couldn't handle it. And catch went down to the disappointment of Khan. But he did get his man in the end. There was no mistakes made by Waqas Haider. And then it was the bowler himself who had a few issues. Sohail Khan, he was seeing that catches were dropped off his own bowling. And now it was his turn to drop a few. But it did get finished with a bang. And Soleri, the man who was taking the catches, ends up flat on the deck as he tries to stop that one, but he couldn't. That one was too hot to handle for him as well. But that boundary took them into the 70s, 71 for 5. They finish, and when we look at that scorecard, it's going to be quite a disappointing one. Only 2 men getting into double figures. I think Qais Ahmed, he batted very well, very sensibly. And was hoping to put a partnership together with Hussain, but Hussain, well, he just gave the captain, Shahid Mustafa, a very simple catch behind the stumps. But the real partnership was between Saka and Ahmed, but though Saka batted beautifully, he played some lovely shots, but he was stumped brilliantly off the bowling of Sohail Khan. Khan was also the one who got Jyoti out as well. There was a little flurry there towards the end, but once Ahmed had departed, runs were hard to come by. But it was a welcome boundary, wasn't it, there from Zeb Sen, that got them into the 70s. The bowling, all very tidy, but again, Sohail Khan, pick of the bowlers for me, 3 for 9, just very clever. He knows what he's doing, he's very knowledgeable. His length today was absolutely perfect. Sher Ali, he was very unlucky, gets 1 for 16. The other wicket taker was Soleri, who played a great part in the field today, as well as taking 1 for 18. Took some great catches as well, but that caught and bowled well. That was absolutely sensational. Win probability, there's still a Barca here on 84% to the Stockholm Tigers to 16. And that's what the computer thinks. But let's just have a look once more at the match summary. So the Stockholm Tigers 71 for 5. The Master have them right where they want them. And it was only really the batting of Qais Ahmed, 31 of 22, which sort of kept their hopes alive, if you like, in getting to a 90 score. But once he went, and also once Saka went, nobody else was able to get hold of the clever bowling from a Master. So Master have to go out there, and 72 required for them if they are to win this match number 29. Join me, Rico Fall, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, as we return in about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello folks and welcome back to the Northbury Cricket Ground here in Stockholm. Sorry about the slight delay in the coming back to resume this match. Unfortunately, one of our umpires, Syed Arif, suffers from a little bit of asthma, so wasn't feeling 100%. So we're going to have a change in one of the match officials. So we just had to spend a bit of time just sorting that out. And it will be Suhail Zahid to continue. And joining him out there will be one of the ECN crew, Menadaub. So Menadaub will just take over as one of the match officials. And well, we hope that Syed Arif makes a fast recovery. He's okay, and he just needs some time for his medication to kick in. So the match officials out there now will be Menadaub and Suhail Zahid as we get ready for the conclusion of this match. So just to give you an update, it finished with 71 for 5, the Stockholm Tigers. So 72 is the target required by Master if they are to continue their move upwards in the table. And there's Rico Full here on behalf of the European Cricket Network, and alongside me is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's nice to be back, and yeah, certainly hope that the umpire feels better straight away. Of course, you've got to cover every contingency, and Mita, she does have some umpiring experience, don't forget, in Portugal. Did a very good job on that occasion. Didn't have too much notice this time. I think I saw even in the county game, I think Alex Stewart had to come on and umpire for a little bit when one of the umpires felt ill.
Yeah.
So, Mita, she's very versatile, that's what I'll say. She will be out there to start this second innings, and it will be a guy who's been bowling really well, Zafar Ullah, for the Tigers. Just has this tactic of going around the wicket and getting in that offside channel. They'll pack the offside. I'm just counting them now. They've got 7 fielders on the offside. So yeah, only 2 on the leg side. No fine leg at all. But you'd think, okay, I'm going to try and get across and get that leg side, but he just doesn't allow you to do it. Good shot there.
And a diving effort from the fielder. Well, that would have been a spectacular start. Well, it starts spectacularly if you Master, because that's 4 runs. But it so easily could have been different. A little bit too wide, and he takes the shot on. And though they've got that offside packed with fielders, they couldn't get the catch there. Great effort from the fielder.
Yeah, well, you've got 7 fielders on the offside. Maybe you need 17, because this still finds the gap. So Hyder just going with the ball. I suppose the thing is only 2 of those offside fielders are on the boundary, so there's still gaps in the outfield.
Oh, and this one is looking to go over the top of the long on, I think. Gets lucky because he could have quite easily play this back onto his stumps.
I do think these marginal ones, like that one, you start thinking leg side because then you know there's only 2 fielders over there. So that's one I think Hyder could have hit either way. But yeah, he wants a leg side if he gets half a chance. Very interesting little game within a game here.
This time he sort of straight pulls it to the man at long off.
Same thing, right? Because that's the kind of ball he normally hit through the offside, but because there's only 2 on the leg side, he feels like there's more gaps over there. That time he does pull it to mid-on. Now this will be interesting. This is Sher Ali, who we saw playing for Sweden and opening the batting for Sweden quite a lot in the ECC last year. Saw him bowling really well in this game. And now we'll see him with the bat. And he is a powerful striker, Rico. See how he deals with Zafar Ullah.
He's a class player. And both these batters really, I think if Master are to do well in this competition, these 2 are key in giving them a good start. It's called a wide ball.
Yeah, this one could be a bit of a harsh one, to say the least.
Yeah, we're just going back, I'm talking about the 2 batters, Waqas Haider in match number 23, 41 of 25. Sher Ali, 37 of 21. That was the 9-wicket win against Hammarby, 83 to 86. So that's why these 2 are so key. And this one is hit big. It's coming our way, I think. It ends up on top of us. And it is. It's not far, but that's the side of our ice cube.
Yeah, that one landed on the roof, actually. This one has gone up and away, and it ends up cube bound. Bush.
There you go. I knew it was coming our way. I could feel it. I could sense it.
Well, the main thing is all the equipment was safely inside. And that was a really good shot by Sher Ali. First legal ball he's faced.
Powerful.
Maximo time.
Powerful hit. And this one is too wide and signalled as such.
Yeah, I mean, another one. If you're going to have this tactic of pulling an offside channel, you know, you're gonna risk wides. They are very, very harsh on wides. We know that in East End cricket.
He gets that one inside, and it's a dot ball as well from Ulla. He's 13. He's gone for already, wanting to finish well.
Pretty powerful top order. Waka's Haida, Sher Ali. You've got Soleri probably at about at 3. Very powerful top order, but this one could be a chance. It's in the air. Fielder's backing back. Oh no, and somehow he's helped it on the way for 4. Well, he does really well to get a hand to that. Really, really well. And that's Arif Hussain, who's probably one of the better fielders in the tournament.
Yeah.
It's probably too good here, because this is one that might have plunked. Instead, he's just kind of swiped it across the boundary for 4.
Yeah, this is an ace. It's like a tennis shot. Hits it in. And, well, I tell you what, we've seen some marvellous catches. If he held that one, that would have been something sensational. But all he's able to do is ricochet it off to the boundary. It's a, well, wonderful start for Master. 17 have come off the first over, and they've got those of Zafarullah, who normally is a very tidy bowler.
Yeah, a bit of a bonus over. I saw some big hits. I mean, imagine if that sticks to Arif Hussain's right hand. That would have been the best catch ever. Reminds me a bit of that one from Bajwa in Kiel, where he just kind of plucks it out of the out of thin air.
Well, it would have been a bit like going back to the EC. Was it the ECC with the catch that was taken with a hat trick? The wicketkeeper's catch?
Yeah, Perchard.
Yeah,
James Perchard. Yeah, that was a very, very good catch as well. Anyway, we're going to move to over number 2, and it's Shahadat Islam, who is going to bowl it. Here he is bowling to Wankas Haida.
It's an uppercut, up and over, and this goes all the way, I believe. Manos arriba! Seis carreras, and a lovely shot. Goes all the way, and I certainly do like the signals from Sohail Zahid. He's my kind of umpire, is Sohail.
Yeah, gets him in the air like he just don't care. He's a bit of a dancer. Here you go. And then he says, just so you know. And wow, that would be out of place at a wedding dance floor at about 11 p.m.
This is up, and how far is this going to go? We might have to see him do the signal once more. Yeah, we will. Manos arriba once more. Bolle. 6 carreras más. Qué guay, qué grande, qué genial. And, well, Akazaida, he's in the mood to party. He's in the mood to hit 6s. And the fireworks have started around this ground pretty early in the morning as these two batters look to get to this target of 72 in pretty quick time.
Yeah, that one just using the pace and no fine leg at all. Very low risk shot for Haida. He moves to 17 off just 5 balls, and they're flying at the moment, mashed up.
Got to get pitched up. It's short, and this has been punished as well. I think this goes all the way again. We're going to see another signal for 6. Put them up like you just don't care. And that's exactly what Sohail Zahid is doing. Putting those hands up. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, Shakalagya.
Wow. Shahadatul Islam has started this over 6-6-6, the Devils' number, and he's in some trouble at the moment. Because who knows? I don't want to jinx it, but have the 6 6s on. I don't think Haida's going to slow down.
He's in party zone now. And this one is where you got to be. You got to be full. And that's better. Full and straight, not short. Doesn't give him any width or any length to play that shot.
Perfect commentary jinx, really. But you're not wrong about the length. It's the length that Haida was just sweating on and using the pace. But this one can't do anything with that. That is right in the block hole. Pretty much bounces on the popping crease.
Gandhi down the leg side, and he gets away with it. Well, hang on. There's no signal, so it catches something on the way through. Must have done.
It's news to Haida. Have a look at this on the replay. Oh,
yeah,
yeah, it
it
does
does.
too. Very good umpiring. Very, very good umpiring. Watch that.
Yeah.
Just flicks the very top of the thigh pad.
Yep. Ouch, that's going to hurt. He bangs his back onto his foot. He's look, he's just hit 18. He doesn't have to get crazy. He doesn't have to give his wicket away.
No, he doesn't. He's getting carried away with his own success a little bit. That over goes 666. ...
Yeah.
At the end of the second over, it's 35 for no loss.
Yeah, 18 off the over. Courtesy of those 3 sixes.
I don't think I've ever seen an over go 666 ... ever. Anyway, let's have a look at the table. And the Tigers, they're under attack, aren't they? Because mashed up, if they win this game, they'll be up to 4 points. And then they'll have the Tigers in their crosshairs again in match 30. And you would think, the way things are going, if Mash to win both of these games, they'll probably go to the top of the table, you know. Later on today, we'll have more cricket for you as we get through match 32 by the end of today. Of course, by the end of Thursday, we'll have the end of Group B. We'll have to eliminate the bottom team. We head into quarterfinals on Friday. And then finals day on Saturday. Third overtime, they're making a change, and it's going to be Ashraful Alam who's going to bowl. Last over of the power play coming up. Certainly, Mash to have made the most of it so far.
Played out onto the yawn. They'll be looking for 2. Should be a comfortable 2. Oh, well, should be and was. But I think this is just Hayder getting a bit greedy now. He wants to strike. He's thinking, I've got the feeling here. I can go big. Well, he did play 3 dots as well the last over. But he's saying to Sher Ali, nah, you just stay there, buddy. Leave it to me.
Trying to make a case for staying there. But you're right. I think Hayder, he's a bit frustrated with the 3 dots. And so I think that's why he wants to kind of make up for lost time, so to speak. See the wind actually pretty significantly blowing across the ground right to left at the moment. You see the flags in the background and it's blowing the bail off. So a bit windier today than we saw yesterday. Still plenty of sunshine though. Here's Ashraful Alam to Wakas Hayder.
And this has been put away nicely, and the umpire has to do some more dancing moves as he jigs out the way of this one. 4 more runs, 4 carreras más. And wasn't a bad delivery, to be fair, just probably a tad short. But Wakas Hayder, the sort of mood he's in at the moment, he's going after anything that comes his way.
Yeah, a bit of a risky shot because it was straight. I think he was going to be in trouble if he missed it, but he doesn't miss it, does he? And once again, that very offside dominant field. Plenty of gaps there, and that one runs away for 4.
And goes in the same area once more. This time the fielder holds on to it. Good throw. Straight into the gloves of Jyoti.
Yes. Kind of looked like a different game, hasn't it, with Mashta there. Tigers had to really fight for their runs. Also, you think about some of the catches that were taken by Mashta in the first innings. Okay, some were missed, but particularly Solari's catches, that caught and bowled to get rid of Farouk Ahmed, just slowing things down. I think that's a big reason that the Tigers were only able to put 71 on the board.
Sliced away. It's going to take some stopping. Well done by the fielder. Keeps his eye on it and compensates for the bounce as well. Good safe hands.
Yeah, field's well set. I mean, certainly a tactic that they're using. And for the most part, it's worked for them, the Tigers. They've been expert defenders. I think right now you've got players that aren't afraid to take on the field. They will go leg side if they get the chance, but they're also not afraid to go over the offside because there are plenty of gaps in the outfield if you can get it aerial.
And that's a Gandhi ball. And talking about aerial, that goes a long way. That's the other side of the fence, is it? What a big shot that is. Gandhi ball and gets put away. And it's 6 more. And que grande this is. And he is definitely in the mood to party.
Yeah.
Wakas Hayder races on to 30. And that now for him is, I think that's 5 6s and 2 4s.
This is what happens when you get it wrong with that tactic and he gets 2 straight. And that one was almost fielded by the deer if they were still there from yesterday. Big power play, 48 with the ball to go, and Hayder, you can see why he's a bit greedy for the strike. He feels like he's on a heater, and he's not missing out. Almost 3 a ball pace. That includes those 3 dot balls at the back half of the second over. Anyway,
Yeah,
Alam's had a rough time. Last ball of his over coming up.
He's enjoying himself out there, isn't he, Hayder? And well, this is in the same zone. and it goes in the same zone. Well, this one just bounces short. Cuatro carreras más, a 6 and a 4. I tell you something, he is hungry for a lot more.
Yeah, he is. 1 bounce for this time, but once again, Alarm not bowling to his field, just getting it slightly wrong. 50 comes up off the last ball of the power play. 52 for no loss. Also the 50 partnership of just 18 deliveries. And if these two were on the highway, Rico, you'd book him for speeding because they're speeding towards a victory. And you see, we'll just tick over to 52 in a second. But that's really good going. It's over 17 and over.
Yeah, it's a very good batting. I mean, it's probably, like we said, they're the one team, Arstad, that have got the batters, especially the explosive batters at the top end of the order. And if they get going, it's all sorts of issues. And we haven't even just seen the captain come out yet, Shahid Mustafa, who's been in sensational form as well. But they're just sending a message out really here. The one thing is, though, it'd be interesting to see if they can also repeat this, because that's one thing that I've noticed here, that we've seen teams being totally dominant in a game with the batting, and the next time we see them, they just crumble.
Oh, yeah, true. I mean, it's been one of those series, hasn't it? Well, one of the groups, I suppose. You see some spin on the table now, and it's going to be
Rahman, I believe.
Shanawazу Rahman.
And this one is out of here. He gets plenty on this, and watch out. There's a Kookaburra about, and it's Fletch doing the fielding. Well done, Fletch. It seems to follow Fletch around in that zone, doesn't it?
He's a ball magnet. Don't worry, Fletch. The camera didn't quite pan around to you. He's doing well. He's saving the team. Well, one of his jobs, Fletch, is to look after the teams and make sure that they're safe and comfortable. And he certainly made sure that Kookaburra wasn't going to do them any damage there. So
he's a man, Fletch. Paul Fletcher, part of the ECN crew. And this is such a lovely shot. Well, we saw the power of the man first from Sher Ali, smashing that one straight over, long off. And then here, look, you see the other side of his batting. Just a delightful, classy shot. And that one is top draw, 4 runs.
Yeah, all about the wrists. And Sher Ali saying, well, hold on, I want my turn as well. He moves into the 20s with that. So a bit of power and then a bit of panache from Sher.
And this is another one. It's out of here. Volley. Well, that one goes into the next field. And, well, we know that one of the national treasures in Sweden is the moose, part of the reindeer family. Well, that has been moosed. That's gone a long way.
Was absolutely nailed by Sher Ali. That's one of the biggest hits we've seen all week. And it's just about the pressure.
Massive. And looking to finish this in a hurry. And, will it go? Another ball. He's going to try coming around the wicket here. Rahman, he's gone for 16 off his 3 deliveries. And he gets this one through. So the change of the angle sort of works for that delivery.
I don't think we're making the end of the over, so I'm going to tell you now that these two teams will go at it again. And Mashta, once again, they won the toss. They'll be bowling first. 40 minutes away from a start in match number 30. I think the Tigers, they'll be feeling like their pride's been a bit wounded. They'll be out for some revenge. 4 to win now.
And he tries to finish it by getting funky. I think the only person who's danger here was Jyoti, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, Jyoti was under attack at that time.
It's hit hard to the fielder, who takes a very good catch. So Sher Ali, his innings comes to an end. 28 of 11 deliveries. He's trying to finish it with the boundary that was required. But a very good catch there from Kaysar Ahmed.
Well, credit to Rahman, who decides to change the angle after getting banged. This one flat. Probably had what it took to get for 6. But it's Kaysar Ahmed that takes the catch. And so the score now is 68 for 1. And that opening partnership breaking the back of this game. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. And it looks great to have your company once again. We have seen this series, teams kind of bouncing back quickly. The Tigers are going to have to do it, because otherwise, after their first 3 matches that they won, if they lose the next one as well, they'll be 3-3, and they'll feel just, I think, a little bit flat going into their last double header, because the other teams, they've stepped up against the Tigers, and I think particularly with the bat, that's where they need to be able to do a little bit better. Yeah,
absolutely. I'm already intrigued to see how this next match goes, because like I said before, we have seen teams that have performed really well with the bat. I'm a master they're a perfect example in the last match. The last matches they had, the doubleheaders, they were dominant in the first. This sort of way they won the match, and then the second time round, when they were batting first and you expected them to pile on loads of runs, they collapsed. So we haven't really seen two good back-to-back batting performances. I wonder if we're going to see them here today.
Yeah. Same toss result, though. I think that's a good one for Mashed Up. You just try and rinse and repeat and do the same thing. So now we're going to see Saka and Mina. Looks like it might be a short cameo for her in the middle. Just relieving one of the umpires who had a bit of an issue in the middle of the game. So here we go. 5th over. It'll be Hyder facing up. 4 to win.
This is going to be the winning runs. And that is it. It's all over. I think they're just checking to see if that does go all the way for 4. And, we'll get clarification here now. They're certainly pretty close to going all the way. And just bounces before. So 4 runs to finish the innings, and they've done it in quick time. And what an excellent knock that was from Hyder. I think he was in excellent form. And he finishes in the 40s. 42 of just 14 deliveries.
It's a big net run rate booster as well, Rico. They're going to win this game with, well, how many is that? 35 balls to spare. That's really, really quick going. And I'd be interested to see, maybe even with that, Master may have overtaken the Tigers on net run rate. They haven't quite got there with points yet. And then Shaheed Mustafa saying, well done to Wakas Hyder, and he deserves it. 42 of 14, striking at 300. Well, in 10-min bowling, that's a perfect game. And this is a pretty perfect chase when you think about it. And Hyder was going absolutely crazy with Sher Ali as well. It's also big ones. The cube was under attack. Well, in the end, most of these balls were flying around. 3 consecutive sixes. That was a tough one for Arif Hussain. Ends up just kind of slapping that one over the boundary. There were plenty of slaps coming off the bat of Mashed Up, their opening pair. Big opening partnership of 68, setting this up in quick time.
Yeah, I mean, there's some delightful shots from both of these batters. They just looked so in such good form, and they were entertaining. Well, the umpire was entertaining as well. Sohail Zahid, he certainly enjoyed himself out there. This was big, but I tell you what, we got the biggest hit of the series so far to come, and that was a straight hit by Sher Ali. It was massive. It was huge. And I think, was this the one? I don't think this was quite the biggest one. This was one even bigger than this.
That was the kind of power then punch.
Yeah.
But yeah, the one that he nailed over, might be this one. That was absolutely tattooed, and that one was into the forest, never to be seen again. But this one wasn't quite hit as well. That was the consolation wicket, wasn't it?
It was still troubling. That was still hit hard, but he didn't really get the aerial. And then there was the winning runs just short of the boundary. What a fantastic innings there from Wakas Hyder. Once again showing just how brutal he can be if you don't bowl well to him. And they bowled probably just a little bit too short to him. Maybe gave him just too much width. And as a result of that, he absolutely punished him. Well, they're doing it all over again. And you can see that it's going to be the same again. So the Stockholm Tigers are going to have to face the music once more when they go out to the bat. They need, now having seen that, they know where they need to be. I think anything less than 90 is probably not going to do it for them. And if they are going to win a match, then they've got to remove those dangerous batters pretty quickly. Wakas Hyder. And you've also got, of course, Sher Ali and Shaheed Mustafa as well. They're the key men. You've got to get them early. Otherwise, they can hurt you and hurt you pretty quickly.
For sure. There was a lot of pain in this innings with 70 between the openers, setting it up in quick time. 42 of 14 balls for Wakas Hyder. Didn't he bat well? A bit of a silver fox about him, and very sexy batting indeed. 4 fours, 4 maximos in that. Striking at 3 of all, like I said. 28 of 11 for Sher Ali. He was the only man to fall before he hit 3 sixes and 2 fours. He was going at over 250 himself. And Awi Mullah, we had the best seat in the house to see the end of the game, as they win with 9 wickets remaining. 35 balls to spare. Looking at the bowling figures, well, look away now if you've got a soft stomach, because there's a few figures in there. I think the bowlers won't want to watch back. Everyone going for plenty. And ultimately, look, the good thing about that, if there is a good thing for the Tigers, is it's done. They've got about 30, 35 minutes now to think about the next game. Maybe just switch off for a bit, come out, have another crack at Mashed Up. We know things can turn around really quickly.
Yeah, they can do. I mean, we've seen that all the way along in all of the matches here. I mean, Group A was very similar. The teams are taking it in turns, and Group B certainly has been. So I'm certainly saying that the Stockholm Tigers have what it takes. They can bounce back. But I think having seen that aggressive display of batting there, They know that one of their top batters has to really get going in this one. Maybe we're going to see the best of Hussain in this one. Well, we'll have to wait and see, but I'm certainly looking forward to this rematch already.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll take a quick break. We're back in around 35 minutes, so you can go have a cup of tea, come back. Got to also say, let's not forget about the bowling of Mashta that set that up. Sohail Khan, 3 for 9. I think he was really important in just keeping it to a reasonable total. But yeah, we can take a break, back in around about half an hour. Still 3 games to go. Lots of sunshine and lots of cricket action coming your way from Stockholm on a Tuesday in Sweden. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico, and we'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm, and one match down, still 3 matches to go today. And look, really enjoying this Group B action. I think we've seen a lot of high quality cricket, and I think we're going to see some more close contests before the day is out. And now it's the return clash between Mashta and the Stockholm Tigers. Well, no, both these teams, they've got plenty of superstars. Let's see who wins the toss. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Measure the call. Tails. Tails the call. It's tails. Wheel ball. Okay. Good luck. Have a good game, guys. All the best. Good luck.
So it's Shahid Mustafa. Once again, he's won the toss, and once again, he will field first. We can see why. They certainly did a pretty good job of keeping the Tigers' bats quiet, only conceding 71 in that first match. And look, Mashta, I think that they are a side to watch. We know that they did top their group last year, unfortunately falling at the semi-final stage, finishing 3rd in last year's tournament. I think that it's in their memory. They want to go all the way, but the Tigers, we know they are expert defenders. Once again, they'll get the chance to try and defend their total. And look, I think there's lots of players here that maybe they'll be a bit disappointed with how they performed in the first match of the day. This is their chance to make up for it. Some high quality cricket on the way. Match 30. It is Shahid Mustafa and his master team that will be fielding first after winning the toss. Rico is ready to go. Let's get ready for the first ball of the second match of the day.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo as we have a look at this beautiful ground, the Nosbury Cricket Ground here in Stockholm. It's absolutely stunning. Just having a look at the players' areas there and the match officials. And it's certainly beautifully located. Yesterday, you remember that we had some deer in the background coming out of the woods. There's the lake there in the far left top corner, Slustad Lake. And it certainly is an incredible setting and surrounded by beautiful scenery and some beautiful livestock as well. Well, this match, it was all about Master first time round. They were the Master Blasters, I suppose. It's the way to say it. Wakas Haida 42 of 14, Sheradi 28 of 11. They made mincemeat out of the 72 that they needed for victory. And did it with ease. Did it with 35 balls to go. So the Stockholm Tigers, they know they've got to bat better and they've got to bat deep. And I think Razim Tiaz and Arif Hussain, the 2 openers, they've got to make a good start. I think it's all about the power play for me. I think get a good power play in, put pressure on the bowlers early, and then you've got every opportunity then to just to keep the upper hand. Well, this is what's expected. 81 to 78 in favour of the Stockholm Tigers. Well, how about that? So the bat versus ball wall is saying that the Tigers are going to bounce back. Well, that will certainly cheer up the Stockholm Tigers. And but it's all about how they do here, really, for me. I mean, it says 81, really, to be honest. I don't think that sort of score is going to be enough, though it has been a sort of par score here in Group B. But I think on a day like today, and certainly also up against a team like Master, I think you've got to be looking at trying to get as close to that 100 as you can. That just gives you maybe 20 odd runs to play with to try and get those key wickets. It gives you options to use the spinner, to deploy the spinner, and even if 1 over ends up being expensive, you've still got an opportunity to get right back at them. That's my feeling, but I have to say the bat versus ball wall has been more or less there or thereabouts. So let's see if this one goes as it expects. Sher Ali is going to be bowling the first over. Certainly does get the ball to move around a bit, and I think the batters will know what he does with the ball. So it won't be no surprise. In he comes, bowling first up to Razim Tiaz. And it's a little bit short, and it gets worked away to the square leg area. Fielder does a slight misfield before he gets the ball back in. A very, very good morning to everyone. A good afternoon, and maybe even good evening to wherever you are around the world tuning in. And then namaste, assalamu alaikum, sas sri akal, and I'm one to everybody that is watching via FanCode. And also a very warm welcome to all our viewers and watching via the YouTube channel. It's another one that's just been worked away on the onside. Square leg comes in again. That's the fielding. It's important to get a good start. These 2 batters, first time round, it was didn't really get going the way they would have liked to. Hussain went for 3 early on, but they'll be boosted to have Imtiaz in the lineup here Been nicely played. He just, well, shy at the stance, but well backed up. Like to see that. There's certainly one thing that been different, if anything, in the fielding from here to Landskrona. Landskrona, all the teams really having a go at the stumps, and it seemed to be part of the routine they all work towards. Everybody backing up and moving around the field. Here, not so much in Stockholm. Trying to get that water swinging in again. It started off with Kausar Ahmed opening. Ahmed, I think, batted well. I'm quite surprised they didn't stick with him. He did go to score 31 of 22. I think if you have something like that, Ahmed out there, and then you have Imtiaz and Hussein, that work around him could work. You also got the captain, Farouk Ahmed, to come in as well. But certainly Imtiaz has been probably one of the pick of their batters. Hoping he can get them a good start. It's a nice looking shot. Nicely played along the ground for a single. Shirali wants to finish well. It's 5 of the over so far. And well bowled again, but you can see there that Hossein knows what's going to happen here. He's already in line with it, and he's quite happy to see out this first over of Sher Ali without losing a wicket. 5 without loss. Yeah, I was talking about Imtiaz. The first time we saw him was back in match number 21, the first time we saw the Tigers, and in that victory against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, it was these two batters actually, Arif Hussain and Imtiaz, that did all the damage. Hussain scored 23 of 10 and Razi Imtiaz 28 of 15. In the next match they didn't fare so well. That was that unbelievable defence. Batting first on that occasion, the Tigers 62 for 8. It was only the captain, 23-15, that scored runs, but they contained the Stockholm Mumbai Indians to 49 for 9. So that was an incredible historic win for them. This is up in the air, and where's this going to end up going? And it goes all the way over. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya. Just a nice, clean swing, clean strike of the ball. And that's a pretty long boundary that side, but gets this to go clear straight over that long off boundary towards the team marquees. Nice shot. Just seeing there at the back there, that wind just starting to pick up. It's certainly not causing any real problems, but it's really blustery, playing from left to right. And this one's in the air. It's an opportunity, and it's been taken. It's a very good catch, and Imtiaz, he's disappointed to give his wicket away, and he picks out one man you do not want to be giving catches to, Hamid Sulari. Well, he's been on fire, isn't he? Well, he probably doesn't like the heat from the amount of sunblock he's got on his face, Sulari, but he doesn't mind handling the hot, spicy balls. He takes that catch, and Imtiaz goes for 9 of 5 deliveries, and he'd be disappointed with that. Sulari, hasn't he been amazing? And if you didn't see the catch he took, the corner bowl in the first match of the morning here today, match number 29, well, it will be all over social media, I can guarantee it. But if you really want to see it, just go back and watch. It was an absolute superb catch. And he took another one on the boundary as well. So he's certainly a man who's got the safe hands. First ball to the captain. Just plays it back down into the deck, no run. Good start from Raza. Oh, It's a huge swing here from Farooq Ahmed. I've been a little bit surprised, I have to say, with the approach from Farooq Ahmed. He's been the one batter that's been pretty consistent for the Tigers, but he's come out here today, and we saw that in his first knock in match number 29, first one between these two. He seems to be in a hurry. He's trying to force the issue. I don't think he needs to be doing that. I think he's got plenty of time to bat. Just buckle down, get himself in first. Good carry through there from Ajmal Raza. Look at the carry there. And Shahid Mustafa, the captain, will be pleased with this start so far. And Raza looking to complete a tidy over for himself as well. He's gone one better than Sher Ali. He's picked up that 1 wicket too. So 1 for 6 so far with the ball to go. And it's a slower delivery, which Ahmed watches on. Oh, there's a little back flick there from the keeper. And interesting to see that again. Just see how close or not it would have been. Certainly saw Hussain had to get going because there's no pace on it. It drops kindly for the keeper. Yeah, he would have been well in, but we'd like to see some of that funky stuff. End of the over. So Raza's over goes for 7, but he picks up the valuable wicket of Imtiaz, courtesy of another good catch from Soleri. He's at the table, so this is what's happening here, Master. A win here now will take him top, and with that, the net run rate looking the way it is, they certainly will take top of the group. The Tigers, they're looking to avoid defeat here. Remember, they won their first 3 matches, and now they've lost 2 on the spin. They do not want that to be a habit. 12 on the board, 1 wicket down. And it looks like it probably will be Sher Ali to finish his spell. Just get the pillar map in the ball. He's got that little gut on the back, little ponytail. Seems to be a thing in Sweden, doesn't it? The number of players seems to be supporting the little ponytail. And he comes short and into the body of Farooq Ahmed. It's a quick pick up and throw from Soleri. But they will get the single. Yeah, good work. In he comes. Clean hands. And lets the throw go straight away. But good backing up though from Hussain. These two running pretty well at the moment. But that seems to be all they're doing is running. That's the one boundary, and that was the big 6 from Imtiaz. But it was very much a case of being 6 and out. Played the big 6 and then went for another down the leg side where Soleri waited and took the catch. This is not a good delivery, and it will be called wide in typical fashion from our very trendy umpire, the man in black there, Sohail Zahid. Nicely played away. And I think it's very much a case of take all the singles that you can. Man in black out there. Here's Sohail and Rashid. That slower delivery once more from Sher Ali. Certainly very difficult, these opening bowlers, to get them away. They bowl a very good line. That one, he just holds that right back and it keeps its shape as well. Just seems to be toying at the moment with Farooq Ahmed. Gets a fair bit of meat on that one, but straight to the fielder, Atta. Atta's been in the wars, hasn't he? the man with no number. He's a very good bowler, and his ground fielding is good, but he hasn't been able to catch one as yet. And just once again, indication of the wind when it does pick up, just nips the bails off. It's by Rashid getting into the action there. Slower delivery, pushes it out, takes a single. So a slight change in tactics from Sher Ali in this one. He's rather than relying on that the swing delivery where he aims sort of at the legs of the batter and relies on it to move away sharply. He's gone for the more slightly slower delivery. He's trying to entice the batters to attack. We seem to have a duel of the cameras here in front of us here. Seem to have Andreas and Diana Horace taking snapshots of each other. It was a case of dare. Who's going to move away first? And big shout out to our crew, of course, Spring Productions, that bring you all the action. Andreas, and Daniel as well. Dennis doing a fantastic job. And also Diana Horace, who takes all those marvellous pictures and some quite trendy videos as well that end up on the social media. Power play complete, 18 on the board. 1 wicket down. Big moment now as we go to Hamid Suleri. He was fantastic in that first match. And it's not going to be very easy to get him away as well. And it's a good time. I was saying yesterday, haven't seen enough of this. When certainly when you get a power play like this, it's a low-scoring one. It's the ideal time to go with the slower bowlers, to go with the spin. And let's see if Hamid Suleri can once more get the breakthrough. He's going to be going bowling to Farooq Ahmed, who is not going to hold back, and he doesn't hold back. He goes big. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya. Well, he was thrown the carrot, if you like, and he went after it, and he nails it. Hits it big. You see, he comes a long way out of his crease. The wicketkeeper, Shahid Mustafa, is waiting, but the ball disappears over mid-wicket. Big shot. Will he go again? Well, that's not a good delivery. He just allows this to go by. It's a wide ball, and I think that was probably the case of the Suleri thinking, well, you're going to come for me again. I'm going to bowl this down the leg side and try and get you stumped. And, that was the plan, but it wasn't to be. And there's 2 runs there. 1 for the wide, or 2 wides it will be, because the batter's run as well. So now it's time for Hussain, who's 4 or 5 deliveries so far. Hasn't really played a shot in anger. Let's have a look at this field on the leg side to the right-hander. 3 men back, so pretty orthodox field. He tries to just flick this away. So again, still, he's looking to play a lengthy innings. And the captain deciding he wants to have a little chat with Hussain. I'm not sure what this will be about. He's probably saying to him, right, okay, come on, stop dabbing. You'll see what it says on your bat. A ton. One of those here would be good. This one is a little bit too wide, so another wide delivery from Suleri. Got a good opportunity here, the left and right combination of the 2 batters. And he does go for the big one, but he slices it. Fielder comes in, and it is going to be our man again, and he holds on to it. Would you believe it? Arslan Atta, I was saying he's had his problems out in the field. Well, sooner or later, he was going to catch one, and he catches this one off the bowling of Suleri. So Hussain, well, I can tell you now that obviously the captain, he did have a word with him and say, look, get on with it. That's what Farouk Ahmed would have said. So Hussein did try, but, well, it's quite a blurred shot. Probably blurred because you never expected him to catch it. I don't know. But he does catch it. Well done to Arslan Atta. That will do his confidence the word of good, because his catching has been shocking up until now. But now the young man will be, well, full of confidence as another wicket goes. He's 27 for 2. And over Hussein, his day has not ended well. And you know when you're not in luck, when the player who's dropped everything that comes his way catches you out. That's the only shot really I think Arif Hussein played with any sort of power. The only one he's really tried to hit. He hits it to Atta, and Atta takes the catch. And this is nicked, and it will race away to the boundary. So it's not quite the start that Sakara would have wanted, but though he does edge it, it also goes all the way down to the boundary, 4 runs, and it doesn't really matter how they get him, they need him. I'm still surprised in their approach of not sending Ahmed up. I mean, the man who batted so well for them hasn't even come out yet, and he's not a natural big hitter. This is a beautiful shot. What a lovely shot that is. We saw Saka do this in the first match. He played, I think, 2 delightful shots on the offside. This is his strength, and this is just pure timing, pure class. That one is top draw. What a lovely shot that is. You know that's what he's going to do. I'm just wondering if they'll be tempted to get one of the fielders from the leg side over across. He doesn't play too many on the leg side. He's predominantly an offside player, and in fact, we saw many a time he was going down the leg side to try and play a shot out on the off. So where are we now? Well, here we go. ECC certainly looking forward to being back in Malaga again, and in Khartoum to be precise. And this is the Champions League of cricket. Yes, it is. It's the old Euros of cricket. Certainly looking forward to it. Starting with Group A on the 12th of September, and then we got 4 weeks of group matches before we go into Championship Week, where England, the team that automatically qualified because they are the reigning champions, will meet the winners of the groups. That's going to be sensational. Cardomania, I can't wait, and I know there's a lot of people that cannot wait as well. I've already had several messages from people saying, can't wait till it comes back. And every time we go back there, just the fan zone gets bigger and bigger. So if you're not doing anything during the month of September and October, if you're around in that area, come down and join us. It's going to be a blast, as this one's been hit pretty hard at Soleri, who charges in, makes the stop, keeps it to 1. And it is, well, Arslan Atta, who's probably full of confidence right now after taking that catch. He's now doing the bowling. Gets a good bit of pace into his bowling, now to say. Here comes once more. Ahmed elects to go over the top, and he finds the gap between long on and mid-wicket. It's 4 runs. Beautifully played. It seems to be the shot that he backs himself to play. Quite nice. He doesn't try and overhit this. It's all about timing and placement. 4 more runs. A lovely shot from the captain. He's trying to keep things together here. Scorecard so far. Imtiaz disappointingly caught by Soleri on the boundary. Going for back-to-back 6s. He was the first wicket to go. Oh, this one is a nasty one. That's going to be called a no ball. This one comes out all wrong. And trouble for Arslan Atta. This was one which, if he could have reached it, which he couldn't, he probably would have raced to the boundary. Probably behind in that third man area where there is nobody. So free hit coming up. And well, one of the most exciting free hit signals that I've seen. And well, our man, he's loving his moment out there. Second wicket was Hussein. We saw him fall for just 4, caught by the man who's doing the bowling, Atta. Well, they're going to have to run here because he's not out. Somebody just had to remind the captain, Farouk Ahmed. And how disappointing that is for the bowler. So they'll take one by. That's what that'll be signalled. There's the signal from the umpire. So it's was a free hit. I think 1 or 2 people on the field also forgot that. It was actually a very good ball, good comeback from Arsenal Atta right on the block hole. And I think this is where the captain goes to him and says, well, now you know you can do it. Try and do it for me with a legal delivery, because we can certainly do with another wicket. Well, they can certainly do with a wicket off the captain, Ahmed. It's a nice played shot straight down the ground. Nice straight drive. We'll get him a single. No real power in the shot. Oh, this one. Well, this one has been taken off the head of the batter, of the captain. Have a look at this. He says, hey, you're in danger, buddy. Get out of the way. Well, I saved you. He says, I saved you. Nice shot there. Nice. There, the 2 captains. One captain saving the other. Played out to covers. Just a single. So they're not really able to get the flow of boundaries going, but they are taking the singles. They're getting a little bit of the rub of the green as well, I suppose, with some extras and that no ball, but weren't able to capitalise on the free hit. Atta once more. This time to Sakar. And that's be a disappointing shot from Sakar. I think you could have heard the frustration when he played that shot. That's in the zone. That's where he likes to play. He shots out in the offside, but not able to get this one away. You see he drags this one rather than relying on his timing. It's 5 overs complete now, so at the halfway point, score is 46. With those 2 wickets down, and a good time to be rejoined by Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Nice work over the first few overs of this game, and it's nice to be back in the commentary box. And for Ahmed, captain's so important, isn't he, in Saka? He's also a guy I think that's well suited to this situation. That's yeah, the Tigers out for revenge. Just stifled a little bit, but this game fairly evenly poised, if you ask me, at the 5 over mark. The Tigers just found themselves trying to defend a hideously low total. I think it's against the Mashta top couple of, or top 3 batters. That was always going to be tough. His Solari's having a good day. This one's cut away, and I think this will be a boundary, so that's smart batting. I like the way Saka just lets this come to him. He doesn't rush at the ball. He makes, a big attempt to get back and deep in the crease. So even though it's not actually that short, just have a look at his back foot here, how he actually picks up the length and he goes back a decent step, and that allows him to play that shot. Good batting.
Yeah, he plays that shot really well. He plays in the offside really well. And I noticed that you're not wearing your yellow shoes today, but the better Saka saying, I've got mine on, Vinny. Where's yours today?
They look fantastic, those shoes as well. This time, the line's a bit straighter. Just get more inside edge onto the pad. 50's up now for the Tigers in the 6th over.
Yeah, that's when you bowl to him. You bowl to him into his pads, and you don't give him any room out the off. And you'll see that he would still try and play a shot on the offside. Chance gone, and well, one man who's not going to drop him is Soleri. And he says that was hot and spicy. There was a little bit of wasabi about this one, and he gives his hands a little blow afterwards to extinguish the fire that came with this one. But a really good catch, and Soleri, he is a man on fire.
Yeah, that's no miss hit either. He's actually done really well against the technique. Just look at how he gets his fingers all pointing the same way. No crocodile style about that. Soleri, he's had a couple of very high quality caught and bowled. Very different. One was high before. This one was flat batted at him, but he does hold on and removes Saka, but not before. Saka puts together a handy little 16 off 9 balls. Score is 50 for 3.
Yeah, and he's played a good innings against Saka, but just not able to get past that sort of the teens mark. It needs to be going a bit bigger there. He needs to try and get a bigger partnership together with his captain, but good work from Soleri. All the wickets so far have got his name on the in that section in the column. Yeah. The catching, the bowling, the caught and bowls.
He's been busy. He's been racking up the fantasy points.
He certainly is.
I just noticed the question in the chat about ECL qualification or which club will represent Sweden. at the European Cricket League next year. I'll answer that in a second. First, we see this one blasted down to deep mid-wicket for a single. So I think Richie was mentioning that he thought it was maybe the Swedish Cup. It's basically a combination. It's the ECL club will be one of 4 clubs, and they will play semi-finals and a final around the end of June. It will be the 2 ECS winners. So, of course, we already had Malmöhus, that one in Landskrona. They'll be one of the clubs. It'll be whoever wins this tournament. So that's 2 of them. And then parallel to this, there's a Swedish T10 going on. So, again, the Stockholm area winner and the southern winner, those 2 clubs, they will play each other over a day of action at the end of June. End of the 6th over right here. It's 52 for 3. Successful over for Soleri. So, I mean, that'll be really exciting. So, basically, whoever wins this tournament that you're watching right now, they'll have a 1 in 4 chance. And it allows every club in Sweden, not just those selected for ECS this year, which is based on T20 international criteria. It gives everyone a chance to qualify. And, of course, that ECL tournament, that'll be early in 2023. Albi Zalmi, they did very well this year, going all the way to the top 5 clubs. So, yeah, hopefully that answers your question. It wasn't too confusing. Maybe it was, but hopefully it wasn't.
Can we have it again?
No. Rewind if you want to hear it again.
Aslan Hatta coming into the attack to the captain, Ahmed.
Tell me in the chat if I made any sense as we see the first ball of the 7th over. And that's a pretty definite wide signal.
Yeah, he's getting funky with his signals here, isn't he? I mean, this time, well, it was the other day.
How many wides is this? Look, here we go.
It was National Walk
1,
Like a Chicken Day
2,
the other
3,
day, wasn't it?
4, 5, 6. It's like the old aerobics videos in the 80s. Some of this signaling. I like it. Keeps them busy. Full toss, not a good one. But it will be 4. Wow, it's really good placement. Those 2 men, they were pretty close to each other, but they just had to stare at each other. 4 runs.
Yeah, 4, nicely played. Gets it in that gap. He's been able to find that gap nicely, and it needed another batter to do a bit of batting to stop it. And it's a little bit of royalty in that signal. 4, isn't it?
There's a royal wave about it. Yeah, I like it. Tell you what, he's burning a few calories out there, this umpire. And yeah, it is going to be a boundary off Atta. Now this one's leg side, and I think it's going to carry the fielder. It does. Maximo! Nice shot by the captain, Farouk Ahmed. Well, he is still there, and he's trying to move the game forward. Again, he likes that angle into him. I think takes it off the stumps and deposits it over the leg side. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Boom, shaka, lagya. And, well, there it's the signal. Sort of like that. He does the 1, 2, 3, and the last one, he gets the one leg in the air and really reaches up to the sky. Well, put him up like you just don't care is what we like to say. And certainly Sahil Zahid, he'd like to do just that.
All right, the enigma continues. This is a good one, and it could be out, and it should be out. Soleri doesn't drop catches, and he's not going to drop this one. So put him on the sheet again. And once again, it is Farouk Ahmed. That's the victim of a nice piece of fielding from Hamid Soleri. So Atta gets his revenge. This one just kind of comes off a little bit of a leading edge, and so he doesn't get it as square as he wants. And once it goes to Soleri, you might as well start walking off. So big moment in the game as the captain goes for 26, and the score is 63 for 4.
Yeah, he gets a bit lucky there, doesn't he, Aslan Atta? It was looking like he was going to be an expensive over. And I think Ahmed just tried to do something different there. I don't think he needed to. I think if he had stuck to his guns and hit through the ball, he'd still be there. But just tried to get just a little funky with the wrist work there and doesn't quite get it right. And Soleri, well, who else takes the catch? Well, Soleri, let's just go through the wicket so far. Yep. So it was first wicket, Imtiaz. He was caught by Soleri. Second wicket, Hussain. He was, bowled by Soleri.
Yep, caught off ball with Soleri.
Yep. Then the Farouk Ahmed, caught again. Soleri taking the catch. And then it was a caught and bowled. Osaka by Soleri. So Soleri having a good time.
Can't keep the guy out of the game.
I think he should be asked for double money, shouldn't he?
Well, here's the thing. He didn't really get a chance to bat in that last game. He can go off like a cut snake with the bat. And he's got a really good 66 against Yorgården.
Like a cut snake?
Yeah.
I must say that's a saying I've never heard before.
Really?
Go off like a cut snake.
It's a very Australian thing to say, actually.
just needed an explanation.
Everyone in the truck has asked for an explanation about what I meant. It's
what are your thoughts on Ahmed coming out here now? Look, Ahmed, when he opened the innings, he batted more or less all the way through the innings, made 31 of 22. They're bringing him in at a point now. He's not a big hitter. You're asking him to play big shots. I think they've a slight error there for me. I think you still stick with him opening and get the other hitters to work around him.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I suppose there's an element of experimentation with what they're trying, I suppose. Anyway, 7 overs down. Score is 66 for 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full.
What's a cut snake?
Looking fantastic. Yeah, mad as a cut snake. If you want to Google it, maybe you'll get a better explanation. But I didn't make that up. But it's great to be here.
Never heard it before.
Yeah, well, this is one of the beautiful things about blending cultures, which is very much what we do here on the European Cricket Network. And thanks again for your company. I often say this. I think we've got the best viewers in the world. I think we're really lucky to have people tuning in from everywhere. And look, big hello to some of the Swedish guys that are tuned in at the moment. I saw that Maynard Boschov is in, Richie Robbins is in. Wishing you guys all the best for the season ahead. And I was in Djurgården last night. I think I mentioned, if you missed it earlier, I took the ferry across. I think it was the 82 ferry from the old town across to Djurgården.
Okay.
Beautiful part. And you know
How long
what's
did it
down
take
there?
then?
I know it only took about 5-10 minutes to get
Okay.
across. But the ABBA Museum is there. I know that last time we were here, Fletch went to the ABBA Museum. And I think later it was identified as a super spreader event. But never mind about that. He got to spend some extra time in Stockholm. He said it was very good.
Yeah.
Anyway, over number 8 starts with a big filthy wide from Islam Ali. Gets the end of the fingers of Shahid Mustafa, who now doesn't get back to the stumps, and so he's going to have to just, well, this could be out, you know.
Asking the
and
question.
So now he looks like a genius, doesn't he, Mustafa? Turned around and said, well, someone's got the stumps surely. No one had. And let's have a look at this. I mean, I've got no idea where the batter is. I'm looking at this for the first time. And he's in a good position there. No, he's fine, actually. Yeah. But it was so funny because Mustafa could have intercepted that, and he thought, well, that seems like a kind of ball that might hit the stumps. But it will be 2 runs. And yeah, Jyoti, he'd love a few runs, wouldn't he? Got very leg side conscious earlier. That'll be 3 wides. And this one he does as well. So I think my tip for him would be either try to hit over cover for those balls in the offside channel, or if you really want the leg side, then move your feet and get yourself in a better position to open it up. So make a definite step and quite a bold step outside the off stump. How about this though? Shahid Mustafa looks and says, anyone got me covered? And he said, okay, no. And then he then just gives it a little well thrown. Next one is outside the off stump. Just a few extras creeping into the game for Mashta. They won't be happy with that. That's a good call. Straight over the line.
Yeah, it is. The bowler a little disappointed, but yeah, I mean, that's consistency from our men in black. They've been all over this. Umpire Rashid giving the cry. Oh, and how does this miss? It's going to be 4 byes. This is incredible. And you can see that the keeper there, so Mustafa, saying, I thought it bowled him. Everybody saying, why did you stop it? He's saying, Maggie got but it doesn't. Wow, that's just quite amazing. Look, how does this miss, Vin?
Yeah, I know. But this is, yeah, it's a basic of keeping. It's a concentration thing. I think it's hard that Mustafa's captain as well, because I know that's just missed, but the thing is, even if the ball, you have to pretend the stumps aren't there, right?
Yeah.
So you need to get in a position to follow the line of the ball. Mustafa, I hope he paid his ticket price because he's a spectator for that delivery. Now the next one is just towards Solari, but he'll take it on the bounce. Yeah, so it's easier said than done. When you're wicket keeping, you have to imagine there's no batter there and there's no stumps there, and you're just having the ball kind of launched towards you, and you need to be in a position to take it. That's a kind of a move that kind of gets keepers sometimes when they'll be up kind of appealing. If it's bowled, you don't have to appeal. And now we see a bit of a funky attempt from Jyoti.
He's been attacked by that wasp that keeps coming attacking us. He's like,
I like that he's trying.
But you made
here.
contact. I have to say, at least you caught the wasp.
Yeah, but I had a clipboard, not a bat. The clipboard's a lot wider and a lot lighter. Anyway.
Yeah, look, I don't mind it, but you got to execute it. And that's the thing with it, is ends up being a dot ball.
Probably tries to end up hitting it a bit too hard. Just needed to deflect. And so now he's reaching. That's not a wide.
Yeah, it's balance, isn't it? It's all about balance batting. You've got to be balanced, using your feet well. He's off balance there, you see. Doesn't get his feet moving. Listen, when he did try the ramp earlier in the first innings, you remember he got it at the toe end of the bat.
Yeah.
So he's not a shot he's mastered yet.
He tries to go cover and doesn't get there. And well, the way Jody's hitting him, I wouldn't be trying to run him out or stump him. I'd say you're just going to keep missing him. You can stay there. Yeah. So I think this is the end of the over. It is. So 8 overs down. Score is 76 for 4. It's a funny little over because there were 10 runs in it, but there were 8 extras. There were 4 buys and 4 runs in wides. There was 3 wides and a single
other
wide.
than that, it was all dot balls. So
yeah.
It could have. I mean, that was an opportunity we wanted to go magical. It certainly would have accelerated the score. I mean, it goes up by 10, but it could have gone up by a lot more. Yeah, Joti there again. He's taking your advice a little bit. He is moving outside the off stump, but he's still playing the same shot.
Yeah,
he's still trying to hit the ball. So he's got to be trying to go full straight. He's got to be trying to be hitting extra.
Back to my mantra of what I would normally say to people in this form of the game, which is hit the ball hard, but hit it correctly. I think the hitting it correctly part's pretty important. Here's Ajmal Raza coming back for the 9th over. Slower ball, and this one is timed really nicely. Well, Kauser Ahmed, he's been doing a lot of spectating himself. This one, he picks the slower ball. It's on his pads. He gets in a good position just to whip that one away and generates a fair bit of speed. 4 runs to start the 9th over.
Yeah, nice shot from him. He had a good first match, didn't he? Where he was the only one who scored any runs, 31 or 22.
Loving these 4 signals. He's really cutting through the air in an aerodynamic fashion. All happens in the 9th, as we normally like to say. Same goes pace on. It's in the air. Solari doesn't quite make it to the circle, as he will just cut it off for a single. Now it's up to Joti. Let's see what he can manufacture. I actually think that little deflection shot to fine legs on now a bit easier because of the angle that Raza is bowling towards him. I'll be jumping out and trying it, I think. He goes straight, and this one is a pretty good one. It's going to go all the way to us, and it's going to be 4 runs. Bounces straight over our monitor. Oh, this will be a good shot from the Comcam, but it will be 4. And Joti does go straight, and he takes care of business. Maximo! 6 runs to the Tigers.
This one had us all worried. I mean, Diana, she was coming this way.
Well, I got a finger on it.
To try and evade it, and it followed her. And well, you got your finger. You deflected it onto me almost.
Yeah, it's a team game.
Team game.
Here's the next one. And now he gets the cutter and he tries to positive. Look at him. He's annoyed with himself. And again, because it's a slower ball, it's not easy to essentially go as straight. I think you're probably trying to swipe across the line at it.
It's footwork. It's all about footwork. Got to get his feet moving. Yeah, that one came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
It's a good shot, though.
Have you hurt yourself?
That's all right.
Oh, have you hurt yourself? Oh, Vinny.
2 to come.
We can have a look at Vinny's finger. This one is going. It's in a white. It should get there. Let's have a look. What you done?
Can I have a look?
Oh, he's cut his nail.
We'll get to. It's all right. I mean, this is the hazard of the job. I mean, I don't have. Yeah, go on. There we go. You see my nail, just a little bit of a fingernail issue, but it's all right. I'm not going to make a big deal about it. I'm a big boy.
You would have had it if you had the gloves on.
The thing is, I can't feel the ends of my fingers anyway. So after playing cricket for 20 years. So anyway.
Don't pull it.
It's all right.
You'll get blood over your jacket.
Right, last ball. I've got my white jacket on. It's all happening in the 9th, as we like to say. Last ball of it coming up. This is hit straight, hit pretty well, and this is going to be 4. So Joti, if in doubt, goes straight, and he goes straight at the side screen again. Nice to see his bat warming up a little bit, because we haven't seen the best of him yet. So pretty good over in the end. He goes for 21. In fact, goes magical. How about that in the 9th? And score is up to 93 for 4 with an over remaining.
Yeah, that's what they need to do. I mean, I said they need to be between 90 and 100, and that looks like exactly where they're heading. Thinking good finish in here. And, that will certainly give them... Well, they needed those extra runs to bowl at, and they've given them to themselves. They don't want to end badly, though. It's important they finish well. Important they at least get the 7 to get them past 100. I think it's also a mental thing, isn't it, in the mind of the team that's chasing. When you're chasing and the 100 is up, I think it plays on your mind completely different to if it's 90, even if it's 97, 98, the 100, those few runs extra make a huge difference in the mental approach.
Now, what I would say as well, as we head into the last over, Islam Ali is going to bowl it. He's bowling to Kauser Ahmed. He whips this one away. Bit of a helicopter. I may think a 2 here. I would have been tempted. Yeah, I know that Aslanata has a good arm. Now, the reason I fumbled that ball, no, I'm taking excuses. You know what my number one priority was? When that ball was coming towards us, my laptop got flipped shut, and I was just making sure that it didn't hit my side of things. Once it went over to your side.
You didn't give a hoot, I know. Just flick it over to Rico's side.
Our camera, didn't it? Okay, swing and a miss. This is what I thought Causa Ahmed might want to come back for a bit of a dicey 2 last time. So a single and a dot. Pretty good start to this over for Mashta. We're trying to keep the Tigers down below that triple figures.
The umpire doing a bit of tidying up as he picks up a bit of rubbish that's been blown from somewhere onto the pitch. Well done there to Zahid. Well, he's gone, and well, I think you've got to try and create something out of this, and I think Joti probably wanted to go for that scoop again, but he goes right across. Good bowling here. Just says, okay, you want to go there, try and hit this. He does try.
He yorks himself. I mean, I don't mind the approach at all. But you see, one thing is he did go very early.
He goes through his legs.
Yeah, goes straight through the 5-hole, as they say in ice hockey. So, he played a few nice shots in there, Joti. I'm sure he'll want to have his wicket-keeping gloves do the talking. Now, finally, we have a dismissal that Soleri doesn't have a hand in. As Joti goes for 15, the score is 94 for 5. 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, well bowled there by Islam Ali. Just getting the ball right up there in the block. That's what you've got to do.
I'll say hello to Charlie Hunt, who's in the chat. He said, yeah, he didn't know. He said he never knows what to do. Protect yourself or the equipment. And the answer is, Charlie, always protect the equipment. Because you'll heal the equipment. This can be harder to fix.
I disagree.
All right, here's the next one.
I'm not following that approach, sorry. But this time the bowler, well, he doesn't protect his equipment too well. Gets a ricochet and then take the single. He can hit the equipment. The equipment can be replaced. What do you mean? You've replaced yours a few times, haven't you?
Only the cheaper stuff. If my laptop goes, that's me. I'm retiring. You'll see me on an island in the Caribbean. I'll be watching from far away. So 95, 2 balls to go. Causa Ahmed, can he get one out of the building? He won't reach this. I wonder if it's going to be a wide. I think it is.
Yeah, wide ball. I think the keeper's pretty well here to smother this.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to go through his legs and onto the helmet.
Yeah,
Look, he's standing. That helmet is behind him. It's not where it should be. Look, it's to one side. Why has it been put there, I wonder?
Just, it's like
That's
taking
dangerous.
centre. Sometimes you're a bit wrong. All right, 96, still 2 to come. And this one goes leg side. Fielder, well, he's kind of not sure what to do. And in the end, they didn't run the first one hard. They'll only get a single. Needed to get 2 there, I think. Well, I think that Causa Ahmed was ball watching. So was the fielder. He didn't know whether to come in and try and catch or to back off. In the end, he's a bit lucky. It's only
he
a
did
single.
very well. That's the sort that because you don't make your mind up quickly, you get through you. But he does well in the end. Keeps it to 1.
Miss Sen, last ball, gets nothing. And ends up protecting his wicket. Mustafa, make sure there's no run. So they do keep under the 100 in the end. Stockholm Tigers, they're going to be 97 for 5. Very interesting chase coming up. They've got, what's that, another 26 runs to play with. Certainly, Mashta looked very dominant in that first batting innings. But yeah, it's bit more scoreboard pressure. Not quite the psychological advantage of the 3 figures, but still almost all the way there. And Mashta, they'll be hoping for a win here. If they do that, I think they go to the top of the table. So a big prize on the line for now anyway, as we look at the highlights for the first innings of match 30. And early on, we saw Soleri, who was pretty important, wasn't he? We saw a couple of nice strikes, but you see, that man just couldn't keep him out of the game.
Yeah, he just, that ball followed him around, and he made sure that every time he did, that he got it safely in his hands. There were some good shots early on, but really, it was all about one man. He just, this time we couldn't even get him in focus, and when we did, it was that man. It was Atta. We didn't expect him to be taking the catch, but he's now got his confidence high. He's bowled well, but I was saying before the start of the innings that he has had issues with the ball going up in the air, but he's put that right. Well, we saw nice shots then, a good little partnership once more against Saka, made 16 of 9, and that was the no ball, so don't worry about that. That was a bye. Saka played some nice shots and along the offside. But once again, he just goes short. He gets into the teams and gets himself out. He's somebody that can go all the way. Well, that nearly knocked out the captain, and that's the captain saving the captain. There's the Saka again. That's the replay, a lovely shot. I mean, that was beautiful, but he played I don't know if we got it, a cover drive. No, we haven't got the cover drive, but we got how he was out. He absolutely nails this, and well, Soleri takes a great call and bold. But the captain was still there. He was hitting them well. They made 26 of 17, including 2 4s and 2 6s. And then, well, this one gets chipped up in the air, and Soleri makes no mistakes. And when he went, they needed things still to happen. They needed runs still to float. Well, that would have helped. That was 4 buys, and the captain says, it wasn't to be. Misses it, misses the stump. This was a nice shot from Joti, and this is the one that comes into us. Vinny has chipped. There you go. Watch the chip on the fingernail. That's where he done it. And he deflected away from me. And Vinny has got the war wound to show for it. And this is another one. So Joti did start to get it straight, but then he walks all around this one. And the bowler, this time Ali, says, how about that? Take that. And they couldn't get, I think that was the disappointing end, really. They couldn't get the runs they needed to get into the 100 mark. Only getting 4 off that last over. 7 would have taken them to 100. I still do believe that they'll be disappointed they didn't do that. I think it just makes a complete different mindset of the game if you're able to. Scorecard, Imtiaz comes into this match but doesn't come into it with his form. Hussain, he's not had a good day with the bat. The captain, he's always seems to produce 26 of 17. A good partnership with Shurav Saka, who batted really well as well, 16 for 9. And then really Ahmed, I'm still surprised he came so low. He was 10 not out in this one. I think you've got to open with him. He opens, and the likes of Imtiaz, Hussain and Ahmed and Saka work around him, because I think he can still go on to give you 30, 40 runs in the innings if you do that. And Joti, he did hit a few shots finally in the end. He played and missed at a few as well, but hit some key boundaries to get them into the 90s. They finished on 97 for 5, didn't quite get to the 100. Just have a look at the bowling figures there again. Sher Ali, wicketless but always tidy. 2 men that was pretty expensive, Raza and Soleri, but Soleri did pick up 2 wickets. Raja picked up the 1, and then a wicket also for Atta and Ali. So the Ali bowler wicket was Sher Ali once more, but he different approach from me this time. He relied more on the slower deliveries with no pace on, and the batters just couldn't get after him. So in general, I think a pretty good performance, good in the field as well. The win probability has this pretty much even Stevens, 58% to 42%. But remember, the bat versus ball wall did have the Tigers' favourite to win this one. They thought that it was going to be I think if my memory serves me right, a sort of 88 to 82 sort of match. Well, it's gone beyond that. But the Tigers have got the runs on the board, so maybe the bat versus ball wall was going to be correct. Quick look at the summary. So once again, well batted again to the captain once more. Farooq Ahmed, 26, well supported by Saka and Joti at the end there. Though he did use up a few deliveries, he did manage to get on the ball, bat onto ball for a couple and get 15 runs. Bowling wise, Soleri, 2 for 24. And a wicket apiece for Ali and Atta. Atta, I think, just shows good pace, but sometimes just gets his line a little bit wrong. So 98 required for victory. Master going to do the double, or are the Tigers as expected by the bat versus ball wall going to pick up this win? Will join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 30. Out to the sunshine in Sweden, in Stockholm. There's Northborough Cricket Ground, so you get ready for what promises to be an exciting chase. And the Stockholm Tigers, in the second match between these two, this time around they've gone a bit better, 97 for 5 in their 10 overs. So Master needing 98 for victory. There's no change from their openers. Looks like they're going to go with Wakas Hader, who batted beautifully in the first match, scoring 42 not out of just 14 deliveries. So watch out for him. He only bats one way, and he likes to hit big maximos. He definitely is a master blaster. And he's partnered by a man who doesn't like to be undone either. Sher Ali, both of these, if they get going, they can race to this target pretty quickly. And I think the Stockholm Tigers know they need to try and get them out pretty quickly. Looks like they're going to go with the same attack, which didn't quite work for them first time round. Zafarullah, his first over, went for 17. So, but let's see if he's going to be a bit more successful. It's a similar field, but no slip this time. But they've got that offside really packed. So once again, just 2 men on the leg side. Just hunting around for the men outside the 30-yard circle. 2 are allowed, and that will be a very wide third man, and the man who's covering the offside plays it into the ground, and one of those, it's almost like a line of 6 players comes in and keeps that to a dot ball. That's a good delivery. I think Hyder was expecting this to be another one that was wide, but it ends up being a lot closer to him, and it gets a bit of bat onto it, bat onto bad. So much better start from the Tigers and Zafarullah. This goes up in the air. How far does it go? It amazingly goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Well, the man is back on the boundary, but even he can do nothing about this. It's a big swing, and as they say, if you're going to swing, swing hard. And he does swing hard, and goes all the way over the ropes. 6 runs, certainly not what Hader was looking for it, but he does give it the full swing of the bat. He doesn't leave anything behind, and that's why he gets the maximo there. This one's been played along the ground, and he's not able to get it through. One of many out on the offside. That's the important thing, isn't it, for Ulla? Just got to stick to his line. Doesn't want to get flustered by the batting style of Wakas Hader. Up in the air, this could be the opportunity, big moment. And it's taken, and they've broken the partnership that they needed to break. And that is a huge moment, and it's that man there, Hussain, who takes the catch. Arif Hussain. Well, he's the Soleri of Master Hussain. Anything that comes his way, he is not going to drop him. And he takes a really good catch, and what an important catch that is. So they get the breakthrough. Wakas Hader, who they could not get out in match number 1, and he went on to punish them 42 for 14. He has been dismissed, and he goes for 6 this time off the 4 deliveries that he's faced. Hussain taking the catch, and Ulla, oh, he gets his revenge. And looks like we're seeing another Ulla that's coming out. Bit of a surprise. Goes for Awim. So Awim Ulla comes in as the number 3 batter. Looks very similar in stature to Sher Ali. So I get the feeling that he's here to capitalise on the remaining deliveries to come in the power play. Let's see how he goes about things. Ulla to Ulla. Plays it out on the offside, no run, and they're like a a pride of lions. Every time that kookaburra comes near it, they all pounce. It's not giving away any run on the offside. That's the end of the first over. It's a good one for the Tigers. 6 for 1. And the wicket they've got is that of Wakas Hader, who was a man that dominated with the bat in the first match. They know the job is not done though. They still know that the man who's on strike here now, Sher Ali, he would love the opportunity for all the headlines to be about him. Just getting his hair adjusted inside that helmet. Has a look around at the field. Oh, goes for the big shot straight away. Looking to hit this straight down the ground. Dot ball, first up. Ashraful Alam is the bowler. Just sense some nervous energy out there at the moment. Coming across from the bench of Master and the two batters. Short, and this has been absolutely cracked. That's like a laser beam. That's gone like a bullet. Nobody is stopping this. What a cracking shot this is. And the fielder is not that far from that at all. And just a few meters away, but that's gone past him. And he can do nothing about it. 4 runs. And this time he goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. And that has gone the other side of the fence. What a big shot this is. He just leans into this, gets down on one knee and puts it away. And he says, hello, Shakavi Maradamedi photo wicket. What a lovely shot that is. And very powerful. Well, he's just checking his trousers there. Well, does he go on one knee and does he put a hole in his trousers? Well, I can imagine what's happened here. And he's probably thinking, I've got a bit of air conditioning now. Look, he gets a stretch and goes, zip, rip. Hole in the trousers. And then as he's walking around, he's saying, I can feel a draft. Where's that draft coming from? Well, there's Fletcher. And now he's doing a bit of ball hunting. And, where did it go, Fletch? To your right. To your right. No, back a bit. Back a bit. Just about there. Somewhere there. Poor Fletcher. He's got it. There you go. There's our man Fletch. I think in the meantime, we may have a... Well, Fletch has found it. Oh, well, he doesn't know if it's that one. It could be many a ball out there. Doesn't know if that's the match ball or not. Fletch is probably looking at it and saying, nah, this one looks far too old to be the match ball. But that one, you might have a few snails on it, which is quite fitting because it is National Escargot Day. What's that, you may ask? Well, it's French for edible snails. Do you like your snails? Well, I don't mind my snails. I know that in Spain, you get plenty of tasty paellas with snails in them. And this one gets through. Yeah, snails. They're believed to be the first animal that was farmed by man. And they are, well, I think they're excellent. Very high in protein. They're tasty and low in fat as well. Well, there you go. Fletch, keep those snails. We'll have them for a tasty snack later. Alarm comes back in again. Short has been hit hard and nobody's going to stop this. There's 4 more runs. You've only got 2 fielders out on the leg side, so you can't afford to pitch the ball short. If you do, the chances of it going to any of those 2 fielders is pretty slim. So 4 more runs. And umpire Rashid doing the signalling. Sher Ali up and running, and he'll be looking to finish well. Alarm will have other ideas. Can he get the big hitting Sher Ali, the lion? Does get the full shot, but all Ali will do is get the single, and that will be the end of the over. And he will go back on strike. 21 for 1 after 2 overs. So the first over going very much in the way of the Tigers. The second one, it goes in the way of Master. And a good time to welcome back Vinny Sandhu as we have a look at the tables.
Yep, so Master, that was a real net run rate booster they got first up here against the Tigers. So you can see they'll be comfortably top of the table if they can win this. But yeah, a lot of work still to do. Hyder, he's a big wicket, wasn't he, to go for just 6. And I think you nailed it when you said Arif Hussain. He's kind of the Solari in the field of the Tigers. Seems to get a lot of the ball. Seems to do a pretty good job most of the time. Sher Ali, though, he really loves to bash it. He is 15 off 6. He's been joined by Wim Ulla. Still some good batting to come. Solari himself, I mean, a bit surprised we haven't seen him at number 3. He's actually a decent opening option if Hyder or Sher Ali aren't available. But yeah, we are going to go last over of the power play. And we've talked a bit about third overs over the last couple of days, how there's a little bit of a spike in wicket frequency in the third. I'm sure the Tigers would love to get rid of Sher Ali. And it is going to be Zafarullah coming back to bowl.
Yeah, I mean, the ball was given to Fidusa. I said Fidusa, but then there was a late change and they decided that Ulla should have it. Starts well.
Yeah, that angle across. Just doing Sherry there. A bit of a nothing shot. He would have been upset, I think, if he skies that one. Lucky to get away with it.
Yeah, he just totally loses his shape, doesn't he? I mean, the head was gone. You saw from the way the shot ends up. Batting one hand, he loses.
This time he doesn't miss out. This one is an absolute laser beam out of the ground. That was almost 6 on 2 grounds, Rico, because that's gone a long way. Maximal. Cher moves into the 20s with a thump.
Yeah, well, watch out if you're a spectator or if you're fielding on the boundary as we see some cricket being played on the other pitch, because, well, there's going to be a few coming your way from Sher Ali. That's gone a long way, Vinny. That's a big hit.
Yeah, you see, I think it's Hammerby warming up on the other pitch. We'll see them this afternoon. Yeah, the difference there, I think, is a little bit shorter. He plays that one on length, and that's probably what he was trying to do the ball before, but it just wasn't short enough to play that shot. That one was absolutely pounded. Now, he thinks about it and pulls out. He's definitely looking for that shot. And Sher Ali just got an issue with his helmet.
You know what the issue is? It's his hair. You know he likes to have his hair tied up in a little bun at the back when he's doing the bowling, but it's all over the place here. And I think, yes, he's going to play that shot. The hair's just come loose, and it comes in his way. And now he just looks like he's having some assistance from the umpire.
In his eye maybe as well, I don't know. It's not really a problem I had with the excess hair for most of my career.
You had excess hair?
I said it's not really a problem I had.
Oh, right. Okay, not really. I'm pretty sure you probably did have long hair at one point,
in high school, but at the end I had it kind of flowing. But yeah, those days are long gone. It's a burden I don't need to deal with. Saves me time in the morning, not having to do my hair. Anyway, Zafarullah, what's his approach here to Sher Ali? Goes length again. This is hit hard. This is another 6. Maximal. At the moment, he's dealing in half dozens, and Cher picks this up off a length and deposits it over long on. 6 more.
Cracking shot. It's a completely different batter, isn't he? When he just stands straight, doesn't try and put too much effort into it, it's upright, hits it clean, keeps himself nice and straight. He just looks invincible. He doesn't, the power he has in his timing, he doesn't need to try and hit the ball so hard. He's got to keep his shape.
He's on the walk this time. He's going to get lucky, and this will take some stopping. That's a really good piece of fielding down there. I think that's Rahman. Keeps it to 1. Gets Sher Ali to the other end. I thought this was going to fly away to the boundary first up, but he judges that and even accounts for a bit of the spin there.
Yeah, that's well, Rahman.
Liam Day just asking about Sher Ali. Was he playing for Sweden? And yes, he was in the ECC back last year. This one's pitched up. Ulla hasn't had too much to do so far. It'll be the end of the power play. Pretty good one. 34 for 1 for Mashta. Certainly with Sher Ali there, I think you'd be pretty confident that they could get there. Yeah, the thing about Sher Ali, he will throw the bat, and this is how he batted in ECC. Probably didn't quite get the results that he wanted when the bowling stepped up a bit, but certainly on his day, he is very, very powerful, and he's a could kind of have batting for you in the power play because doesn't mind going aerial. And yeah, that championship last year was won by England. I think Raj is asking that in the chat. They beat Belgium. Belgium were the real surprise packets. England were actually beaten by Belgium. Also, they were beaten by Italy along the way. We saw quite a few upsets in amongst it. We saw Portugal beating the Netherlands after the Portuguese guys didn't even look like winning a game. And then
they just clicked, didn't they?
It just showed us you never know.
That magnificent run.
You never know what you're going to expect in an ECN day, as we're going to see another change of bowling. And this time, you're going to see Hazif Fodoush, who didn't play the first game, was 12th man. He's a kind of Andy Bickle kind of character. He's famous in Australia for being 12th man more times than any other player. So Hazif gets his chance here. Not a bad ball to start up.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw him, he picked up 2 wickets. In fact, he bowled really well. I think it was 2 for 2. So, giving him a shot now.
I think they were thinking about bowling him in the third, but I think they just preferred a bit more protection. This one, someone's eventually going to feel that.
Yeah, I still think here, I mean, I'm going to go back to what I like to say. I mean, before, while this game is too evenly balanced, I mean, it's about 9.5 required per over. You've got to go with something different. Maybe try the spin, maybe Rahman, try him again.
This one wide and a bit too wide.
Yeah, it puts the extra effort ball in here. But yeah, I mean, you're focusing and trying to really get to Sher Ali out. And how do you get him out? Or is spin going to do the trick? You just want, you know, he's going to go, he's going to attack. Whatever happens, he's not going to hold back. He's not going to try and pace the innings. Yeah. Maybe the spin will just get the full shot from him.
Yeah, a chance just to disrupt his rhythm a bit. This one's hit to cover. They won't take a run there. That's Farooq Ahmed, the captain, that does the fielding. It's been okay so far from Fadoush. Very interesting if they were to lose Sher Ali about now. I think as long as he's there, they'll be very happy where they are in the game. This one, so full, it's missing the leg stump. I don't think this is a no ball because of where it hits him. I think the line isn't that close. But look, it hits him probably just above the pad in a really annoying area because I don't think that's hit the thigh pad either. So I think that one's probably, the evidence is there that it was below the waist.
Yeah, only just.
Put it this way, if it was a boxing fight and you said that would be a below the belt punch.
Aren't you the one who says you like to see him called?
Yeah, but I mean, that one, you can actually see what height it was because there's a big bruise.
Got it.
Now this time there's going to be a wicket because this is a bit wider, and so Fadoush had to wait a bit of time to get into the action. Well, he softened him up, didn't he? Gave him a dead leg, and now he's going to have to hobble off. And so Ullah couldn't impact the scoreboard while he was out there. He goes for a duck, and it's 36 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he goes for a duck or 5 deliveries. So I don't think that's a bad result, really, for Master. They've got other batting we know to come. Gets the faintest of touches, and Jyoti makes no mistake, and he was absolutely pumped. Look at him there. He's still going. Fadoush, well, we've run out of time to stay on him, but he loved that wicket. And fair play. I mean, like you said, he does sort of sometimes spend his time doing 12th man duty, so when he gets his chance out there, he wants to make the most of it. Yeah. And here we go. It's nice to see it again. Look at this. Yes, gotcha. There's more yet. Yes, there's one more as well. Shows the other one. Yeah, 3. He says.
Yeah, 3 air punches. I like to see that kind of sustained excitement from the bowler. 36 for 2. And here is Hamid Saleri. He's having a good day. The one thing he hasn't had to do yet is bat. And he's coming to the crease at a crucial time. Okay, does still have Sher Ali there. I think that's a big factor. That's Saleri. You know, when he got his opportunity at the top of the order last year, certainly took it. I do think, you know, with Wakas Haider and Sher Ali there, they are obviously the combination you're probably going to go with. I like him at 3 normally. Here he is batting 4. He's not doing anything just yet.
He just balls away there at the last moment. Not sure why that was.
So, Fadoush, he'd love to get rid of Saleri, who can hurt you if he sticks around. But he misses out on this one. Pretty good over. Only 2 runs off it as well, Rico.
Very good over.
So, yeah, a single and a wide. And And that is 4 overs down. The score is 36 for 2. And once again, want to offer a warm welcome to everyone that might be watching on FanCode in India, or maybe you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company. And yeah, this afternoon we've got more cricket on the way. Don't forget, we've got Hammarby who are here. And look, they're a team that have just kind of been inconsistent so far. That's probably the word that I'd use for them. And of course, we've got Umeå, and they are a team that always seem to offer close matches, and they never seem to win them. Yeah. They're now like 1-9 on ECN. They've lost to Baltimore. They've lost a lot by single digits, and they lost twice to SMA yesterday.
They need to bounce back, don't they? I mean, I think if they don't want to be finishing today without any points on the board, because it probably could mean that we won't see them in the quarterfinals.
But they've got the potential. That's the thing. They've got the potential. I mean, they're rarely blown away. And Hammarby, they looked a bit. What's the word?
Hammarby, as you said yesterday, they like to warm up before they perform. So
well, maybe Umeå know that, and maybe they can sense an opportunity to get one on them first up in match 31. Right here, we're going to start with Kauser Ahmed, who gets this one inside the wide line pretty comfortably. One thing about Sher Ali's batting is does tend to keep the feet outside the leg stump, and he finds it hard to reach those kind of deliveries. Didn't really have an answer to it. Yeah. So that could be a little tactic just to maybe tie him down and maybe force a false shot from him. And the Tigers still favourites according to the win probability meter, but you might have to look at that shot and then reassess, because that's gone miles. That's gone into another solar system. Maximal Sher Ali moves into the 30s. He says, well, this is why I do what I do. He just wanders down the pitch and launches this one into the sky.
Well, that's a Bizaway supersonic 6, and this one has disappeared into the jungle behind us, and that one may not be coming back. That is big. That is huge. And, well, watch out if there's any moose in there, because there's a kookaburra that's coming your way. What a big shot that is.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't rock in and bowl that kind of length to Sher Ali.
Footwork was epic, though, wasn't it?
And the difference here, this ball's just straight. It's closer to him. The first one was in the offside channel. And, yeah, well, that is that the kookaburra flying away? Because that's gone a mile. What is that?
What that is.
Is that a UFO?
What is that?
Is that a UFO?
What is that?
What? Okay.
Is that a kite? It's got to be a kite or something. Where is that?
That's over there. What is that? Let's have another look at that in a second. Oh, someone.
That's a bit
someone
spooky.
Call the FBI.
Like it's somebody's necklace.
What was that? I'm going to have a look at that again in a second. All right, this is turned away. There's no flying leg. This could be trouble. I think it was off the leg. Jyoti, he's going to go.
No, off the bat.
Yeah, it's off the leg. No, I thought it was off the leg. And, his legs are kegs. Look at that, straight off the thigh pad. Must be a good thigh pad. And Jyoti, not often you have to do this as a keeper. He'll be puffing after this. And he gives it everything. And,
I want to see what this thing is. It looked like somebody's. See, like somebody's neck.
Balloons? And it's got like a...
It's got the old
that's
cross
so
on it. Well, that is... Yeah, that is... Yeah, it is a balloon with which looks like a necklace with the cross on it. Well, that is really weird.
That is...
I've seen some things in the sky.
Unexplainable. Yeah. So...
Can you imagine if the wind blows it this way and it starts to descend on the ground?
That might be... how we're getting to Prague next week. That's with the budget cuts. we'll be going by a few helium balloons. Oh, Helix has the answer as usual. Charlie saying it's a great spot. As this one is going to be dragged for a single to mid wicket. Well, Helix says it's a rosary balloon. Well, that did seem like it had the cross at the bottom.
Yeah.
So, but I've never heard of a rosary balloon, though. Maybe give us some more information, Helix. Again, our viewers, it seems like they know everything.
Best of the best.
Somebody will know something about everything. I mean, are they meant to be launched? That's the question. Or is it the fact that it's gotten away or something? Mashed up pretty quickly, turning the win predictor in their favour. And this one is going to be touch and go, but it will get over the field up. Maximal. Farouk Ahmed, I think he feels like he could have got this one, but it just escapes his grasp. And Soleri gets in on the action. And what a way for him to get off the mark.
It's It's a big difference. I mean, it's 6 runs, but there's a huge difference in power, isn't there, between
Yeah.
Soleri and Sher Ali. Ali's ones are ending up in the other field behind us and into the woods. And Soleri he does enough. He just gets it over. It is a maximum 6 runs, so that's a good way for him to get off the mark. He takes 2 balls to do so, but he does it in emphatic fashion. So he's just saying to Sher Ali, not just you, they can hit the 6s.
Oh, what a shot.
Oh, this is
That's
class.
unbelievable. And he's gone and fetched that. I think that's gone for 6.
No, 4.
And,
4.
Is
It's
it
4
4?
runs. Yeah, it's 4 runs.
I mean, he's actually just gone with it anyway and swung kind of blindly. He's got no right to hit this. Where's this bounce? Look, it's going. Yeah, you're right, it's 4. I mean, to go through with that, he's in no position to play it. That's one of the best shots I've ever seen.
It's an amazing shot. It really is. I mean, the thing about it is he gets himself in position early, doesn't he? Gets himself in position, and he says, there you go. He gets a nice bounce, and he's just able to dispatch it. And, of course, he knows there's nobody there. So, well, Soleri, he's up and running now. And he's got a 6 and a 4, and he's certainly hungry for more. He wants to make the most of his opportunity. Sher Ali, though, he's a man they need to see the back of pretty quickly, 36 or 17. That shot.
Look, what made that so amazing is that he didn't just hang the bat and hope to kind of deflect it. He actually slaps it.
Yeah.
Like he slaps it back towards himself. He's actually swinging the bat kind of almost at his face. And so to kind of get the bat wrapped around the wrong side of the ball and to hit it backwards, I mean, that's just quite an incredible piece of batsmanship. And I don't ever think I've seen it shot quite like it. So 57 for 2. If you see enough cricket, you'll see pretty much everything.
That's a super shot. Beautifully played. And they are now going for spin. And Rahman who's going to come on to bowl. And he's, I think you've got to take that gamble here. The target is 98. The rate is going lower, over by over. So you can't hold him back too long. This is, I think, the over. This is the one where it can go all wrong for the Tigers, or it can go all right. It's Ali.
Yeah.
This is the wicket they need. Ali will attack.
Got to
sure.
do it. They probably should have brought him on over or 2 ago. Rahman pushes the first one outside the off stump.
Wide ball. It doesn't need to be. I don't think it needs to be trying to bowl the pace. It needs to take the pace off.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. This will be really interesting, this contest. Yeah, see, already pace off. It's getting Sher Ali to check himself. Sneaks that one through to the keeper.
Yeah, this big moment, this for Jyoti as well. He knows that he's going to be in the game here.
Oh, this time half a jump from Jyoti. Good bowling by Shahnawaz Rahman.
Was the sound, but I think that was probably the sound of the ball going into the gloves more than anything else.
Let's see if this forces him into his shell to be a bit more conservative or if it has the opposite effect and he goes hyper-aggressive. He just does the same thing again. This time he cuts. Should be cut off. And, yeah, making light work of it. The good thing about Sher Ali is he's just walked that. He's taken a long time. And they could have got 3 there probably.
Have a look at this. Oh, well, I don't know about this. I mean, he goes down here and then he's rolling around and he throws this on the ground. And yeah, quite easily they could have carried on running there.
Well, okay. Here's the next ball, by the way. I'll give you a replay of this in a sec.
So there he was ready to go.
He just knocks this into the offside. This is the next ball, which is just deflected down for 1. Yeah, but I often say sometimes an early throw is better than a good throw, but I think there's an extreme version you saw there. We just threw and it went to no one. This is swept away, and nice fielding, getting the body down, even though it wasn't quite into the middle of the hand. Zafarullah. So yeah, for me, still, I mean, these two, if you pick them up pretty quickly, suddenly I think the game changes and probably favouritism back to the Tigers. As it is, with this partnership improving, it does look like Mashta in a pretty formidable position. This is a really good shot. Little bit short. Great footwork as he gets outside the off stump. And once again, he elevates over the leg side. Maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, just look. He moves early, gets into position early, and the ball ends up being exactly where he's expected it. And he just, he absolutely muscles this over the boundary. Big hit. It's another 6. He likes to deal in 6s. He's on 43. And 43, 5 6s and 2 4s.
Yeah, end of the over. So 66 for 2 off 6. Just 8s required from here. 32 required off 24 balls. And you can see that they weren't tracking that well around over number 4. They just fallen behind according to the win probability supercomputers. But obviously, particularly Cher Ali, having a pretty significant effect on their chances of winning. And now they are heavy favourites. We're going to see Saka bowling. So they're sticking with spin. Again, you saw from that last ball from Rahman, not a huge margin of error. Soleri faces up, and he's happy to just knock it for a single. That's smart batting, I think. Hamid Soleri's a smart cricketer.
Yeah, but no single.
Hold on
There's
a second.
twice they haven't taken.
Well,
There's 2 occasions he played that shot, and Ali's not backing up.
That's poor running, to be honest.
Yeah,
I know
he's not taking the...
Well, he had his gloves off.
Why would you think there would be all the slower bowlers? We saw Rahman doing it, we seen Saka. Why do you think they're becoming round the wicket?
Well, that's why, because it's going to be a wicket. Soleri cuts straight to point. The catch is taken. And, yeah, I mean, I think it's because they're trying to get that kind of the angle across and maybe beat the outside edge. This one's off the outside half of the bat. It's runs Imtiaz that takes the catch at backward point. You see, it's more of a seam-up delivery, more of a slow-medium pacer from Saka. So Soleri, he'll be kicking himself. Yeah. He goes for 11. It'll go no further. The score is 66 for 3. Look, they should have taken that single first ball. I think literally, Cher Ali, he wasn't ready to run. He had his gloves off and he wasn't really in a position.
Yeah.
And so
you're absolutely right. He's going to be very disappointed because 2 occasions, you mentioned in the previous over, he just plays the ball down to third man and Cher Ali doesn't run, doesn't back up. The same thing happens there. He doesn't need to be on strike. And I think when you know that you've got a batter at the other end that is not taking the singles, it makes you play shots that you wouldn't normally play. And maybe, I mean, that he then decides he's got to crack this one, hits it straight to the fielder, where if they're running, we would have played the same shot again and take the single. Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's not a bad shot. I mean, the issue is the placement. Goes straight to the field and offers an opportunity. But, I mean, that shot was on. But it does bring the captain to the crease, Shahid Mustafa. And he's a very important player, of course, for Matchstar. Also their wicket keeper. And so it is Saka that gets the wicket. And like I say, well, he said they need to get Soleri and Cher Ali. Well, there's one of them. Probably add Mustafa to that mix as well. Yeah, Mustafa. He's unselfishly giving others a chance before him.
Well, there's a gift. This is pretty high. Have to see how high. I mean, this is borderline. It does go down a bit, I suppose, and advances slightly. It's one of those that you could go either way. Remember, the height ones are for full deliveries now. They're waist high or above, but that is for the batter at the crease. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with that one, Saka. As for Mustafa, he's a bit lucky. They didn't hit it straight down the throat of a fielder. Now we see another uppercut, but this time it will get over the field. So Cher Ali, he, I suppose, gets it over the field because his shot is similar to what undid Soleri, who went flat up. This time a conscious effort to elevate, and he gets another boundary.
Yeah, it just deals in boundaries, doesn't he? Not the best. Well, just saying, it wasn't the best of looks from the bowler, but he sorts his trousers out now. That's better.
Yeah, he just likes to feel the breeze on his calves, Saka. Better ball. This time it's not obvious whether to go forward or back, so he just nurdles it round for 1. Cher Ali, at the moment, potentially match-winning innings. He moves to 48. Last ball of the over coming up. Let's see what Shahid Mustafa's approach is. Goes back. Cher Ali not going anywhere. Well, so that'll be the end of the over. The score is 72 for 3.
A lot of harja, but Cher Ali, he's going nowhere. He's staying put. He wants to be on strike. And 76.
And so this is what's coming up this afternoon. It's Umyo who are taking on Hammarby. Both these teams have 2 losses. Hammarby with 2 wins. They've split both their series. And Umyo, I mentioned how they're always in the close matches, but always seem to be getting the rough end of the stick. News from the toss is that Hammarby, they've won the toss. They'll bat first, so Umyo are going to have to chase in that one. Watch out for that match. Match 31 starting in half an hour's time. It's the third of 4 matches today on a Super Tuesday of ECN action.
No, assez Foudush. is going to come back into the attack. He had a excitable first over, and he took a wicket. Only 2 runs came off it. And got a wicket as well, so this is probably, I don't know, coming up to sort of a last throw of the dice. Sher Ali will want to go after him. Let's see how this pans out.
Wow, false shot. He'll get a single. He'll move to 49. Yeah, you've got to have a super duper over here. Probably you don't want more than 6 off this. Again, it's who's batting. That's the issue. I mean, Sher Ali has been so good. Going better than 2 a ball at the moment. You feel like he can take the game away from you and just 2 or 3 sharp blows. Mustafa won't reach this one. This will be a wide. Probably not something you can afford as well. You're running out of runs. I want to say hello to Helix. I want to say hello to the man in the chat. And anyone else. It's a great opportunity. Maybe we'll do a lurker shout out. Just last 3 overs of this game. If you are lurking, if you don't normally get involved in the chat, then I'll ask you to send a message and say hello in the YouTube live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Let us know where you're watching from so I can say hi. As Mustafa gets fresh air on this one. It's always interesting, isn't it, Rico, to see who's lurking in the background.
Love it,
no shame in it.
Yeah, who's lurking. And I'm always interested to know where the lurkers are from.
Yeah.
All parts of the world that tune in here. And maybe the lurkers tell us if they've ever had snails. You know that it's National Escargot Day.
Escargot,
you were
yeah.
around when you heard, so, which means, of course, it's French for edible snails.
This one is going to be blasted over cover. It's 4 to Mustafa. Well, he had one that he couldn't reach. This one he can. He kind of throws the hands at it. Wide half volley. And nobody back at deep cover. 4 Carreras, the captain, with a nice shot.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. He's eyes up that gap. He knows all he's got to do is hit it clean over that inner fielder. And he gets it spot on. They're making a slight adjustment now to the field here. They're stuck with this attacking field on the offside. Inviting him to do it again.
This time, pulls the length back a bit. Just losing his shape, Mustafa. So, bit of a mixed bag so far this over from Azir Fadoush. I can see that Robin, he's lurking. He's saying hello. Also, I want to say hello to Gokul Sineverson, who's watching from the south of the country. Hello to you as well. Anyone else that wants to shout out, please just pop in the chat right now. And I want to acknowledge and thank you for watching on this one. I'm watching this one bounce off the fence because this is really smacked by Mustafa. And once again, you see that's a good line, but I think that length just allows Mustafa to get a good look at that ball and how high it bounces. And this will be a really good shot of it. Bang. That is right out of the middle of the bat. And that one almost went through the fence, Rico.
That is a cracking shot. It really is. And well done to our crew. Spring Productions are keeping up with that one because that went pretty quickly. You've seen 2 shots being played that part of the ground. Sher Ali played one. That was rapid. Well, that one was, well, contending with it as well. Powerful shots.
Last ball of the over. Pretty good one. Oh, this one bounced off the edge of the pitch and it almost could have bounced back to the bowler and run out Mustafa. That would have been something.
This curves back to the bowler.
End of the over.
Oh,
83
dear.
for 3. Have a look at this. So you think you're safe, but hold on. You forgot to. It's like in the Masters, you know, when you're on the green, you have to kind of get the lie of it to make sure it's going to break the way that you think it is.
That would have been. So you had snails. Remember, they are excellent in protein.
I've had snails in France.
Tasty, and they're low fat as well.
Nice with garlic. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't normally just eat them off the pavement. I normally go to a restaurant that specialises in them. I want to say hello to Scouse Rat, who's lurking in Scarbados in England. I like that.
Scarbados.
I like that. Oh, you know, I told you I love the Scousers. And also, I think we got a few other people who were just popping into the chat to say hi. It's great to have you with us. All right, well, 15 required off 12. And Sher Ali, at the moment, it's being upstaged by Mustafa, but no longer, as this is a really good catch behind point. I mean, Mustafa does get this up and about, and it was still climbing when it reaches the fielder, Raz Imtiaz, who plucks it out of the air. So the captain, he looked good for 10, but he'll have to walk back with still some work to do. There'll be a new batter facing up in the 9th over. It's 83 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, he goes for the shot to try and get it over that fielder. Look, he opens the face of the bat, but doesn't make clean enough contact What a good catch that is as well. He's leaping up in the air to take the catch, and then he's leaping with joy to take it. Could that be the decisive moment here? Because, well, the interesting thing here is the next batter, I mean, you've got it's Ajmal that goes out there. He's got to be thinking probably about giving the strike really here to Shirelli.
I mean, there is a window into contention for the Tigers, and I think it involves dotting up Ajmal Raza a few times. So the keeper's up to stumps, obviously, because it's a spinner. But the other thing is Sher Ali doesn't run quick. So I'd be trying to bring definitely a short mid wicket in, probably a cover reasonably tight, but it doesn't have to be too close because I don't think Sher Ali runs that fast. So they are bringing in the mid wicket. And then you're also trying to kind of tempt Ajmal Raza into going for a Hollywood shot. Sher Ali, he's been stuck on 49 for what seems like forever.
Been in the 40s a long time, hasn't he? So left-hander does the right thing, gets bat onto ball, gives the strike back to. This is the wicket they need. I still think they get this wicket here. I think the Tigers can.
Would you have had the long on and long off up maybe for Ajmal Raza first up? Or do you think that's too risky?
I think it's too risky first up. You got to know if that's the way he's going to play, and once you know that, yeah, you can start making that move.
I would have liked him to try and go over the top. I think that was your worst result if you're the Tigers in this situation. Because now, I mean, Sher Ali, the way he's going, he could just go bang bang and finish it before the end of this over. Sarkar's been good though, 2 for 7, and 2 big wickets as well. Sher Ali on 49.
He doesn't want to take the single. I disagree with that. Disagree with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's necessary. You're not batting with the tail ender, especially when it's potentially your half century. I'm definitely taking that run.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, look, you'll probably smack this one to Jupiter, and we'll be having.
I don't think you will.
We'll be having a laugh about it in a minute.
Seen this too many times.
He does go, but he might be gone. No, it's been
what's
misjudged.
He doing there? I think that's going to be a 4. I think it's going to be 4 runs. What has he done there? He's got to be on the line taking the catch. He commits. And, dear, there. That's the captain as well, Farooq Ahmed.
It's the funniest acknowledgement of a 50 I've ever seen. Yeah, he just misreads it off the bat. And in the end, he's a long way inside the boundary, isn't he? It was always carrying to him. And so, Sher Ali, maybe he's Nostradamus if he knew that was going to happen next, but he does get to his 50. I thought for sure he was going to be 49 and out, turning down his 50 and going next ball.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking was going to happen. And Farooq Ahmed, oh dear. If he'd only just stayed put on the line, he would have taken, well, at least he would have attempted the catch.
Yeah, I think he would have caught it too. And now, well, this is in the air. There's nobody back in the outfield. This is going to run away for 4 more. So, maybe he's a genius, Rico, because he turned down the run. He's gone 4-4. The first one, maybe a little bit lucky, but this time it's smart batting, although he doesn't hit it all the way, but he knows there's nobody back in that area. So just like that, they're pretty close to victory. They'll just need another 6 runs, so they can do it in one hit now. And this is what they feared, I think, when Sher Ali faced up.
Yeah.
Raza just getting the 1 off the only ball that he faced. Sarkar, he's probably got his own thoughts about this over. And now he will take a single off the last ball of the over. And despite the misfield, luckily, the captain's there to clean up. So 9 overs down, 93 for 4. And Sher Ali on strike. That's pretty relevant. And Sarkar, he pings the ball into the ground. He's frustrated.
Yeah.
So now what do you do to Sher Ali? Are you happy to put... Okay, my strategy, then you tell me what you think. I'd put the field back to him and hope that it's just a single. He's not the kind of guy that's going to push for 2, so I'm hoping he doesn't blast it for 6, obviously. But then if I do get Ajmal Raza on strike, then I'm crowding him. Yeah. I think I'm just gambling to try and get the dot balls to him.
That's one theory. The other one is that you be really attacking. You get everybody in around the ring, 2 people close, because you're saying to him, look, this is the field. You mishit it, you're out. Because when he hits it clean, he hits it clean. I mean, I don't think you're going to catch him in the outfield. I think he's given that 1 chance already. I don't think be another. I would rather just say, right, let's attack. Let's attack. Let's try and get this wicket.
Yeah, I think you can get the wicket by still having outfielders. I mean, let's see if he even takes a run. You know, if he hits it to the boundary, he may not take a run here. I like that they're going with spin here. Shanawaz Rahman, he's only got 5 to play with. And this one's hit down the ground, needs to be stopped. And that's a pretty good result because I don't think they're going to get back for 2. Oh, no. It's hit to the pitch and it will just be 1. Okay, now I think you got to put the squeeze on. I think you got to get 1 or 2 dots here. And even if you lose the game because Raza hits a boundary, so be it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's new to the crease. I think you got to think about what the batter wants. The batter just was so happy here to just sneak off and get a single. So make it hard for him. Make him do something he doesn't want to do. They don't have a mid-wicket in. That surprises me. In the circle, that is.
Yeah, Rahman also has to get his line right. He's bowling to the left-hander now. He hate to bowl a wide now. But, yeah, I think they've got a man come across. But, look, there's nobody there behind square.
Yeah. Or maybe they want to encourage him to try and hit across the line. And now he swings and misses. And, well, he thinks he might be out here. I think Jyoti likes it, and I think he's been given out. So just like that, Ajmal will go no further. It's smart keeping from Jyoti, who kind of stumped him going through the motions, but then he thinks, well, hold on. And then the umpire has a good look, and he still hasn't moved back. So if he's out there, he is out, and the umpire says, well, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And the keeper always has a really good view of those ones. Smart keeping. And I think maybe they're having another look at it.
Yeah, I think his foot is on the line. I don't think there's enough of it behind the line for me.
He looks to be gone. I mean, the
umpire
umpire
was
seemed
smart.
happy.
He would have moved his foot pretty quickly back. Just leaving it there just helps the umpire. Have a look there. Yeah. I don't think there's enough behind the line when the bells come off.
Yeah, and the thing is the umpire felt confident enough to give it on the field. So, yeah, it is going to stand. So, smart keeping by Jyoti. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, that's probably a good thing. But would you rather have a new batter out there or a batter who just missed a ball?
Yeah,
question.
Yeah, well, new batter coming out. See, the other thing here is now the pressure is all on the new batter. And the other thing is, Sher Ali is going to come up to the new batter and say, right, I need to get back on strike, which is fine. But he is, as we know, not the quickest of runners.
Yeah.
If the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper, who incidentally is also standing up, you're not going to be able to take a single. So the batter has to hit the ball, or he's got to get a bit of pad onto it to take it away from the keeper to try and get this run. But I certainly would here have more of an attacking field. I would have they've got 2 men on the boundary here on the offside. I'd have one of them in and just one patrolling.
So that replay, maybe it's a bit inconclusive, but here's the thing. The umpire is dead square with that, and he saw it, and he was happy to give it. So
4 from 4.
Yeah. Need to gamble on some more dot balls. Asif Lohan is the new batter. So, yeah, I think what Shanawaz Rahman is trying to do here is probably slide it across him, and they've kind of jammed that offside infield. Oh, he's going to be gone. Yeah, he's chopped on here. So another wicket. Sher Ali stranded at the other end at the moment. Suddenly, Shanawaz Rahman's on a hat-trick. Well, I thought the batter got lucky initially because he gets an inside edge, and that looked to be heading behind square for a single. But it's the stumps that intercepted the ball's path. It just knocks into that leg stump, and maybe a twist in the tail. The Tigers, well, surely they can't pull this one out of the fire. Right now, they're on a hat-trick, 97 for 6, and that makes it 4 in 3.
Yeah, well, this is now a nervous moment for a new batter to be coming out, and it's going to be Khan who's coming in, and just going to leave that out there as well for you viewers. Could we go to the golden ball here?
I didn't have the tingle for any of this innings. Now it's just come on quickly. I mean, if we do have a tied game at 97, we'll have a golden ball. 2 runs the batting team will need off an additional delivery. You see the timeline. The bowlers have been on fire in the golden balls lately, but we haven't actually had one since the 31st of March.
Sher Ali, how much is he regretting taking that single?
Sohail Khan is the man who is going to be facing up. Again, he just wants to push and get a single here. All right, let's see what Short Pants has got. He's on a hat-trick. And this is hit pretty well. In fact, this one could finish the game. The fielder isn't going to get there, and so Sohail Khan's a hero. He'll be able to come out, and no outfielder in that part of the ground, so we don't get our golden ball. It's Mashta who sweep this mini-series in a bit of a thriller, as it was a smart bit of batting. He gets across, some really good footwork from Sohail Khan. Well, if there was pressure, he wasn't feeling it. He was ice cold, as it will be Mashta that do it. A thrilling game, wasn't it? 98. they get there with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great game. Sher Ali bats all the way through the innings. 59 of 29 not out. And, well, yeah, Khan goes out and he plays it cool, doesn't he? He's not looking just to get bat onto ball and get the single to get Ali back on strike. He says, I can do it on my own. He plays a nice shot and, well, it goes down to a victory with just, just 2 balls to go, right? Yeah, 2 balls to go.
2 balls to
but
go.
It all goes back to that last over, doesn't it?
Not
that
yet.
last over only went for 4 runs. That was bowled by Islam Ali. And you knew then they just needed more runs. I said, didn't I? The 100. Get the 100 on the board. It could make all the difference. They weren't able to do that. But it went down to the wire. And for a moment, I was thinking Sher Ali would be kicking himself for taking a single at the beginning of that one.
Yeah, I mean, there were missed opportunities, weren't there? I mean, Hyder went 6 and out, so he was a big wicket to get. And Sher Ali was the main one that then took the chase and ran with it. 59 not out of 29 balls for him. 5 fours, 5 maximos. And tell you what, when he hits them, they go a long way. You'll see some opportunities towards the end where he could have gone. In 4 Fletch, that's the world's loneliest Easter egg hunt if ever I saw one. And he did bring it back to the ground, and when it did, it just kept disappearing. This was a period of the game where Sher Ali was really on fire and looked like they were going to do this with heaps of time to spare.
Yeah, I mean, he was. You're absolutely right. He was hitting these big. Now, this was, well, an area where he could have gone later on. This was the call behind. That was a big moment, and, well, he really liked his moment. Then that was Fadush saying, yep, and then a treble celebration. But this one went
that was
massive.
And then it was almost knocking the UFO out of the air. But here's the thing. I mean, that was a bit of a lucky one. They went for 4-leg buys, but they did have their chances to get rid of Sher Ali.
They did.
And Jyoti, you can't fault his effort. He's always giving 100%. As saw Soleri, well, he had his own version of it. That was still effective.
How about this shot?
This is probably the shot of the day for me. I mean, I don't even know why or how you try that, but Soleri just went for just a little smacked paddle. And meanwhile, Soleri would eventually fall after a single was turned down. So he got caught, and that was a nice catch taken by Raz Imtiaz. Wasn't the last catch that he'd take either. Mustafa came to the crease. He did his bit. I mean, Sher Ali, to be fair, he did the heavy lifting, but he did have some help with some little cameos at the other end. This was a really good shot from Mustafa, and ultimately he would go. Nice bit of athleticism from Imtiaz to get that one. Yeah, but towards the end, we'll probably see this one in a second.
This is the one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he should have caught it. I mean, it's bounced inside the line, and that could have really changed things. But still, we had a bit of a twist coming in the last over, as it was up to Rahman to try and hold things down. This one did get to the boundary. You thought, well, surely this is it. But Rahman, we almost pulled this one out of the fire. Good keeping by Jyoti to get the stumping. And very next ball, we saw another dismissal all the way down to the wire, Rico. But Sohail Khan, he would come at the fall of this wicket. Lon had to go. So, yeah, you thought with Sher Ali at the other end, could be a bit of tension, but at the moment had passed as quickly as it had come. It had gone. The ball had gone to the boundary, and that was it. They do it with 2 balls remaining. Mashed up, getting the 2 wins here on the Tuesday morning games.
Yeah, I mean, it was Sohail Khan that hit the winning runs, and it's quite interesting, isn't it? When you have a look, I was just wondering, I saw Sohail Khan come out there to have a bat, but we never saw him with the ball.
Yes,
it just goes to show that they use 1 or 2 of the other bowlers. And they said to Sohail, we're going to use you as the batter that's going to go out there and hit the winning runs for us. It wasn't a bad shot either, you know. It wasn't a bad delivery. I think Rahman bowled it just where you want him to, outside the off, because he's expecting the batter to just have a big swing at it. But Sohail, well, he goes back on the back foot, and he just, well, he gets the wrist involved and plays it down for 4 runs.
I'll come back to that in a second, but first we'll have a look at what's coming up in around about 10 minutes' time. We will be back, take you into the afternoon session, match 31. It's Umur. They'll be forced to field first because Hammarby, their skipper, Ahmed Munir, has decided after winning the toss that he wants to have a bat. Sensible decision if you ask me. And so, yeah, not too far away from a start. Just time for you to go grab perhaps a cup of coffee or something like that. But, yeah, just going back to that. I mean, Sohail Khan, what I liked about that last shot is it was pretty risk-averse. It wasn't a real risky shot. It wasn't a slog shot. If there was a fielder out there, then they would have gotten 1, which was a good result anyway. But in the end, he hit it so well. It did go to the boundary. And he was the hero in a sense, but Sher Ali, he did the heavy lifting, didn't he? 59 not out of 29 with 5 fours, 5 sixes. Little cameos from Soleri and Mustafa. See their strike rates still, well in excess of 100, so they certainly were pretty important in getting them across the line. Pretty disciplined stuff, just the 3 wides in the almost 10 overs, so you can't really fault the bowling too much. Some good performers in there, but just a couple of overs that got away from them. Ashraf Al once again going for 15. Of course, Ahmed went for 17 that over. They felt the full blast of Sher Ali. But the spinners doing the job. The spin twins at the end, Shahnawaz Rahman and Sharif Sarkar, they were really important. 2 wickets each, but that wasn't quite enough for them to pull off the defence.
Yeah, no, they tried everything. They tried their best. They introduced, I think they introduced a number of options, a number of variations, but they just couldn't get Sher Ali out. And congratulations to Sher Ali. He's only the 2nd player in the group to reach a 50. The only other player was his own captain, Shahid Mustafa. And in the whole series itself, actually, that's only the 5th half-century, and that just goes to show how much has been dominated by the bowlers.
Yeah, the bats haven't really been heating up for the most part, but Sher Ali certainly doing his bit to try and represent to the bowlers that the batters are going to put up a fight, so neither team quite getting 100. Let's see what happens this afternoon as Urmia are going to take on Hammarby in the afternoon session. Match 31 on the way back in about 10 minutes for the first ball. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. We're halfway through the action here in Stockholm. Join us after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm, and we're halfway through the day here. Really enjoying the action so far. We head into the afternoon session starting with match 31 between Umeå and Hammarby. Well, both these teams, they'll be desperate to pick up some points as they're just losing touch, I think, with some of the ladder leaders at the moment. And well, let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Stefan Gooch is out in the middle with the two captains. Match 31 coin toss is on the way.
Okay, I'll be the call. Heads. Heads the call. It's heads. Okay. Good luck. Have a good game, guys. Thanks, man.
So it is Hammarby that win the toss, and their captain Mohamed Munir had no hesitation in deciding that he wanted to have a bat, so he wants to defend a total, and you can understand why. And look, Hammarby themselves, they're 2-2. They've been very, I suppose, inconsistent so far would be the word I'd use for them. And yeah, one or two players I think will need to step up because they do have some names missing. And look, they'll be hoping to get over an Umeå side that are without a win. They always seem to be around the mark, Umeå. We don't remember last year they only won 1 out of their 8 matches, and they lost their first 2 matches yesterday to the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, who have the day off today. Well, Umeå, this is the kind of game which I think that they need to win if they're going to push into contention, especially after dropping those 2 games yesterday. They always seem to create close matches for us, and let's see if they can get along and maybe get the result this time, which they do seem to struggle in those close matches to actually get the points in the end. I know that Rico falls in the commentary box, and Rico, beautiful conditions for cricket out here. And I know in the giant ice cube, you're ready for the action to start in match 31. It will be the Hammarby team that are batting first after winning the toss. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, giving us some insight to the 2 teams in this match. And once again, it's the view that you just cannot get tired of this Nosbury cricket ground. Absolutely beautiful. And you can see some of Stockholm there in the background to the right, and to the left you just saw a picture of the Slugsta Lake. As we look at the 2 teams here, so fantasy runs there for Khalid Mahmood in the 200, and Aftab Ahmed as well on the Hammarby side. And the key players certainly for Umeå will be Sohail Adnan, and I think the captain Majid Mustafa will be looking to get in the points there as well. Both teams having a mixed day yesterday. I mean, Hammarby, they lost their first match to the Stockholm Tigers, 84 they required, and they finished on 57. So their batting just did not click at all, losing that by 26 runs. But then all of a sudden it clicked, and they're led by a good knock from Arslan Ali, 28 of 17. He was in good form yesterday. And also Azam Mahmood, 33 of 17. They put 105 on the board and won by 24 runs against the Tigers. This is what's expected here at the moment. The bat versus ball wall is saying that Hammarby 83 to Umeå 81. Umeå, well, they had a disappointing day, didn't they? They lost both their matches to the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, a team that registered their first victories in the European Cricket Series, losing the first one just to 64 to 65, and the second one 84 to 87. So once again, they just weren't able to click with the bat, which has been the problem that a lot of the teams have had. There were some good performances there from a couple of players. I think Amir Hussaini, he batted really well, as well as Majid Mustafa, but the rest of the batting wasn't able to click, and they'll be hoping to put that right here today. I think this one certainly has maybe the feel of maybe 1 apiece to it. It certainly is something that Umeå need to do. They need to get some points on the board, otherwise, especially with those 2 victories that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians had against them yesterday, will put them sort of a little bit out of contention going into the final matches tomorrow. Openers are ready. It's going to be Aftab Ahmed and Saeed Faizan. And first over is going to be bowled here by Tatbiq Raza. And starts well, just keeping this one inside. A big swing and a miss. Hammarby are a team that play better in their second match. We sort of often have a conversation that once they get warmed up, they perform better. We've seen that from them on a number of occasions. And umpires here, Sohail Arif. Nice to see Sohail seems to have recovered from his small bout of asthma this morning. He's back on the field, and he's alongside him is Sohail Zahid, who's certainly been entertaining us with his decisions. And bowler just saying to the ump, the bail's come off, sir. I think just every so often there's a gush of wind, it's very strong. It just knocks those bails off. I'm pretty certain that we have got the heavy bails out there already. Raza. Once again, just drawing the batter Ahmed into the shot, and then the ball moving away. Bit of a late swing. Disappointed after Ahmed. Missed out on that one. It's more of the same. So just joining up the dots. Yes, that bail comes up again. I think seems to be that one bail. I just wonder if it's just not sitting on the stumps properly. Sometimes you get that, don't you? You get a bail that just doesn't sit right. I'm sure that the umpires will keep an eye on this. I mean, it doesn't seem to be too strong a wind, not from where we are at the moment, but obviously out there in the middle, it's completely different. Just see it there on the Swedish flag, the way it's playing around that. Can get quite gusty. This one is more at the batter, and he is able to get bat onto ball. Takes a single, so gets himself off the mark, Ahmed. Left-hander now. Side. Faizan. Takes guard. The field has changed. Interesting to see a slip into place. Now the only worry here for me will be that Raza, as the line has been bowling to the left-hander, would be skimming past his pads and going down the leg side. So he's got to really get this to start going across the left-hander. And he does. He gets a beauty in there, and Faizan has gone. He goes for his first ball. It's the first ball, golden duck. So, well, we've had a nice look at this ground, and we know there's a nice lake, the Slustla Lake. There's another duck. That's going to make its way in there. A first ball. It was a nothing shot, really. It was the shot of somebody who hasn't had too much time in the middle. And that is a long and lonely walk back for Faizan. He's being cleaned up by Raza without getting a score on the board. It was his first ball. It's a disappointment. So Hammarby, I think, maybe just taking the odd gamble. It's not paid off at all. 2 for 1. He better makes his way out there. I mean, they have got batters. I mean, one man that's been in good form is Arslan Ali. He was in the runs, the wicketkeeper batter yesterday. And this is a big swing, and they're asking the question. Everybody goes up. They certainly heard something. I must admit, from where I am, I wasn't too convinced. And you see there, the jumping. Well, we won't see anything from that angle, unfortunately, because we got Tamir in the way. But there was a shake of the head straight away from the umpire saying, not out. Good delivery. And that's it. Kind of ball that got Faizan. End of the over. And a good start. Look, yeah, he had to get his man onto that pretty quickly, pretty sharply. So 2 on the board and 1 wicket down. And it's Imran Ullah. That has come in at number 3. few worries in the camp. Well, Hammarby, they all sat out watching pretty quietly at the moment. It's not the start that they wanted, but they know that can change pretty quickly. Oh, and this one is so close to taking the bail off. Just goes over the middle and leg stump. Well, that's very close. Gets that late movement away, which the bowler could have done without. Sohail Adnan. This one's been well played. It gets it. Oh, it's a great effort from the fielder. He certainly saved. They'll take two. He saved 2 runs. That's a great bit of fielding. It looked like the ball had already passed him. Look, I think that it literally had gone past him. And he gets hands on there. That's commitment for you. And that's Ainal Rana. Fantastic bit of fielding. That's the way they need to be. Umio. If they're to register a win. Well, this is up in the air. There's nobody out there at all. Just wonder if this is going to go. No, it does plug a little. So it'll be 2 more. No, positive shot. Played by Ahmed. Big swing again. Doesn't make contact. Not really timing the ball very well either. You see that? The body, the shape all goes. This could be a chance. Fielder gets behind it and no mistakes at all. And nicely taken catch. And that's Pradeep Singh. It doesn't make any mistakes. Another wicket going. Once again, saying that both the batters not tying the ball. And it's another duck. So he's going to join Faizan in the lake. Hits it straight, but no power in the shot. And no mistakes from Pradeep Singh. So Imran Ullah going off his 4th delivery without scoring. Straightforward catch from Singh. And now it's the turn of Adnan to pick up a wicket as well. It's all happening. It's also the end of the over. And Hammarby are 5. Just waiting for that score to update XG, but I can tell you that it's 2 wickets down. You better. Well, taking his time to, I think, compose himself and get himself marked up. And this is a big moment because it is Aslan Ali that comes in. And, he was the one player, the wicketkeeper batter that I mentioned that was instrumental in their performances yesterday. And how's this one to go by? They've got the slip in place as well. Just trying to keep the pressure on. Is that wind just starting to gush around once more? Well, this is, I think, the big wicket. If you can get Arslan out here now and leave them 3 wickets down inside the power play. Just having a look there, a very quick look at the tables. Probably get a chance to look at those again. They'll probably come up at the end of the over. And this is played away. This will go to the boundary. 4 runs. Desperately needed something there, didn't they? And they do get a boundary. And he chases it down, but can't do anything about it. So 6 for 2 was at the end of the second over. So the Start of this one starts with the boundary. Raza. And this is a nice hit. It goes a long way, goes all the way over. Shaba, Kidnasona. And the fielder has to, well, he's been helped out by the opposition to get the ball for him. Isn't that nice? The Harmony guys said, don't worry, we'll get the ball for you. I think they want to get it out there, back out there, the same ball as quick as they can, because this seems to be the one that is being liked by Hula. They play some nice shots. Take the single. And that's what they've got to do. It's not just about playing the shots, the big shots. It's also about getting the singles in. Once again, a very warm welcome to everybody that's following the cricket wherever you are. Hope you're enjoying this contest between these two teams. First of two that they'll have. So the first 2 overs really belonging to them. Yep. Now Hammarby are starting to get their batting sorted. It's nicely played. The left-hander. The wicket so far to go after Ahmed. He was the second man to fall for 5 of 9. And the first wicket was that of Saeed Faizan. He went for a first baller. Edge gone. And that's a great bit of bowling from Raza and a good take from the keeper, Majid Mustafa. Making no mistakes there, the captain. So just when it looked like the batting side, Hammarby were getting into some sort of rhythm and getting a partnership together, they lose another wicket. And this time it's good work from Al Capitan behind the stumps. Takes a sharp catch because that comes at him pretty quickly. 18 for 3 now. See, this is really just pick up a bit of pace as it hits the seam. The batter still going through with the shot. But Nimranula can only find the captain. Raza keeping the pressure on. Picking up his second wicket. 2 for 14 so far with the ball to go. Will be the captain, Mohammed Munir, who comes out to join his wicketkeeper batter, Hassan Ali. And if you ever need a captain's knock and a partnership, it's now. It's well bowled and well played as well. And the fielder attacking, knowing he's got backup behind him. And that is the end of the over. So it's a power play. There's not too much power on the part of the batting side. So it is 19 on the board, but 3 wickets down. And at the moment, we just have a look at the power play. Some acceleration in that 3rd over, but that wicket is not what they needed. So good time to welcome back into the commentary box Mr. Maximo. Vinny, it's it's a sort of Hammarby that we expect to see in the first match.
Expect the unexpected, that's the thing. And I'd say that they take a while to get out of bed. But I mean, to be fair, it is past 1 p.m. So I don't think there's that many teenagers in their lineup. Here's Amir Hussaini. He's going to bowl over number 4. This one gets straight through the batter. And it's interesting for me, Mohammed Munir batting a bit higher in this game. I've seen him batting as low as 11, in fact. But he doesn't deal with his first one from Hussaini. He's a pretty important player for Umyot. What a great catch that was. You missed that. Hosseini acrobatically grabbing that one out of the air. Slip in play, still very attacking. And I actually really like this because we're into the fourth over, but they've just kept the power play field up. I don't think we see this enough because they've struggled in the power play to get going. And sometimes it comes as a bit of a relief that the fourth over comes and seems that everybody disappears back on the boundary. You can just start knocking the ball up, knocking the ball around, picking up singles and building your innings. But, yeah, very, very good move, I think, from the Umia skipper, Majid Mustafa. This one hits him in front. I think the angle probably taking this past. Now they're going to think of second. Could have a mix-up here. Wow, he should have had a run out, I think. And you can see here, I mean, the first thing was the LBW appeal. He's coming from very wide, and I think that is comfortably missing leg stump. But just have a look, if you roll this through, then there's a bit of a miscommunication. I think a better throw there could have had the batter in trouble, Mohamed Munir. But he does survive, and he faces up now to Hosseini. Nice looking shot, and he hits down on this. He still gets enough power in it, though. Skates across the outfield, 4 runs. It's a good shot by the captain. Well, he's a bit too unselfish, if you ask me. A guy that was batting 11 yesterday. This is a pretty classy shot. Back foot drive. That fairly raced away to the boundary. Say hello to Kitty Hundley, who's watching from the USA. Nice to see you, Kitty, always, as well as Taranjeet Singh. That's popped into the chat. Nice to see you as well. And to everyone else that's contributed in our live chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. Big thanks to you guys. Oh, it's a good ball. This really shapes, I think. Have a look at this from Hosseini. Perfect comeback ball. Just draws Munir into the stroke. Plays down the wrong line. Yeah, certainly some seam movement there. Unfortunately for Hosseini, takes it past the stumps as well. Last ball of Hosseini's over. It's gone for 5, including that boundary. Swing and a miss. So a real mixed bag. It's the end of 4. Score is 25 for 3. Hammarby have been no good in their first games, and maybe Supercomputer. I'm thinking these two teams are pretty close. And Umia, despite winning their last game or one of their last 2 games last year, they've only had that 1 win on ECS. Hammarby, you can see there, pattern, loss, win, loss, win. They're hoping to buck the trend, but the bat versus ball wall, thinking that Hammarby do have what it takes to get over the line by 2 runs. 83 is the expected score. Well, probably if you offered them 83 from here, I think they'd take it. Now I think we're going to see some spin, and it's Tahir Mujtaba who's going to bowl. And I think he's a pretty good bowler. I think it's good when he bowls a bit earlier. Sometimes they've hesitated to get him involved in the game. Helmet just coming out for Majid Mustafa, who's taken over the keeping duties from Paradeep Singh. But Paradeep showing a clean pair of hands in the field, taking a nice catch early in this innings. Sunny Sakali saying in the chat, hopes that Umia register their first win as their bowling attack is going good. Supporting from India. Well, that's very nice of you, Sunny. I'm sure that Umia will take that support and appreciate that support. It's going to be Arslan Ali. We'll have the gloves for Hammarby in this game. He's facing up now, the left-hander. Spin introduced for the first time. They're keeping that fairly attacking field, including the slip. So, I mean, I'm counting only 3 outfielders at the moment. So, hyper-attacking. I like it. Seems to be working. Let's see if it stays working. This one thrown really wide, though. And so it'll be 2 wides. I tell you what, the wider it is, the more outrageous the signals get. This one gets away from the captain. And have a look at the umpire. Well, he's definitely emphasising that one was much too wide. Next ball is on target. Does turn as well. Much better delivery. And he's not afraid to put a bit of work on the ball, Tahir. And the more kind of spin, the more side spin you put on the ball, the more it's likely to drift left to right as well, though the wind is kind of going right to left, counteracting that somewhat. This time it should be out, and it's going to be caught. And it was an interesting way to do it for Arnold Rana. He just sticks out with one hand to knock it up. Kind of gets it under control, and then he reels it in. And so Mujtaba gets a wicket in his first over. See how that one almost drifts in with the wind. I said you'd expect it to drift the other way, but it was an interesting way to go about it. Effective from Rana, who takes the catch, and Hammarby just lose another wicket. I mean, the fourth over was the first over that didn't have any wickets, and the fifth, unfortunately, they're back to their old tricks as they lose their keeper, Aslan Ali. He's going to have to go. He only contributes 1 to the total. The score is 28 for 4. Kitty just saying in the chat, nice to see some sunshine. It's been raining where she is since yesterday. I want to say hello to Maiden Waters as well. He's watching from Australia. Yeah, beautiful weather here. I'm really enjoying it. I want to say hello to Greg, who's watching from the States as well. Well, let us know where you're watching from, Greg. I'm always interested. We seem to have a few viewers from Colorado recently. This is probably the ball of the century, if you just missed it. We better get a replay on this quickly, but Khalid Mahmood, well, good luck hitting this. This comes in and spins past the outside edge. This one a little bit shorter so we can lean on it. Maybe ball of century is a little bit of hyperbole, but it was that kind of delivery. Never mind playing an attacking shot. Getting any bat on that one would have been tough. Next one, Mahmood gets off the mark. I suppose the batter not helping himself out, where the feet just grounded on the crease. This one's hit, and it could be another catch. This time it's put down. It was hit flat, and if he gathered it, might have had a chance for a run out, but unfortunately, that's Gopi Manavalan. He's normally a pretty reliable fielder. Once again, you see, bit of turn, bit of bounce. This is hit flat. Probably should be taken. I know it's travelling. Back to live action. Wow, this is a really good ball, and he gets his second. Oh, wow, he loves it, doesn't he, Mujtaba? He gets another leg spinner that rips across the batter. And, oh, poor Mahmood. He's had a tough time of it out there, and he can't deal with this one. Over goes the castle. 2 wickets for Mujtaba in the fifth, and the score is 30 for 5. I don't know if I can count the kind of, I guess I can call it the thrusts. 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, he's still going. All right, come on, Andrus. I want to count on this of Mujtaba. This is the one that went down the ball before. And then, yeah, what a way to follow up, though. So he could have had 3 wickets in the over, really, but he'll settle for 2, no doubt. And, well, Mujtaba, he's been electric here. What a delivery. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, just the 5 then. It's a pretty good over. 5 wickets down as well. 5 overs down. All right, and now we're going to go to Mia. He's a pretty good bowler to bowl now. And he's just a guy that will typically try and bowl an off-stump line just inside the tram line. So, new batter out there is Ahmed Khan. Maybe they're just grounded at the moment. It'll just be 1. And so probably a smart strategy. One thing they do have at the moment is the captain at the crease, Hammarby. Mohamed Munir run a ball 9 so far. Well, this is in the air, but it'll find a pocket of space. Should be cut off by somebody. And it will be. And then probably not the best pass I've ever seen. In fact, they could probably get a 3. In fact, they will get a 3 here. So, I mean, I like the idea there from Gopi Manavalan, but he's having a few minutes to forget. And I think Pardeep was ready for it. The problem was, he just flicked it nowhere near him. Next ball, straight back to the bowler. It was a good bit of fielding first up from Manavalan, but in the end, he only saves 1 run. He flicks it to nobody. Pardeep's body language said it all there. This is more what Mia does. That's his bread and butter. Outside off stump, swing and a miss. Want to say hello to Awoken Nightmare? I think that Greg's watching from Indiana. Well, that's a place I've always wanted to go, actually. Greg, welcome to the broadcast. Well, this one's in the air, and it should be a chance. Pardeep, he's getting there, and he's not going to chase it down. In fact, this actually gets past him. In the end, he does nothing. He kind of rushes the ball. It was the blitz defense from Pardeep, but there was a leak in the wall. He kind of ran out of ideas as he couldn't get a hand on it, couldn't leave his feet. In the end, he offers his feet. He gets through, and 4 runs. And what a great time to welcome back after well-deserved lunch break. It's Rico 4. As that 6 overs down, 39 for 5. And how would you describe that last bit of cricket? Okay.
It's been some interesting things happening out there at the moment. But one thing I will say, I certainly did love the bowling of Mujtaba.
Yeah.
When I saw him yesterday and he came on the bowl and I was seeing the turn he was getting, I said, this guy is going to pick up some wickets because there's a lot of batters that are not going to be comfortable facing him. And he's shown that already. He's bowled really well. And he's been unlucky, though he has picked up 2 wickets.
Here he is again. This one a little bit short. Punched away. Arif Hussain will do the fielding. He's been very good. Oh, it's the last game, actually. This is now Amir Hussaini. He's in that position. And this one has gone into a bit of a no man's land. They should come back for 2 as the keeper has to do the work all the way from behind the stumps. And that is Mustafa. That is able to keep it to 2. Well, I know that Greg's inviting me to the Indiana, or the Indy 500, I should say. That'd be a really cool race to go to. You know, I can't remember what the crowd is there. Something ridiculous, in the hundreds of thousands around that race. Well, this is in the air, and this one I think should be taken. The fielder comes around and drops it. Poor Gopi. The ball is just following him, and this is one he couldn't hand off, and he also couldn't grab it himself. So Mania gets lucky, gets 2.
Yeah, Manavalan, he's normally got safe hands. This one, it was just sort of chipped out there, and it needs to be taken.
Now, last time that happened off Mushtaba, that Manavalan dropped a catch. He bowled a ripper next ball, and this time he's not even going to bowl the ball. So
what is this? Well, dear.
It's a funny one.
It just bounces it a
ball
couple of
bowls
times.
itself.
It's like doing a bit of basketball there.
He hit the emergency eject button, I think, on that one.
This time, well, it's hit it towards his own partner, and Khan manages to get out of the way of it.
There's a lot of action happening, just not much on the scoreboard, unfortunately, for Hammarby at the moment. And I would say, in a second after this ball.
Oh, and this one almost gets another wicket for Tahir Mujtaba. There's that movement away, and well, it's in the air, and this one is to the fielder. A quick throw, good pick up and throw. That's good fielding there from Mia.
Yeah, that's Mia is showing everyone how to do it. That's the end of the 7th over. The score is 45 for 5. If you are watching this European Cricket Series, then hopefully you want to join us as we head around the continent. Really interesting summer coming up because we've got Czech Republic starting on Monday. So we're less than a week away from a start there. We're 2 weeks in Prague. Then we go to Hungary for a 1-week tournament, Austria for a 1-week tournament. Then the Italian summer, you can see the 5 weeks of Italy there. Milan, Brescia, Bologna, Rome. And then the best performers from those weeks will be going to the Super Series, which will also be in Rome. In week 5 of our Italian summer, we'll have our ECL representative from Italy, the winner of that Super Series. And then we head to Germany. Should have 4 weeks there, starting in Dresden for a couple of weeks in the east of the country. So heading into the 8th over, and it's number 8, Hussaini to bowl. So just be 1. Yeah, so also Raja saying we should come to Denver at some point. I mean, we'd love to take ECS abroad. We've talked about that a few times. Maybe one day. But we can only do it with everyone's support. And we're so happy that so many people around the world are enjoying what we're doing. So, you know, tell your family, tell your friends, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Dead ball. This is good. Have a look at this. I like that batters always get really nervous, like that they're somehow going to be out. This is actually chopped into the ground and then off one pad into another. And just have a look. I don't know if you got this at the end. He's scared to give it to him, so he just kind of like kicks it away. past the bowler, saying, there you go. And he said, yeah, all right. But
Go
that
get
will
it.
count as a dot. That is a ball.
Yeah, it's a dot ball. As soon as it gets lodged, it becomes dead. This one isn't. It's over the top of the fielder, and it brings you 4 runs. It's a nice shot. And he knows that that man out there is inside the circle. Yeah, does the little shuffle first, and then he gives that everything, all his might. And it goes for 4 runs, and they need these runs, valuable runs, whichever way they can get them. That gets them to the 50.
I love the signalling today. It's been one of the highlights. There's so many ways you can signal a 4 that everyone gets the idea. That one has all kind of slow swipes and then a surprise, like karate chop over the air. 50's up now. About time, that would say. This one's straight to the fielder, but they will get a single. Well, Kitty's saying she's got a great idea.
What's that?
If we keep getting more American fans, that we'll have to do a tour in America. Me and Rico in America. So far, we've got Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, and Colorado so far. Well, I know that Nate likes to watch from Tennessee.
That's true.
He's
yeah,
always
Nate.
popping in. All right. It's a Saini.
It's hit pretty well. That's coming our way on the bounce. And it doesn't quite come on the bounce. That's it. Just over there, Praddy. There you go.
Yeah, I think the ball's okay. And once again, Rico, this is on your side. So
I was ready for it, but it just dips down. Look, it just hits the bottom of the table.
and once it enters the cube, yep, there we go. I'm protecting my computer, and I'm just motioning for you to get out the way.
And this could be another one. The other side, just 1 bounce, 4 runs. And all of a sudden, the fireworks have started. It's been a while. But the long handle from Ahmed Khan is working a treat.
He's been a bit of a surprise packet, hasn't he, Ahmed Khan?
End of the over. And it ends well with a 6 and a 4. And that brings the 60 up. 61 for 5 now. So that's the acceleration that they needed. So, look, if they can go at that rate now, take these next 12 balls and try and get the score. What are they on now? 10 and over takes them into the 80s. A slight acceleration on that into the 90s, 93, 94. That'd be a good score from here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were in all sorts of trouble, weren't they? But we'll get Mia coming back.
Nicely played, gets in line, and yeah, he's quite happy to take the single. I think both these batters know that if they get a bad delivery, they're able to put it away. That's what they're going to be focusing on. Big swing and misses out on this one. Samir gets one through, top ball.
Yeah, he's just so good at bowling one side of the wicket, isn't he? Okay, Mia. So a little mini run here that I think that Umia will be wanting to just sort out. I mean, they're a team that seem to always be in thrilling matches, low-scoring matches, and so I don't think they want them to get up to something like 80 plus. I think they'll still sense an opportunity to keep it down to something in the 70s. If they're really lucky, maybe below 70. But yeah, both these two have established a bit of time at the crease. And yeah, for me, I think it's Ahmed Khan that's a real surprise packet out there. 17 off 9, 2 4s and a 6.
Just making a few amendments to his field mirror. And slightly umpire just says, hang on a minute. Right, here we go. As that wind just gushes through once more. And he's hit this pretty well. And as the wind got hold of it, it probably has. And that allows the fielder to take a good catch. Makes it look comfortable, makes it look easy. That's nicely taken there by Sohail Adnan. The end of well, a good charge, you'd have to say, for Ahmed Khan. Played some nice shots. And once again, Vinny Sandhu puts the curse on him. As after saying he's batted really well, he makes his way back.
There's a little break in play there. In American football, they say like, when you try and ice the kicker or you call a timeout to try and put someone off, just seem to lose his mojo a little bit. Tell you what, though, Sohail Adnan has a really safe pair of hands down there at long on. I think he's a fantastic person to have in that position. Just makes it look so easy. Had plenty of time to establish himself in the field of play. Wasn't going to run out of room.
Yeah, it was a good innings though. 17 off 11. He got the acceleration in, but now they've got to keep it going. Like I say, we were talking about trying to get into, the 80s. We thought they should get, looking at going 10 and over to get there, but maybe the rate that these two again maybe get to the 90. But with that wicket going, it's going to be hard going. And that's well bowled, and he's only a little man. Is it fair to bowl like that to a little man? I mean, that bounce is almost as high as him.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you can get in a position, you can probably hook that away. There's no fine leg. Tanvir's played some nice shots yesterday, though.
Yeah, just that initial movement away just takes him away from the ball. So it looks like the, well, forget the 90. It doesn't even look like here that the 80 is probably on. All to go in this, the 9th. And it's very much the same again. Good tidy bowling from Mir. Bowls really well, gets his 2 overs in. Just 10 runs conceded. Picked up that 1 wicket as well. So 62. Just a run of that one. 6 down now.
Yeah, I talked about them needing to just snuff out that little mini challenge. So now 62 after 9. A really good finish to the over. In fact, very good over, full stop, because it went 1 dot wicket, ... just the single. And you can see how very, very quickly, they gave up the ascendancy during that 9th over. But yeah, with the wicket, they are kind of just, they've edged back ahead. Kind of 67% chance according to our supercomputers. And here is Sohail Adnan, who's going to bowl the last over. He bowled the second, only conceded 4. And also picked up a wicket. So here he is bowling the last.
It's another dot. And, just joining. I'm now asking the question from the umpire, who shakes his head and then reluctantly, well, hang on a minute. Ooh, this is so close, you know. I want to see this again. Keep the eye on the foot here. Foot is going. It's up in the air. And, I think he's gone. I actually think he's out there.
He's out, my word.
I mean, there was no review.
Was there an appeal?
There was an appeal, yeah. There was no review from the umpire.
Yeah, you can see the shadow. Ooh. He's lucky to survive. But maybe it won't hurt him too much because he's swung and missed 2 in a row so far, Munir.
Yeah, just the dots at the moment. So that's now, if you go by what happened the last over, that's 5 dots on the trot, and that's why this score is just not shifting at all. Well bowled once more. He sees the batter making the charge and just bowls it a little bit shorter. There's good experience bowling here from Adnan. He's just backing up what Mir did the over before.
He's had a funny innings, Munir, hasn't he? Sometimes he's looked really good. Other times, I don't know, it just hasn't been happening for him. 3 to come. Score's grounded on 62. Another one. You know how many, I'm trying to see the last time they scored. Well, their last...
About 8 balls ago, I think.
Yeah, so that's now 9 balls without the score moving. Yeah. So they went from 61 to 62 on ball 8.1. So, yeah, fantastic work.
Well, this will help. That's 6 of them. He's found the middle of his bat, and it's another one that will make its way over the fence. Nice shot. I suppose they had to finally get one. This was just slightly closer. It was pitched up. He decides to attack the stumps in this one, and that's the mistake. That's what Munir was waiting for. One that was straight. He winds up, doesn't he, and clonks it.
Yeah, that's one way to get the score moving again. Anyway, 68. Remember the Golden Ball game involving Umia last year? It was 70-70. Maiden Waters asking, have there been any maidens today? I don't think so. We did have a 1 run over, though. Here we go. Last ball.
Oh, you can't leave that.
He wants a wide.
You can't leave that. How can you want a wide for that? Come on, well, you know what? This should be one of those. You should have gone to Specsavers because there was no way this is a wide. And when he looks at this back later, he's going to be pretty disappointed.
He'll have a laugh, Munir, when he
finishes
sees
on
later.
68.
Just the 6. That 1 scoring shot in the last 11 balls. So, you know, one of them was a wicket, but effectively 11 dot balls out of the last stage of the innings. And so 68 for 6. Hammerby, the runs on the board, and Umio, they've kind of had the jitters sometimes with the bats. I think it'll be really interesting. They'll be chasing 69 for victory. Umio trying to get their first points of this ECS.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed there. I mean, after that 8th over from Hussaini, which went for 16, I thought that maybe they're going to go into 80-90 territory. They don't at all. But you have to say that the bowling was good. Even the catching there, Pradeep Singh was behind the stumps with the gloves on yesterday, this time in the field, but showing that gloves or no gloves, he can still catch the ball pretty well. This was a nice shot. I mean, that one came from nowhere. But then there was that other wicket again. Just all very good bowling. And that was Imran Ullah. Had to depart. Nice shot again there. Just getting the width that he liked. And, find the gap. Well, there was that catch that I think I was in the middle of my pasta when I saw that one. He just used his one hand to get the ball under control and takes it. But there was one that went down. And that was a man that's normally been pretty good out there. And Manavalan couldn't take it. And then we saw the bowling here, and look at the celebration. I do like that. He does bowl really well, and that's somebody, I think, Tahir Mutaba, who is going to cause all sorts of trouble for batters in the remainder of this series. I just think he's a classy bowler. This one was just chipped up in the air. Should have been taken. It wasn't. And the difficult day for Manavalan in the field just continued. And they needed something to get some sort of acceleration into coming at some point. Well, this was a case of, but there's the ball. Nah, I'm not going to give it to you. There you go get it. He says, not going to make life easier for you. And then he followed up with a cracking shot. And it was really the captain that just kept things going, didn't he? And this one was going. It was coming our way. Yeah, Mohammed Munir, 29, not out of 24. Had a good little brief partnership there with Ahmed Khan, 17 of 11. But other than that, nobody really else was able to get in the act. And this was that cheeky one, which, well, there was an appeal. But I think he got lucky. And then finally, we had a 6 to finish the innings with after so many dot balls. Just going to go over the score per over, starting with over 1, 2, 4, then 13 of Raza's second over. Then it went all single figures again, 6, 5, 9, 6, 16 of Hussaini's 8th over, then 1 and 6. And that scorecard tells you a story, doesn't it? Imran Ullah got going, but then he got out, caught by Mustafa of the bowling of Raza, and the only man was the captain, Mohammed Munir, who led the way, 29 of 24, but he was hot and cold. That nice little cameo innings there from Ahmed Khan wasn't that important, 17 of 11, but they couldn't get past the 60 mark, and it was all to do with the last 3 overs. They just couldn't really get out of the 60s, could they? The bowling, it was well, expensive. Was Amir Hussaini, which was a surprise really. He bowled very well yesterday, but all the other bowlers, I think they were spot on. But again, it was Raza 2 for 15, and well, my man there, Mujtaba, Tahir Mujtaba, 2 for 11, bowled sensationally well, and loved the way he enjoyed himself being out there. Certainly a very excitable character as well. So 68 on the board, and you would think that it's not enough. But you have to take a look at what happened yesterday. I mean, Umio, they had their own problems with the bat, didn't they? And, so I think it's one of those. It's going to be strange to be saying it. I think this is one that could go to the wire. I don't think Hammarby are out of this by any way. I think if they go out there and they bowl well, I think they will cause some problems. But Umio, they will believe, and they have to believe, that they've done the hard work, and now it's just a case of their batters going out there and knocking it off, and the win probability is in their favour, 74 to 26%. So we'll just have a look at the mid-inning summary of this match. The first between Hammarby and their opponents, Umio. And Hammarby, they've struggled to get 68 on the board, 69 required for a victory. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back in around about 10 minutes time to see if Umio can register their first victory in this series. Join us in about 10 minutes time. Hello, welcome back. The men in black, Saad Arif and Sohail Zahid, have taken the field, and, followed by the fielders. The yellow of Hammerbeat. Well, they need to be in harmony, don't they? If they can pull this one out of the bag. They've only put 68 on the board, but they do know that they're up against a side that have had their worries and problems with the bat as well. Umio in a match against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians just posted 64 batting first, and Mumbai Indians knocked them off yesterday. And in the second match, it was again them batting first. It did slightly better, 84 for 6, but again they lost by 3 wickets to the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. So they're not a team that have been able to show any real batting power, though they have got 1 or 2 batters that can certainly help them get to victory. Amir Hussaini, he's been batting well. He scored 27 not out in that match number 25, the first one against the SMIs yesterday, and he was supported well by the captain, Majid Mustafa, 25 for 20. And in match 2, it was Sohail Adnan, 36 or 23. And again, Hussaini made 16 off 11. So it looks like there's going to be 3 key batters there. And that's going to be Husani, Mustafa, and also Adnan. To one of those, if just one of those gets in, one of those scores 35-40 runs, they've got every opportunity of getting the win. It is going to be Sohail. It's going to be opening. And this is just pushed away out on the off. They'll take a sneaky and cheeky single. Those fielders not too deep, so the bowler won't be too happy to see a single still being taken there. It's, the captain, Mohammed Munir, bowling first up. And this one's good delivery, getting movement away. We saw that Munir yesterday when he was bowling. A few times he was holding his side, but no signs of any repetitive injury here today so far. That's a good ball to Majid Mustafa. So battle of the two captains here at the moment. It's nicely played, and this will be 4 runs as it skates across this freshly cut outfield. 4 runs. Doesn't get the middle of the bat. He's reaching for it, but you see there, once it gets going, it takes on stopping. 4 runs. Good start. So, Majid Mustafa, his first scoring shot is a boundary for 4 against the captain, Munir. And Munir, well, he puts a little bit more into this one. And the two captains do duel. And Mustafa, he rocks back and gets right on top of this. Plays it very well, actually. Good bit of cricket. Adnan back on strike. Slightly slower delivery. Just holds this one back slightly. No run this time. Sorry, Adnan. Just looking to repeat how he got off the mark. Just dropping the ball in that area. But I think already after seeing that, the captain, the bowler, Mohammed Munir, tightens that gap. 6 of the over, last ball in it. And once again, well, this time they do go and they do get there. It was Majid Mustafa running to the danger end, but he gets there. It is 7 of the first. But most importantly, no wickets down. That's one thing they do not want to do, is lose wickets early. The two batters come together and just have a little discussion. As the captain from the fielding side, Munir, just a quick chat with the bowler who he's given the ball to. And it's going to be Aftab Ahmed. He's going to bowl the second over. In he comes. It's a firmly placed, or played I should say, drive. Doesn't try to hit it too hard, Adnan just gets himself in a lovely position and gets it wide off the bowler and takes a single. I think both these batters at the moment just sensing the importance of their innings. Aftab. And once more. And think about taking the single, but Sohail Adnan tells his captain, stay where you are. Rico Fool here of the European Cricket Network. And joining me in the commentary position is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good to be back, Rico. Thank you. And only 1 win in their history in the ECS. Surely they're in a great position for another one here.
Nicely played, hit it and go straight away. Good bit of fielding, but I think he's in comfortably. Once again, just showing the merits of running quick, fast, and good. See the way he's sliding the bat in here as well.
Yeah, Justin, he does a good job of sliding his bat and then stopping so that he doesn't get collected by the ball, actually. Sohail Adnan. He'll be safely home. Good piece of fielding, though. And maybe they'll think they can defend this, you know. The longer they can keep the guys that run a ball or worse, at the moment it's exactly run a ball, and they'll just see that right increase little by little. I want to get it up 8, 9, 10 and over.
Slightly shorter outside the off stump. Nice played shot, but once again, it's plenty of bodies, plenty of those yellow jerseys. Well, Hammarby there.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see how they go about this. At the moment, they're being pretty sensible about it. I think they know they don't want to get in wicket trouble. They just think they want their top order to do it. Hear me up.
Goes a bit straighter. Just turned away by Mustafa out on the onside. So at the moment, not looking to play any big shots. They're quite happy just to bat onto ball, take the singles, and wait by their time to punish the bad ball.
Aftab's a good bowler, isn't he? It's been a good over so far. Last ball of it.
This is beautifully struck. Lovely shot. One bounce. 4 runs. That's a lovely shot from Sohail Adnan. Perfect timing. Again, not trying to hit it too hard. Hitting through the ball. And that's as straight as it goes. There's no fielder that's going to stop that. And a great way to finish the over. As the score moves on to 15 without loss.
Yeah, he makes that look easy, that shot. And okay, maybe it's slightly over-pitched, but he holds this shape. That was the key. You can see now, Hammarby, they are on 4 points. I mean, if they drop this one, they'll still be behind Mashta and the Tigers. Umyot, you can see why they wouldn't want to fall further behind. Well, they do have a couple of games in hand against compared to most of the other teams, but this is the real opportunity for them. And it will be Hammarby skipper, Mohamed Munir. Well, he batted pretty well. Funny little innings, but he's one of the reasons they've got that many on the board. He's going to come on now and bowl the next over.
Stand the leg side, and it's turned down by the striker. And you saw there Sohail Adnan. He was happy to take this on, and Mustafa puts the big stop sign up and says, "Nah, go on, go back."
I think that the captain, he wants to bowl the third over because he's been watching our statistics that all these wickets fall in the third over. So now everyone's queuing up to bowl it. So he said, no, I'll have this one.
Just holds this one back once more. He bowls that one very well. Sort of clever change of pace. Once again, I think I said he seemed to be okay in his first over, but like he did yesterday, he's starting to hold that shoulder once more. So there is obviously a niggling injury there.
Yeah, captain to captain action in the third.
And asking the question, how straight was this? And the umpire saying it's going down the leg side.
I'm so nervous I was batting. As soon as I see that umpire's right hand move. It's a pretty good shout, but I think you're right. Have a look at the umpire's hand in Australia. That's often how they give them. They give them the kind of extending the arm up into
that's Tyrone, isn't it? Tyrone likes doing that. It starts wide and it goes all the way up.
I would have had a heart attack if I was batting then. Anyway, he does survive.
To the ground, they run quickly. Good running because it's a difficult one for the fielder to pick up first time, and even if he does, once he's picked it up, to try and then get the throw in underarm or whichever way he pleases to the keeper was going to be tough.
I can say Mustafa, that's batting at the moment for Umyot, the captain, thought he captained pretty cleverly. He didn't necessarily just put the field back straight away at the end of the power play. He said, okay, he's struggling a little bit, I'm just going to keep the field the same. And I wonder if Mohamed Munir would think about doing something similar. I mean, okay, they haven't taken a wicket, but they've been pretty tight in the power play, and they've been getting away with it with the field up. So especially if you've got the same bowler bowling in the fourth, if they decide to bring back Aftab Ahmed, maybe they'll say, it's the same bowler, it's the same circumstances as the second over. We're going to keep the field up and try and squeeze a few more dots.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also encourage a rash shot, if you like. Last ball of the power play coming up.
And he goes for it, but there's a fielder there, and Khalid, he drops it. And it hits the hands and goes straight over. Now he has to look at the umpire, Sohail Zahid, who seems to be teasing him with that 6 signal. Looking right at him as he does this 6 shuffle, we're going to call that. Well, big opportunity. It comes bang right out of the hands of Khalid and goes over for 6. Khalid can't believe it. And the umpire says, here you go then. Seis carreras!
Yeah, I mean, I think that Khalid Mahmood is slightly distracted by the fact that he's not 100% certain where his feet are and how much room he's got to move. I think that's definitely playing on his mind a little bit. But yeah, he clangs it. And even worse, it goes for 6. That could be a big moment in the game. Gets them out of the over with 7. So 7-8-7, not just a jumbo jet. That's what they scored in their 3 power play overs to score 22 without losing a wicket. And now I think we're going to see Asad Javed in the 4th over. And let's see what he does with the field. Oh, that's a moment that's heartbreaking for your captain when you're trying to defend a score in the 60s. You don't see it done that often. We did see it done last year, actually, in a memorable game where we saw all 20 wickets fall. I think it was Botchirika and the Foreign Royals. And then Foreign Royals, they also won a golden ball against Umyot, which was 70-70. So there's been a fair few low-scoring thrillers which have involved the men in teal. And now we are going to get the 4th over, and it will be Asad to continue. Munir finishes with none for 14. Could have easily been 1 for 8.
Could have been Asad Javed into the attack, and he starts too short and too much room. And that's a beautiful shot from Mustafa. It's intelligent batting, isn't it? He hasn't played any rash shot up until now. He's waited for the opportunity. When he gets the bad ball, or when he gets one that's in his hitting zone, he strikes it and strikes it well. 4 more. Lovely shot.
Well, they do decide to pretty much go with the 5 outfielders, but it doesn't help because that one was put away into a gap. Nice batting. Mustafa moves to a dozen.
Good comeback from the bowler. This one's a bit fuller. Doesn't give him as much width or length. So a good comeback from Javed.
A much better ball. Much better ball, that one. Better length. They need a wicket or two just to keep themselves in it, Hammerby.
This one's a bit fuller. And just driven straight past the bowler. Khalid, the unfortunate player that wasn't able to hold on to the catch. Duster tidying up. He's still, you can see he's still playing on his mind. He's shaking his head as he throws that one in. He's normally got the same pair of hands, and that's why I think he's more surprised with the drop as anyone else is. This one isn't hit. Oh, this is hit like a rocket. That has gone like a bullet. And the fielder, well, he's apologising for the drop catch. I tell you what, he should be thanked for stopping this. That's Javed Ahmed, I think that is. This is gone like the clappers. Look at this.
Oh, well,
wow.
Count your fingers after that. Because that's almost blown a couple off. You know, you're right. I think he does well to save 4 runs.
Well,
wow.
He's still there. I mean, oh.
And Andrus, our director, if you're watching, that would really hurt, unlike your finger injury. Next one's cut away. Fielder down there. Cleans it up, just one. It was so powerful.
That was travelling. That's good. Oh, Vinny's up. Vinny's mentioning Andrus' finger, and Andrus comes back with a classic. So, how's your finger doing? Well done, Andrus. Good one on you.
I think he needs some more remedial catching practice. Last ball of the over. It's straight, and this is going to be 4. Good batting. They seem to have just picked up these runs with a minimum of risk. They've cashed in the bad balls, and occasionally, see this one, it's not a terrible delivery, but straight is fairly safe. And that one raced for 4 runs to finish the 4th over. The score is 33 for no loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And I'm here along with Rico Full. And yeah, Rico, they win this one. Does throw this group wide open. Hammerby, I suppose they've been the underachievers a little bit. We know what they're capable of, but they just haven't brought it often enough so far in Group B.
Well, Hammerby like to hammer back in the second game when they warm up. But look, I've been very impressed with this start. These 2 openers, they're batting the way I would expect. They're batting exactly the way, if I was captain the side, they're batting the way that I would have told them to go out and bat. It's not a big total on the board. Go out there, get yourself in, get your eye in, and then just play your shots and play to your strength. And that's what they're doing here so far.
They haven't been kind of too conservative, and they've been patient. I just call it selectively aggressive. I think that's what they've done pretty well so far. So now you really need a wicket. That's what you would say is you can break the partnership, get some new batters to the crease. Maybe you can just get this rate to sneak up again. This is Khalid Mahmood. He'll be keen to atone for the drop catch some time ago. This one I think's okay. This is one thing. I think a lot of these balls have been called wide that probably aren't this week. It's the angle of the right arm around bowler. That one was a good call. You've got to judge it when it goes past the popping crease.
Maximo's stripping off here now. What are you doing?
Oh,
what are you
just
up to?
taking my jacket off because it's quite a nice summer's day.
It
Or
is.
almost a summer's day.
Apart from the wind that keeps knocking those barrels off.
Yeah.
You can see that on the back of Faizan's shirt, actually. It's a funny breeze, though, isn't it? I mean, it's certainly not a cold wind. We've had plenty of cold breeze here
we did.
in Sweden. But
Such as day one.
just a gusty one that picks up all of a sudden. And again, this is what they've done well. They've attacked. You see, you're starting to see the fielders getting frustrated now because they've attacked that area so well. Look, just gentle push and go. And they're challenging the fielders. And you can see Jarvid there just getting a bit frustrated because they keep doing it and they keep getting away with it.
And they've got the fielders there to stop that exact single, and they couldn't.
Slow delivery. And this one, oh, his finger goes up straight away. I mean, this is full. It doesn't pitch, so it hits him full on. And
I've got a feeling this is out. If it hits him in line, I mean, I know it's swinging. Does it hit him in line? Yeah, pretty close. If it hits him in line, it's out. If it hits him on leg stump, it's out.
You got to take into account he is but right arm around the wicket. So a lot of people always say, well, if you're going to get an LBW bowling right up around the wicket, the ball certainly has to do an awful lot. But when it's hitting you full, and you're not a long way forward, there's every chance that it's out.
And the more I look at that one, the more I think it's a brave decision, but I think it's a correct decision. I don't think it's going to swing all the way past the off stump. It was only a question of impact. I don't forget exactly when this hits the pad. I think that's in line with leg stump, or at least an umpire's call at a bare minimum.
Yeah.
I think it's a good decision. It's the first wicket down, 35 for 1.
Yeah, they get a decision that goes their way. I mean, the umpire certainly saw it was ahead. He didn't need too much time to think about it. That finger went up pretty quickly. And, I think it's one of those. I'll go back and say what I said earlier this morning. The umpire's a man out there. He's standing in the best possible position. If he thinks he's gone, then he's going to give the decision that he feels is right. And this one is just wide of that fielder. It's got a risky little dab shot to play. But he gets it just right. Look, he plays for it. He probably gets too much height on it than he wanted. But he gets it past the desperate lunge of the fielder and the bowler. You can see, as well as one or two of the fielders, thought that for a moment that was going to go to hand. It doesn't. It goes to four runs to keep Raza off his first ball. This time, he doesn't play the same shot and says, well, maybe I got lucky with the first one. I shall leave this one be. That is the end of the over. So 39 for 1 at the end of 5.
Now I see that Wandering Bhikkhu is in the chat. And where are you watching from, Wandering? Just mentioning it's International Tiara Day. Did you mention that already, Rico, when I was off?
I haven't mentioned it.
So
it is
it's just funny
Tiara
that
Day.
They've beaten you to the punch.
They beat me to
that's
this
in
one.
your notes over there. International Tiara Day.
So it's a good show, a good time to. I mean, you've got a lovely daughter as well, Audrey, and my daughter. She's probably a little bit too old for it. So come on, girls. You're all queens or princesses or duchesses. Celebrate today. As today, you are royalty. So, yeah, International Tiara Day.
That's lovely. And so we are going to see some more slow bowling. Imranullah, who's going to bowl this one? It's an interesting action. It's just a round arm kind of action, which, yeah, it's a strange one. I think you're probably going to get a few balls skidding through with that kind of action. At the moment, Umya, 89% on the win predictor. I don't know if it's quite that one-sided, especially with that wicket. This one sneaks past the batter for a dot. Hello to Darshan Lakhani, who is from Stockholm, Mumbai Indians, who's popped into the chat. Hello Darshan, hope you're well.
Hello, Darshan. How are you?
Colour of my shoes today. I know people are quite interested every day, but I've gone kind of a black and white theme today, so they're just black. They're pretty toned down today.
It's a real slingy action there. Fielder. Oh, they're taking him on, and he's going to be in trouble, is he? Oh, well.
Good running.
It was good running.
It's good running if you're not out. It's to do with the throw, which is a longish throw from that boundary. And you see, it just takes a couple of hops, takes some sting out of the ball. They'll get back for a couple.
This one will probably be called wide, and it does.
Yeah, that one just sneaks a bit too wide. Getting a bit of movement. That's the way the breeze is going. It's a good call. Grabs a bit of the line on the way through.
So decides to leave this one. It's another wide. Well, these signals are getting funkier. Well, that's a tough call for me.
That's a tough one.
I was really surprised that one was called, to be honest. This one's just played out.
He's a funny...
I think Sohail Zahid has definitely started something, hasn't he, with the umpires?
I like it.
They're now challenging each other for the best calls. This one probably is a wide.
Here it comes.
Here we go.
Out and in. It's a bit of a, you know, at the end, but you know, at the end of like a musical on Broadway when the star comes out and everyone's applauding and, you know.
It's played away nicely towards the man out there. Oh, this is a wild throw.
Oh, what a catch. That's one of the catches of the day. I don't know if we've got that.
Well,
look at this.
He had to take this. Asad Javid. Well, look at this. This is such a wild throw.
And then it's just caught. He's a whistle.
Well, if he doesn't catch it, he was going a long way. But this one's gone a long way up in the air. Khalid is coming across. Can he make amends? No, he can't. A desperate lunge, but it goes through him and goes to the boundary. 4 runs. बहुत अच्छी effort मारी है अपने फील्डर ने Khalid ने. काफी ग्राउंड कवर किया Khalid Mahmood ने, पर डाइव भी मारी, पर बॉल गई, चौका लग गया. Excellent effort.
Such a good
hits
effort.
The ground in anger, doesn't he? But that's a great effort.
Brace for impact. As the end of the 6th over comes around, 50's up for Umyot. It's 50 for 1. And I think Shrug talking about the bowling action. Actually, I think that bowling action is absolutely fine. What it is that makes it look weird. Sometimes people think about, you know, talking about illegal actions. Some people just think it's when something unorthodox is there. But what makes him unusual is the arm angle. I don't think the arm is ever really that bent. It's just the angle that's coming is a weird angle. It's more round arm. But yeah, I don't think there's any problems there at all. Here's Mahmood. He's been in the wars a bit. He can be a hero. There's 4 overs to go. I mean, the worst thing about Mahmood, that one as well, is that it went all the way to the boundary. So now we've got 19 required off the last 4 overs. He's got to start building somewhere and try and put together a really quiet over with no boundaries here. Maybe he can work himself back into the game.
And this one just over him. He's not having the best of luck, is he? And Raza gets the single. Raza just trying to dab the ball to third man. And I'm just wondering, when Raza is there, you might as well just get a fielder in that area and say, yeah, you can dab to your heart's content, but you're not going to get any runs. And against Khalid once more. And it's well bowled.
Got to say, Darshan Lakhani in the chat saying, a unique bowling action, looking in London and bowling towards Tokyo. Well, that's one way to put it. Showing some good geographical knowledge there, Darshan.
A lot of people, when they see something that's different, they think it's not. They think it's wrong, but different is fine.
Oh,
well, this is the way the day.
How's there a fielder there? I still don't understand.
He's gone across. He's a very, very fine third man.
He's a first man. He's not even a second man.
Oh dear!
It's good anticipation to get to his left here and cut this off. Keep that to 1.
Both batters having troubles with Khalid. This one's hit nicely along the ground. Fielder comes in, attacks the ball well. It's good work from Tanveer.
Yeah, I think, I'm just trying to do a quick calculation. Hammarby, they can't concede, I'm going to say, more than 2 boundaries if they're going to hold on here. This is okay. This is okay. It just keeps them alive in the game. I think their best strategy is just take it deep. And particularly, obviously, getting Sohail Adan will be key. 7 overs down now. It's 54 for 1. Coming up this afternoon, the final match of the day from Stockholm. Match 32. Once again, it's Umyot versus Hammarby. Hammarby winning the toss once again. And once again, they've decided to bat first. They'll be wanting to bat a bit better than they batted in this game. as it looks like they're struggling to hang on. This is game number 224 in the ECS calendar, and it will be starting in 40 minutes right here from Sweden. Join us for the final game of day 8. And now we're going to see Hume's Jarvid. Well, it was his 16th birthday, if you remember yesterday.
It was indeed.
So now he's well into his 17th year. Here he comes to bowl at the 8th over. Gets it through okay as well. This one, I think, probably, I thought maybe it'd be a leg by, but maybe there was a bit of bat on this, or maybe a bit of glove. See what the replay shows. Maybe a double noise. No signal from the umpire, so it will be runs.
David, can he get a breakthrough? You just get the feeling that there could be a twist here. I think if you can get Adnan out and then start to put pressure on the other batters, it's just played out. The other thing here is, I mean, it goes back to a conversation we've had it several times with the field now. You need wickets. For you to win this match, you need wickets. And I don't think you're going to get them if you're too defensive like this. I think one of those men on the leg side has to come into the 30-yard circle to be in a catching position.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think that the wickets will come if you can strangle the boundaries, though, as well. It is under a runner ball. Yeah, but yeah, that's true. Just a runner ball.
I haven't seen any shots really played. Haven't seen a shot mid-wicket. I haven't seen anything going in that area to the boundary. They've been quite happy just paddling the ball. Oh, well, are they going to try and take the second? They do. It's a wild throw, and they'll just keep it at that. They'll take the 2. That's a win.
Good attacking running to run on the misfield. I mean, that was a wild, blind throw, and if it was straight, he could have been in trouble. But I mean, they've got the wickets to play with. That's the other thing. You might as well be quite attacking with the running between the wickets here, particularly someone like Raza moves to 12.
Hit that towards long on, tidied up there nicely by Zan.
Shrug has a question. I know you get this sometimes. He was asking Rico, how many languages do you speak? He's always impressed by such multilingual ability. So we see a dot ball.
Asking the question here, the umpire is not interested. Yeah, how many languages? I mean, I speak so Punjabi, Hindi, the Gujarati as well, and of course English, Spanish. That's it really. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, that's it.
There's others that I understand. I mean, when it was interesting going to Italy.
Yeah, Italy was interesting
because they were speaking in Italian. I could understand more or less everything, and they could understand me talking in Spanish. So that was pretty cool. So I'm looking forward, of course, to going back there for that long summer in Italy. But yeah, not too many.
Not a bad defence here by Hammarby. You see, most of their bowlers have been pretty tight. It's just a case of not enough runs on the board, but there's still some cricket to play. 9 runs required off the last 2 overs. They've got a good option here to bowl the 9th. Aftab Ahmed needs to break this partnership. Just need to sneak a few dots and take it to the last. Biggest over of the match so far coming up. Here's Aftab.
Goes for the big shot, and he's going to get the boundary. There's just nobody in that area at all. I just had a look and I thought, well, surely somebody's there. But there's nobody. I can't believe. I mean, everybody seems to be sort of at that 10 to 12 o'clock area on the pitch, if you imagine it being a clock.
Yeah, here's the thing, is they don't really have a strategy with this field. There's 3 out in the leg side, 2 out in the off.
Yeah.
Not really covering everything but covering nothing. And this one will just be 1. So, we've seen some teams, particularly Umia is one of them. The Tigers certainly do this. They'll have a real offside strategy and pack the offside and try and bowl that side of the wicket. You can see the field there. God, everyone's kind of spread far and wide. That did leave that cover open. So now just 4 runs to win. Umia, bit of an upset you might call this, but I mean Umia, they won't think so.
Hesitated, and well, where's this going to end up? They could be thinking of 2, but you saw the man Raza running from the non-striker's end. He has no idea what's happening behind him. He's just concentrating, getting himself in.
Correct hit would have been interesting. Got him hustling. Would have been pretty close, I think, with that hit. Just 3 to win now.
It's well bowled. Sees the batter come in and gets the Yorker length delivery in. Yeah, look, if they can take it, let's say there's no more runs here, take it into the last, it's still interesting because it's almost like you can see that they've tried to time this run chase to perfection. They haven't taken too many risks, but take it into the last. Nerves play a big part.
Love 2 dots
Anything
here,
can happen. Yeah, oh dear, that's the. What's this going to be called? Well, it's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, it was a wide. And so that takes them one closer. 33% of the runs they needed. Good movement, but just not the direction. 2 to win now. Yep, looking the goods.
Well struck, but should be fielded. It will just be a single. And
well, now you might as well bring everyone up. Scores are tied at 68. I mean, it seems unlikely, but funny things can happen if you can get a run of dots. Maybe take a wicket or 2. But it does look like Hammarby, they're going to pay the price for their batting not firing in the first half of this game.
Field has been strange the last few overs, has to be said. Any run will do it, and that will be it. So, well done to Umeå. They've batted sensibly. They want it. They batted like a team that wanted this win. They knew there wasn't too many runs on the board, but they decided they're not going to go at it blazing. They're going to time it to perfection, and I certainly did like the way that the opener started. So Adnan, he's batted all the way through 30 of 21, and he was well supported by his captain, Mustafa, who made 15 of 16. And then, that big Raza came in and he played his part as well at 19, not out of 16. So well done to Umeå. They definitely needed that win, didn't they? They needed to get some points on the board. Otherwise, if they finished pointless here, they would have had it all to do in the remaining matches to try and sort of reduce that deficit of 4 points. So well done to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're probably a team that's sick of losing the close ones. That's it. Enough's enough. And Umeå, the men from the north, they were on the march, weren't they? Chasing this target of 69. They bowled and they fielded really well. It's time for the bats to sink. And they certainly looked good early. They were selectively aggressive, like you said, with Sahel Adnan and Majid Mustafa, the captain, top of the order. But there are a couple of moments I think that Hammarby will look back and wish were different. And you saw how tight that game got at the end. The fact that Mahmood dropping that ball over the boundary for 6. Well, this one was quite a fast shot that was cut off. This one was a straight 4. This was the one which was a bit contentious maybe. I think it was a good decision. If you look at it, hits him in line, would have hit him on the full. We saw Imranullah, he was tried. And this is the other one. It's a really good effort from Mahmood, but such was his 10 overs in the field, or close to 10 overs, that he wasn't able to reel that one in. That went for 4, and just felt ultimately Umeå had it under control. Hammarby didn't really have any gears they could go to, any options they could bring back, and they do go down with 6 balls remaining. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the final game of the day, match number 32. Hammarby once again winning the toss. They're going to bat first. Look, I don't mind that because they had the plan, didn't really come off last time. This time they'll be wanting to bat better. I think that's the key. And they'll be hoping to do what they normally do. Hammarby, they've lost every first game of a series, but won every second game of a series, and they'll be pretty confident that they can get the job done in the last game of the day. Yeah, and they don't just win the second game, they absolutely do it in thumping style. Is that going to be the way here? Well, we'd have to wait to see. Umeå, though, I think they did that run chase perfect. I think it's the way you want to do it, wouldn't you? You want to do it without taking any risk, and you also don't want to go into the last, and that's exactly what they did. It's a really good run chase. Yeah, for sure. So that game is coming away in around about half an hour. Slightly extended break due to the early finish, as they won this one with an over to spare. Let's have a look at the scorecards, and I can tell you, Sahel Adnan, pretty accomplished cricketer for Umeå. Be pretty happy that he will finish on 31 of 22. 3 4s and a Maximo in there. The only 6 of the innings, in fact. They didn't have to do too many, didn't have to take too many unnecessary risks, I think, with this kind of a total. They batted sensibly. 15 for Mustafa. He was steady early. Tapik Raza came and finished it off with 19 of his own at the end. A couple of boundaries each for Mustafa and Tapik. Only 4 extras, so they didn't give too many away. They made them work for the runs, but ultimately they kind of ran out of gas, didn't they, Hammarby? As you see, all the bowlers contributed. Nobody really got whacked around. The wicket went to Khalid Mahmood, who put in pretty good shift, 1 for 10 of his 2 overs. So we will take a break, Rico. Back in around about 25 minutes, 28 minutes to take you into the first ball of the last game, which starts in exactly half an hour. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico for Hope you're having a happy and safe day. Hope you're having some fun wherever you're watching around the world. Back soon with more ECN cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden.
Heads a call. It was tails.
Well, once again, it's Hammarby that win the toss, and once again, Mohammed Munir says, we're going to have a bat. Even though it didn't really go to plan, they
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. I would say thank you very much for the in-depth info, but I don't think there was much going on there with Vinny Sandu. He sort of went on freeze frame. Well, it's too warm to be frozen out here. So a few technical issues there. Sorry about that. I'm sure that Vinny Sandu will be back in person. I might just have to wind him up a little bit. Never mind. See, that's what happens when he doesn't wear his fancy shoes. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the second match between Hammarby and Ormia. And it's been an interesting one. Hammarby, they've won the toss this time round and they've elected to bat. And we know that they're one team that when we see them the second time, they're very different to when we see them the first time up. They seem to be a lot more proactive. There seems to be more urgency from them. So are they going to follow the pattern that we've seen from them so far? In the last match, it just wasn't to be for them, was it? I mean, we did see that Mohammed Munir, their captain, very sensibly, 29 of 24. And we also saw a little bit from Ahmed Khan, 17 of 11, but they needed more. One man they need to produce, I think, is going to be their wicketkeeper batter, Aslan Ali. Looking for him to get in the runs as well. He was pretty destructive when we saw him last time, and maybe somebody like Khalid Mahmood as well get in the runs. And Abdul Hakim also coming into the side. I think that's going to be a big plus for them. With Umio there, we're hoping that they can do more of the same. I think hoping that their bowling performs well and get the ball in the right areas. And certainly the likes of well, one man that I certainly did like the look of, I think you heard me say, with his spin bowling, and that's Tahir Mushtaba. I really like what he's able to bring. I'll be interested, and I'll be keen to see him coming in to bowl in the fourth over. This is what the bat versus ball wall has to say. It's saying that it's going to be a very close game. And Umio 79 to Hammarby's 78. Well, how about that? It doesn't get any closer than that, does it? And you can see the main difference there is probably in the runs for to the runs against, 87 to 74 in favour of Hammarby. The umpires, in the form of umpire Abid and umpire Saeed, have made their way out there. The men in black, and getting ready for the final match of the day. And it is match number 32. And I can tell you that they are opening up with Arslan Ali and Imran Ullah. So they'll be looking to get Hammarby off to a good start. And are we going to see some more hammer time? And it is hammer time. It needs to be hammer time for Hammarby. See if they can get runs on the board. The question is how many. What you look to say. I mean, it's been that sort of day today. I think if batters have got in, I think it's certainly a day that we can see with the outfield, the way it's played as well. If you play your shots well and you find the gaps, I think you can quite easily get to the 100 mark. So certainly I would say that 100 has to be the score that Hammarby need to want to get to. And they've seen that Tomio were pretty good in chasing down that low score, but they did go, well, it was the last ball of the 9th over to get it. So they'll just feel that if they can get, I mean, they got 68 last time, if they can go 20 to 30 more than that, that may be enough. But they need that good start. And Arslan Ali is the man that's hoping to get them that with Imran Ullah as the non-striker. They're going to start with the ball. Umia with Tatbik Raza. So let's see how things pan out in this one. Good start from Raza right in the block hole. Doesn't try to do too much with it, does he? Just concentrates in getting the ball up there. Raza once more. Being whipped away. There's a man out there for the left-hander. Doesn't take it cleanly, and Ali certainly keen to get back, but Ullah sends him back. been another beautiful day here in Stockholm, the Newsbury Cricket Ground. Been some lovely action, and a lot of people have come down and watched as well. Nice to have the spectators coming down and getting themselves a nice little spot close to the outfield and watching in. And this one's been, what this comes off of, be interesting to see. Oh wow, it's a wild throw. Well, there's the leg by signal. What a wild throw this is. It's not the first wild one we've seen. Once again, fortunately enough, there was one or two fielders awake and alert to it. Yeah, it comes off the pads. The keeper does very well actually. And it was that man, the backstop, that fires in a wild throw. And he slipped really. And he ended up doing the role of backstop. Short. And he'll take the run. This one is quite an awkward one. I think it's caught the batter right in the elbow. Yeah, there you go. That's the Arsenali now giving it a rub. That's gonna hurt, and you may want a bit of the freeze spray to come out. Just clonked him right on the elbow. You see here, you can see that he's felt the way he's holding his elbow there, that he's felt the pain, and he waits to get to the other end before he gives it a rub. Well, that's opted not to have anything come out at the moment, spray wise. Hits it into the ground. They will take one. They come back for two. These two run very well, and especially Ali. It's little but fast, as they say. Plenty of international days we've already mentioned. It's International Tiara Day. Also the National Escargot Day, which is French for edible snails. Certainly have plenty of those in Spain. And why not? Excellent for protein, very tasty, and also low in fat. As we see that first over come to an end. It is 5 without loss. It is also Brothers' Day. I know one or two people on the chat have been forthcoming with reminding us which days it is. Yeah, it's a day that you reflect on how your siblings has enriched your life. So International Brothers' Day as well. So the umpire forgets that he needs to give the ball to the bowler. He holds it pretty tightly, and the bowler says, "Can I have the ball, please?" And umpire Abdid for June says, "Yeah, of course you can. Here you go." Gives this a big swing, does Arsenali, showing no real signs or side effects of that little knock that he took earlier on the elbow. So he'll Adnan now with the ball. Goes for the big shot. Doesn't quite get the middle, but it's well fielded there on the boundary. Does really well. The fielder has to watch the bounce. That's Tatbik Raza. Watches it well and keeps the ball in play. Nice bit of outfield fielding from Raza there, supporting his opening bowler, and he quickly runs inside the circle. Short and up in the air. Has he got safe? The fielder looking for it and taking a good catch. Well done. And he's pumped, and so he is. And it's a Rana who takes the catch. It was a short delivery, and he gets Arsenali to take the bait. He goes for it. And for a moment, I thought maybe he was going to get lucky. See, it slices it up in the air, but because it goes high, it gives Rana time to make up the ground. Takes the catch, and you can see, come on, he says. That's what I'm talking about. And he's absolutely pumped, and well, he almost knocks the bowler to the ground with the celebration high five. But they get the wicket, and it's a good wicket to get because Arslan Ali was certainly the man that was in good form yesterday, but today, just not happening for him. He departs just 2 of his 5 deliveries. Well caught there by Rana. A breakthrough coming from the bowling of Adnan. Not the start that Hammarby would have wanted. Looks like new batter. Taking his guard as that wind just picks up again. Sort of comes and goes, very blustery, causing a few problems for the umpires as the bowls keep falling off. So Khalid Mahmood gets set to face his first delivery. And just guides this down to third and take the single. It's interesting that the man at slip gets down on the deck waiting for the throw to be whizzed over his head, but it doesn't happen. And it's like a mole, goes in the ground, then pops his head up and says, "All clear now," as he gets up. Oh, that's well bowled. Straight through. Good delivery from Adnan. And Khalid wants to take an opportunity to go up to him and just say, "It's doing this. This is what you need to do." I'm not sure how much acknowledgement Ula's going to take from that advice. Let's see what he does here. Oh, he gets a sneak and he has to go, so he takes no advice at all. Yeah, good bit of bowling for Adnan, just keeping it there, backing himself to get the ball in the right areas, and he gets the aggressive shot from the batter, who only succeeds in getting a little tickle on it. So both the openers on their way back and both taken out by Adnan. This time a straightforward catch behind the stumps from the captain, Mustafa. And Ula, he departs for 3 of the 6 balls that he's managed to survive. So perfect start. As we have a look briefly at those tables, a good time to introduce back into the commentary position, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, it's good to be back. A bit of a logjam on the table now. As you can see, I know some teams have played different amounts of matches, but Umia, if they could pull this one off, they go back to a 50% record, and that's kind of par for the course. Mashta, they are the leaders at the moment, 3-1 record, although the Tigers have 3 wins, but they've lost 3 matches. They've played a couple more than some of the other teams. Tigers love the day off tomorrow. We'll see them on Thursday. Yeah, certainly a lot of cricket still to play. It's hard to see who's going to be going down from this group. One team will be very unlucky. Very even, I think, across this group. As we see, new bowler, be Tapik Raza, who's going to bowl over number 3. Not a good delivery to start, but fortunately, he goes straight to the fielder, goes the long throw. Well, this would have been out, I think, if he hits. Oh, I mean, he went the long way, didn't he? Had to hit, but I think that Khalid Mahmood might have been struggling.
Yeah, just keep an eye on this. I think, yeah, he would have gone. He would have gone for all money.
Lucky the bowler did. I mean, if it was online, the bowler almost was thinking about intercepting it. Still a slip in place. Nice looking drive, gets past the infield, a long chase for Pardeep. And I think
that might...
Does he touch the line though? I know he's over the line. I saw what you saw. Let's have a look.
I think he may be... The ball might have been touching him as unfortunately his back touches the rope.
Does his my thing is, does it touch the rope or is it over the rope? You see?
The ball is under him there, and...
See here, does he actually touch?
Ooh, I think he's okay.
See, you see what I mean? Yeah, his back.
Where does he pick it up? And
he's all right. I think he's okay. Because the benefit of the doubt has to go to the fielder on those. And we saw it live. We had a pretty good view of that, didn't we? I do think his back was over the rope but not touching. So good decision. Now, it's a pretty good decision by the batter who's going to uppercut this one out of the ground. Maximo has this one a little bit short, a little bit wide. He really goes after it and he gets the result, 6 runs.
Yeah, Hakeem Abdullah plays a lovely shot there. He's trying to inject some energy and some assertiveness into the batting here. And certainly you're happy to have him back in the squad.
They needed that one, didn't they? Bit lethargic early on. This one is an amazing bit of cricket. It's at the edge of the pitch, and this is going to run away. It takes it over the cover, and we've seen some funny bounces, haven't we? This one hits the intersection of the 2 artificial surfaces. I've never seen this before.
No, that is something else. When they say find the gap or get it past the fielder, I don't quite think I've ever seen it done this way. He smashes the ball into the deck, it goes over the infielder, Rana, and Pradeep Singh can't chase up to it, and that's forced the field change straight away. They've got another man come across on the offside, so just 2 men now on the leg side.
Next ball sneaks past him for a dot. So once again, you're seeing Tapik Raza. He's won the race to bowl the 3rd over, which seems to be when a lot of the wickets fall. I've got to say, Captain Majid Mustafa, he's done an okay job behind the stumps as well today. Not his usual position.
This has been played out into that vacant area on the onside. Fielders should get to it. They do. It's been a long chase for Sohail Adnan. He does get there, and that's the danger when you pack up the offside. That if you do get too straight, if it do goes onto the legs, then you've got no protection there. But fortunately, it wasn't quite middle. So just having a look at the power play there, 23 of 2, and certainly after those 2 wickets fell in that second over from Adnan, they just got a bit of the momentum moving in that one. That's a good over.
Look at the stumps falling over. 5, 3 and 15. The 3 overs in the power play has really picked up this wind, hasn't it? You can see it in the background. Even the cube is taking a bit of a battering at the moment, isn't it? But we'll have to see if that kind of affects the play out there. And that's why I think if you can get that uppercut, that is the way the wind's going, isn't it? Towards the point region for the right-hander. I also think if there are any left-handers, they'd be loving it. Just picking the ball up and helping it over the leg side. You can see the end of the power play signal. It will be Amir Hussaini who bowl over number 4. All right, Hammerby. When are we going to see some hammer time from them? Been disappointing today so far. Mahmood on strike. Not a bad ball. Thinks about pulling, but decides to be a bit more careful. And now we do have another fielder backing that up, so it'll just be a single. I mean, Hammerby, what's their target here? They're 23 for 2 after the power play. I mean, do you think they can still get that 100 plus, or do you think that's asking a bit much?
No, they can still get it. Unlike the approach here of Hakeem Abdullah. Played some nice shots. They've still got 1 or 2 other batters to come. I think it's definitely on. Is that nice? Got a lovely flow about him when he plays that shot out on the offside, doesn't he? Sort of gets himself in a good position, gets the wrist into action, and gets a nice smooth flow of the bat.
Yeah, nice looking shot. You're right. Hussaini hunting a 3rd wicket for his team. This one gets a bit 2-leg stump, and he's going to pay the penalty. That one's gone all the way maximal. Wow, it's just picked up and caressed, and it lands the other side of the rope. 6 runs, and that's one thing they don't do very often, yeah. They don't get 2-leg stumpage. They don't have the field for it. Even if they did, that one was going all the way.
That's a delightful pickup, isn't it? It's all about timing. It's got nothing to do with trying to hit the ball too hard. It's getting yourself in the right position. The bat comes down at the right point, times it perfectly, goes all the way for 6 runs. Lovely shot.
So the counter-attack's on now, isn't it? And you see already those couple of shots. Hammerby, the wind predictor, swinging their way, 70-30 at the moment. It can change very quickly, we know that, in this form of the game. Now a little late cut. Well handled down there, just a single. Yeah, I want to prove that the first one wasn't a fluke. I mean, the last time they did win a game, it was against Bochirka last year. It was in the first leg of a doubleheader, and they got blown off the park in the second leg of the doubleheader. So they'll be wanting to win both legs of a doubleheader for the first time in their ECS history. This next one's pushed to point, fielded on the circle. That's Tapik. Just a single. So, I mean, you get that boundary and over, you put the rest together with a few singles. You are normally getting close to that double digits, or close to, maybe 8 or 9 off the over. That's where you need to build your innings, and then maybe have the odd over of 15 to 20, maybe a magical one to get you over that 100.
Well, it's gone the up and over, and this one is not going to be stopped. And we're talking about which way the wind's blowing at the moment. So once this goes up in the air, it's just going to keep going. Look at it, it's sailing, and wind assisted. Well, where does this end up? Does it go all the way? I think it's very close to.
One bounce 4, yeah, but still, you're right. I mean, once it gets up in the slipstream, it flies a long way right to left on your screen. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico 4. We've had another really nice day, haven't we? A bit of wind around at the moment, but no rain, that's the main thing. We dodged the rain a bit last week. Hopefully we do again this week, because we've got finals on the weekend.
Beautiful day it's been. And like you say, that wind has picked up, but I don't think it's really caused any real issues out there for the players. It certainly hasn't for the spectators. The sun is shining. It's nice and bright out there. You've got to say it's a lovely day for cricket.
Really is, and I'm enjoying it. And this is a man who's been enjoying his day as well. Tahir Mujtaba. He's a bowler that we like to see. He's not afraid to really put some work on that ball, and he's had the results so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's bowled really well, Tahir. And just getting his field set now here. He's really does turn the ball viciously as well. Not just about his length, but he turns the ball a lot. And he's just checking his fielders that he's got enough inside and outside the ring. So he's got them fairly well spread. So he's going pretty defensive. I think he could probably, if I were him, I would still start off with one inside the 30-yard circle on the leg side.
Something we saw before where they weren't afraid to kind of keep the field up a bit longer. Whether they just don't feel at the moment they're in that much of a commanding position, I don't know. But yeah, Mujtaba, who's been excellent so far. Now he will bowl over number 5. Big moment in the game. He'll be bowling to Hakeem Abdullah.
Oh, this one's come out all wrong. It's a Gundy ball. Well, as Andrew Ryan will say it, that is the Gundiest of Gundy balls, and it is. That's really poor delivery. And this one just doesn't come out the hand right.
I mean, I think that should be a no ball as well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I have to see where he is in the crease, but he doesn't mind a loosener, does he? But for me, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I think that's
no ball would be the correct call.
He's a bit lucky to get away with that.
Have we not seen a call as yet?
No, I don't think that was called. So, I mean, it was an easy put away anyway, but that would have meant he'd have to bowl an extra ball. This would have been a free hit. It's not. This one will go straight through his legs, and he's just kind of wondering how that happened, but it will just be a single.
I think this one just bobbles, just as the ball gets to. I mean, he's got to be trying to stop it with his hands anyway. We'll say that, but look, it's hit here, and it's just out the screen there.
Yeah.
Just bobbles over his foot. Just adjusting the field slightly here. No, he needs to get it right. Better, and straight away it has instant results. So it goes through to the keeper. Nice work done there by Majid Mustafa, the captain.
Yeah, just lured him into coming forward. That's what he wants from the batter. Another good length delivery. Mustafa, when he gets it right, is a really difficult proposition. You see batters, they kind of want to go leg side, but it's not easy because it's spinning the other way. And now he goes offside. This hangs in the air a long time. The fielder's coming around. Won't get there on the full, and now it's completely diddled. Oh, that's poor Gopi Manavalan. He's not having a great time in the field. Well, Tutbeek, he was kind of escorting the ball. In the end, Manavalan had his eye on his teammate, not really the ball, and somehow this goes to the boundary.
He sold him the dummy. He did, and then he can't stop it. Oh dear. Oh dear. It was one of those.
Yeah, one of those. If you say one of those, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that.
Mujtaba's not so happy about it.
He's not thrilled, is he? Oh, now he does go leg side, and he gets a fair piece of this one. This is out of here, bringing up the 50 with a Maximo, which finishes the 5th over, 52 for 1.
Yeah, this is a nice shot, though, isn't it? He's ready, he's placed, he's positioned for the shot. He knows what the ball is going to do, you see. So just waits for it and then clonks it away. That's a top shot. And these two just starting to get a good partnership together. Both batters, Khalid Mahmood and Hakeem Abdullah. They played some nice shots there. They're motoring away pretty nicely here.
Yeah, 52 for 2, I should say, not 1, because they did lose a second wicket. Didn't they? In that second over, that's the best over so far. Sahil Adnan, 2 for 3 in the second. They were 8 for 2 at that stage, but now this partnership worth 44. In 18 balls, the counter-attack is on. And Hammarby, I do like this approach as well. I mean, we had 2 boundaries in the 3rd over, 2 boundaries in the 4th, 3 boundaries in the 5th. Mujtaba not having too much luck.
Yeah, sometimes we always go back to that, you know, when somebody's bowled, when you've got a team on the ropes and the first 3 overs have been good, and I mean, Adnan bowled a fantastic second over. Should he have come back and bowled the 4th? Yeah, it's one of those that are due saving. Well, at the moment now, the ball has just been blazed, Vinny, to all parts of the ground. What a top shot this is. Absolutely crashes it to the boundary. 4 runs. but it's a little bit short, it's loose, and he's reaching for it, but gets enough power into it. 4 more.
Just gives the batter the confidence to go offside. Maybe that wind helping him out a little bit. Just giving him that kind of extra confidence to go for that shot. Here's Mia, normally a pretty good bowler. This is cut away, long chase for the man at point. This is Hassaini out there now, who's covering that ground. Gopi Manavalan's up in the circle.
Just bringing another one over now into that offside cordon. Just means that the bowler now has to make sure he doesn't lose his line. That partnership worth 50 now between these two. Batter just takes note of that field change.
Bit of discussion in the chat. Come to in a second after this ball, which he goes for once again. And this one is another one which is up, gets the wind. 50 partnership has come up, and now make that 56. Maximo, another 6 over the offside. It's been a real sparkling set of stroke play as this partnership continues to flourish.
Yeah, it's another good shot. It's not a good delivery, but just goes to show that the thing about the strength of Hamidullah, and that bat, I suppose. He's hit that low down. It's not come off the middle, but it's still flown for 6 runs.
Yeah, better shot, better ball. Now, they were talking about the last over, Mushtaba, was he bowling back foot, no balls. But from what I saw is that his foot is hovering over the line, but it doesn't actually touch the sideline most of the time, the return crease, just based on eyeballing it. There's this one miss-hit down the ground for 1. So this is one, actually it's a rule I actually had wrong originally until I looked it up last year, that you are allowed to kind of hover over that return crease with your back foot, but you cannot ground it. You can't touch the return crease or outside the return crease. So I actually think if you really look at those ones, he's probably okay. I've got my feelings on the back foot rule. As we see wide of the off stump. Yeah, my feelings are it's very hard because as an umpire, how are you meant to see what's ground and what's not? Because you only see the top of the foot for the most part. And also, I think I've mentioned this before, I don't like the fact there's a back foot rule at all. I think it should just be a front foot rule. Because I don't think the umpire should have to watch both feet. It's the end of the over. It's 66 for 2. Yeah, I'd probably have it so that just the front foot is the one you have to watch for, and some part of the front foot should be inside the return crease. Some part should be behind the front line. But yeah, that's one of those ones that obviously our alert viewers are looking at. Frank Johnston, thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah, just having a look at the win probability there. So Hammerby, this start, they've done their chances a big favour with our computer. That is 82% to 18. Umio. Yeah, just to touch on that. I mean, I think as an umpire, also depends where you're standing. Yeah. I mean, most umpires are taught that it's all about how you use the eyes. You won't see umpires turning their head to be looking at the foot and then turning to look straight. The head has to stay straight. You can see it, but there are some bowlers, because their action, it's very, very difficult to see it. So it's certainly something that can be taken away from the equation. The question is, how important is it to have that law or not?
True. Leg buys or not, or maybe, or not. So just a not ball. And you know how I know that rule very well now?
Tell me.
I did lose a bet on that last year. I was sure that you weren't even allowed to be over the line. I thought it didn't matter if it was touching the return crease or not. I thought if you had anything over that line with your back foot, it would have been no ball.
Who was that to then?
I don't mind saying that. I'm not going to say who it was.
Come on, who was it to?
Not going to give them the credit, but let's just say they were right.
Into the pads again.
It's, I may have made it a ridiculous amount of money because I was so sure that I was right. Have you ever had that happen where you're so sure you're right but you're not? It's not that fun eating humble pie.
Well, I'm always one of those that even though I'm 100% sure, I'd always think, well, it's always possible I could be wrong. So
I like that.
I wouldn't.
That shows maturity.
Yeah.
This one's blasted back at Sahel Adnan. And they brought him on, I think, just to try and stop the bleeding. He was the one that did the damage in the second over. They decided not to stick with him and bowl in the fourth. Normally comes back towards the end. I think that's why he just gets the one over, despite taking 2 for 3 and taking a wicket with his last delivery in the second over.
Yeah, they want to break this partnership. They know that they're going to try and break it pretty quickly.
And it wasn't Corey, Frank. Otherwise, I think that's who he was hinting at. All right, this is a nice little deflection. He's going to get 4. Well, he's enjoying this, isn't he? Mahmood's just toying with it. He's had a bit of a funny day, Khalid Mahmood, but I think he feels he's due for a bit of luck. This is deliberately played fine to try and beat the third man. That's exactly what he does. Jaffrey can't catch up with it. Another 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played. It's we've seen that shot played well by a number of batters where they just wait on it and then play it quite late. They're just basically saying, well, okay, you know that the third man is in the circle, but the way this outfield is playing, you get a good bit of contact, it's going to race past them pretty quickly. You see he's been balled a little bit finer now, and, well, you can see Adnan saying, I want you even more finer.
See, I think I'd probably have the third man back with this wind as well and maybe bring the long on up and try and encourage the batter to go across the line and go into the wind. I don't see too many getting whacked over long on at the moment, the way Adnan is bowling. 2 to come in this over. Goes around the wicket. And, well, case in point, this one will go to the boundary as well. I just think that's a bit of a vortex, to use our Bulgarian parlance. And,
you just knew this is going to happen.
Yeah, especially with this angle. I mean, it's I think just more likely to get balls, have stoppable balls at third man boundary than mid-on boundary.
Yeah, Fahad Jaffrey now has been sent back. That makes more sense. So looks like the man who was at point on the boundary comes back into the circle. Yeah.
Thanks for your kind words, Frank. One thing before you go, Frank, because I know you're getting back to work and lurking. Where are you watching from? Let us know. Oh, well, this one is going to be a simple catch, crocodile style, and he doesn't care. And I think Mushtaba is saying, well, maybe someone can catch them off me, because this one just holds up in the breeze. He tries to go leg side, and I said it's not going to be that easy with the wind as it is. So it's the end of a pretty entertaining innings, but Khalid Mahmood's going to have to go for 32. The score is 75 for 3 after 7 overs.
Yeah, he's pretty happy to have taken that catch. And Mujaba, he hasn't had the best of times with the ball today. And talked about today, well, why don't we have a quick look at what's happening tomorrow? Well, tomorrow, first up, Master. They've got a double header against Umeå. And they'd be pretty keen, Umeå, to go into those matches with another victory under their belt if they can.
And then, you know what? In the afternoon, they've been partying in the streets of Mumbai, Stockholm, ever since yesterday morning when they won those 2 games. And they're going to take on Hammarby, who you just never know what you're going to get from Hammarby, do you? They're kind of the sleeping giants a little bit. Most of the time, they're just sleeping. At the moment, they have come to life. 75 for 3. That was a very good partnership in the end. It's worth 67 in 30 balls. But now, last 3 overs crucial, as you know, they'll fancy themselves maybe to finish this innings well and keep it under 100 to chase. Frank was watching from Glasgow, which is a city close to my heart. That was where my mother was born. And that's why I do have some Scottish blood in me. And doesn't mean I hate spending money all the time. That's hello to you, Frank. It's nice that you're there. This one's pretty wide. He reaches it and kind of spoils it for a dot.
Yeah, well done to the bowler Adnan there as well. He does do what his captain wanted. Wanted another wicket. And, well, he delivers. Picked up 3 wickets now from Spell. So well done to him. And now it's all a case of who can get rid of Abdullah. He's the man that's left out. And he's going very well. 34 of 17 deliveries.
Yeah. So, Manabalan, he'll be hoping something to go his way today. Getting a bowl now. And this one's launched. It's high. It's going to take him all the way to the boundary and over. Maximo Abdullah picking up where his partner left off. He might have departed, but he's going to keep on keeping on. He just gets a length ball and he sends it up very high and just getting the distance, 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot. You can see he's prepared to come down the wicket, waits for it, and clobbers this hard. So it's not what Manabalan was expecting.
Also want to shout out to Mick, who is a New Zealander living in Laos in Asia. So it's good to have you. I don't think we've had a viewer from Laos before. Hello, Mick. Hope you're well. Oh, this is whacked. Oh, what a good bit of fielding. I mean, this has saved 3 runs for his team. And if you do a few of these, they all add up. I don't know what kind of shape he's in here because this is a really unpredictable bounce. Skips through. I mean, that one was speeding at him, but fantastic bit of fielding. And at the moment, I think that, I was saying he's in a bit of discomfort.
Yeah, Not sure. I mean, he's holding his wrist.
That's where it hit him, I think.
I think that's where this is caught him. This ball was absolutely travelling. And just have a look at this for a start, and you can just hardly keep up with it. That's how quick it was going. And it bounces up. It doesn't quite catch the hands. Look, at this moment of time, he stopped it. You can see he's starting to feel the pain. And then right at the last minute there, he's saying, okay, no, this is just too much. He goes down, and it looks like we're going to need some of that super magic spray.
Yeah.
What a great, I mean, it's a fantastic stop.
It's a brilliant stop. He puts his body on the line, and he probably knows it's probably not going to whack into the middle of his hand. But, yeah, fantastic. Bit of courage from that fielder, Amir Hosseini. Okay, see Sam out there. Just keep an eye on things. And, yeah, a few little pats on the back. That always helps when you've got a broken arm. But, no, hopefully he's okay. Hosseini, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maxwell, alongside me is Rico Full. Hope you're well. And thanks to you, Mick. Thanks to you for joining us, as well as Frank, who's watching us from Scotland, I think we mentioned. And, yeah, Luke's just asking for a shout-out for some of the Europeans that are watching. We know we've had a lot of the Swedish guys. They've been lurking around. And, yeah, I mean, right now, you can see Umia. They're going to have to probably chase a few more than last time, I think. But they'll have some confidence, a bit like the Stockholm Mumbai Indians the other day. You know, once they won one match, they kind of felt like they had the monkey off their back. And I think that they kind of got a bit of a free roll now in the second half of this doubleheader against Hammarby. Okay, good news is that Hosseini seems to have recovered. There he is. Probably doesn't want another one blasted at him too quickly, though.
He's a key player for them, isn't he, Hosseini? We've seen him bowl, and we know he's pretty key with the bat, so let's just hope that's not going to stop him.
He walks at him. This is high, and it's a chance. And he's got a very good set of hands, and you can bet your bottom dollar it'll sink into those big mitts of Sohail Adnan and not come out. So Manavarlan, he does take a wicket. So finally something going his way. And after the stoppage, we have a wicket. And you can also say that turning a 4 into a 1 meant the other batter was on strike. So forcing the wicket in a way was Hosseini, but it's Adnan that finishes it off. And that is a 4th wicket now. Hammarby are 82 for 4.
Yeah, and Aftab Ahmed, I think he's got to depart for a first ball, Vinny. It's just another duck that's going to go into the lake. As he walks back, we're going to have to give him the sound effect. Well, not that batter, the other batter. He cuts the duck, so it's more quacks. I'm done lucky. But yeah, I reckon that wicket, you have to give that to Hosseini. That was his fielding that brought that one about, for sure. So we'll just put, I think we should have an assist for wickets as well.
Wicket assist.
Yeah, you should. Why not? I mean,
And that, you know who this is? This is Ahmad Khan, who really was a bit of a surprise packet with the bat in the first game. Yes, he came out at number 7, and he hit 2 4s and a 6. He struck 17 off 11 balls. Let's see if he can do a similar kind of job here. He's up a spot, up at number 6. He'd love to try and take them to 100 and beyond. At the moment, they're on 107 pace. I want to say a quick hello to Greg, who just mentioned that was hit really hard. Sure was. And James Stewart watching from Estonia. The Europeans representing. A couple to come here for Manavarlan. Well, it doesn't waste any time. This is going, it's going, but it is kept in play. Now, I think this is okay. He does touch the rope, but I feel like it was after the ball had gone. I mean, that's a fantastic stop if he stopped it.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get a look at the foot here.
I think this is fine. I don't think he touches the rope while he's touching the ball.
Yeah, he goes close, but he doesn't actually touch the rope until the ball's well gone. I mean, he saved 6 there. What a fantastic bit of fielding that was. Now I'd be clunked out for a 1. So we saved 5 essentially, didn't he? Because a 6 becomes a 1.
Well, just think how many runs have been saved in this over.
Yeah.
First of that, Hosseini stopped, which they got a 1 from, and that was saving 3.
Yeah.
Now we just saw 5
3 and
saved
5.
there.
That's 8 runs.
Yeah.
You know, that's going to be fair proportion of the target. As we get to the end of the 8th, the score is 84 for 4, and you can see 6 bowlers used so far. So I've got a few options to bowl the last couple. I would have been tempted to go for Mushtaba at this stage. I don't know, maybe that's a bit of a gamble. It's the gambler in me. Manavarlan doing a pretty good job with his over 1 for 9 in the end, but I think he owes a debt of gratitude to some of the fielders, in particular Adnan, for saving 5.
You get your wish.
Yeah, so yeah, this is going to be interesting, I think. It could go wrong. a wrist spinner, you expect he's going to bowl some bad balls, maybe one in and over. But if he bowls 5 good ones, you can probably afford.
Yeah, he started his spell with that bad one, didn't he? That was the thing that let him down in the first over. That really, I mean, he got away with it. Should have been called a no ball, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
And now he's trying to adjust his field. But I think for me, yeah, this is a better field. He's got the long on and mid wicket back. Let's see how this pans out.
Yeah, and this is what you expect at this stage. The batter's probably going to run at you. And that's pretty good fielding down there. It does keep it to 1. The batter's lucky he gets something on that just to flex away from the keeper.
Yeah, does well, doesn't he, the third man? He's had a busy day. He's back inside the circle now, so he's got a lot of ground to cover if anything goes that area.
It makes sense to a spinner to have the third man up. Abdullah ends up only getting a single. That means that we can see Ahmed Khan on strike, swings and misses at this one.
Yeah, this is where what I think the bowler wanted. He wants to have a go at the not so. Oh,
can pick it up.
He still misses. He couldn't pick it up first time. Second time he has a shot at it. He couldn't get it right. Well,
Gopi Manovalan has had the ball following him, and I think the batters think it's past him, so they just run. And Abdullah's certainly running, and Gopi still would have been out, but this next one will be out. And well, start the lawnmower because Mushtaba, who's struggled to get a wicket, and not through any fault of his own. This one, he does it all himself, and he does bowl Abdullah for a pretty well-made 43. So the gamble to bring spin back in the 9th, paying off, and that could be a very important wicket now. It's 68 for 6.
Well, he could do himself an injury with that celebration, Ken Mutab, but he gets the wicket, and just showing that he's able to keep his composure when he was under attack. He went for a few, didn't he, if he's first, and then he gets that one right. It's the wrong one, isn't it? There's no turn on that one. It goes straight through and onto the stumps and gets a wicket. So just slowing down the acceleration rate here of Amabi.
By 68 for 6, of course, I mean 86 for 5. Accidentally looked at the score from last game because I was pulling that up. But yeah, 86 for 5. Still, remember how they kind of ran out of gas a little bit towards the end of the last game? I guess we'll see if they can put something on the board here. They still want this 100, but there's been a bit of a mini collapse here. Well bowled to Mushtaba. I think Tahir has bowled very, very well in this series for the most part. This one's a little bit short, so the batter can pin his ears back. And a bit of one-hand, one-bounce action out there, but effective stuff. And that's our man Hussaini. He's up and fully functional now. Nice stop from him on the cover boundary. Here's Mushtaba. And this is launch, slog sweep, and it is going, gone. Well, don't worry about the wind. He says, I'm going to get plenty of this, and he does. Maximal. Pretty good shot. Not a bad ball. It's a challenge kind of a ball, but the batter was up for the challenge, and Ahmed Khan goes bang.
Yeah, this is a really good shot. You called it. It's that the old sweep slog, and he gets plenty of it. And out of the middle of the bat, and goes sailing over the boundary against the wind as well. So it's a powerful shot. 93. No, it's not 93. You have to add 6 onto that, I believe.
No, that's 93 now.
It is 93?
93 off 9 I've got. That's the end of the over. I've got that over as 1.1, wicket 1.6. So I got 93 for 5 off 9. Probably tick over in a sec.
Needs to update there.
Yeah, but Mick was asking maybe on that catch was the foot touching the boundary line. I think it does touch the boundary line, but after the ball had gone. I think at the moment he releases the ball, he's still fine. It was right in front of us as well. But Mick, good to see your eyes are peeled. And now here is Kayumia to bowl the 10th and final over, number 10 on his back. And this one is blasted to the offside. But, they do have this strategy, particularly with Mia, to pack that offside field. And so they've got a lot of protection down there. Eventually, I think they finally got this field right to Mia. They've got 6 on the offside. They've got 4 of their boundary riders on the offside. And only the long on back on the onside. Oh, this is absolutely spanked back at Mia. And he gets something on it. I don't know what part of the body it was. Almost deflected onto the umpire.
Well, for a moment I thought it was his thumb, and I thought, well, that's had it.
Oh, it was a finger. Oh, count them. That was absolutely whacked. All right, up to 95 off 9.2. Now, big swing and a miss.
Can you imagine when we started here earlier in, well, earlier last week when it was so cold and windy, any of these ones that we've seen hitting the fielders, oh, it would have shattered the fingers. I think they're lucky that we've got the warmer climate for the last few days.
I think it'll tickle though. 3 balls left, 95. Make that 2 balls left. And this is Mohammed Munir, captain, who's come out a bit lower than before. I thought he batted pretty well, to be honest. But I suppose he's playing the kind of innings where it kind of went in runs. He was quiet for a while, and then he did make a few runs and then go quiet a while again. This one's dug in. He hits this one pretty well. Fielder's got to do well, and he does. It's an excellent block down there. Got to say, Umia, they could have been chasing a lot more if it wasn't for some spectacular pieces of fielding.
You're absolutely right. I mean, we counted, 11, what did we count earlier?
There were 8 in that one.
Those look at some stops there. Yeah, quite easily, I reckon 16 to 20 runs have been saved with some very good fielding.
Last ball, 96 on the board. And we'll probably say at 96, but it might not. This will be interesting. Well, they're going to get the bite from Mia. I think he was pretty sure that he may have been able to get the run out, but he decides against throwing. I think this has to be a bite, because otherwise he's probably caught behind. That one would have been out, just missed. And I think the roll was so slow, it would have been out anyway. So it'll be 97 for 5. And what a good last over. Just 3 and a bye off it. So they go from 93 to 97 in the last. Mia has always done a good job at the end of the innings, I think, for Umia. And so when we return, the target will be 98. With the score 97 for 5 after 10 overs. Hammarby once again kind of running out of gas a little bit towards the end of the innings. No boundary in the last over. But Rico, Umia, they'll fancy this, chasing double digits again for the clean sweep on a Tuesday afternoon in Stockholm.
Yeah, they will, and it started well. That man certainly did frame himself around for his team. He did some excellent work all the way through in that innings, you have to say. Rana, we saw him in the boundary as well. Did some good work. And this one just couldn't. Just managed to get hold of it, and that's the sort of thing what we're talking about, where the runs were saved. You're going to see some more examples of that as well. And the other good thing there for me from Mumia was that the way they kept the extras down. Only 1 wide on 3-leg buys, so only 4 extras as well, which I think is outstanding. They've done really well.
Yeah, so it's not innings where everything went their way, the fielding side. They certainly didn't. But for the most part, they did what they could. There was some good batting in there, particularly that key partnership for the 3rd wicket, which was over 50, was pretty important. This was a funny one, though. Speaking of saving runs, a couple given away. And poor Manavalan, he's been in the wars a little bit. He had a nice moment a bit later on, though. This was nicely hit into the wind. But there were a few shots to the left of the screen with that wind picking up. The batters were getting value on the offside, weren't they, the right-handers?
They certainly were. And you saw this one go all the way over for 6 as well. And that was all to do with the wind. Well, you can blast them over, or you can do it in a delicate way as well. There was some really good batting, and this is where that partnership was really threatening. I mean, the 50 came up between the two, and you just thought, well, if they don't get that wicket soon, it could all be curtains. And they had to go back to Adnan, didn't they? And Adnan delivered.
Yeah, they did. He bowled really well. Adnan did come back and get that extra wicket, but not before he went for a couple of boundaries. Oh, this is the one that caused some concern for Amir Hussaini, as he seemed to take it in the forearm, but he got up, he got on with it.
What about this, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, this was brilliant. You see,
well, that was
this is the one that he takes, but there's one that I think, in a way, might be more valuable. This seemed to be 6 for all money. Then he bends himself back, and it just got rid of it, by luck or design anyway. It was ejected before he touches the rope. Then Manavalan had a great chance. Well, the chat, they were calling for the Jonty Rhodes, but he did the falling over part, just not the falling over into the stumps. And then the stumps went over. Next ball anyway, Mushtaba. Oh, he was doing some of those fist bumps. That has been his trademark today. And he's been able to get the wickets. And then this one, batter having a bit of revenge on his teammates' behalf, as that was swept out of the ground. Handy runs towards the end, but there weren't too many boundaries at all in the concluding stages. Ahmed Khan getting that one away eventually. He snuck through for a bye. That one clicked the score from 96 to 97. So when we return, it will be 98. The target, if Umia are going to sweep the series with Hammarby, and Hammarby, well, they certainly won't want to lose another one here. If they do, they'll be 2 and 4, and nowhere near where they thought they'd be. Key partnership there, wasn't it, between Khalid Mahmood and Hakeem Abdullah. They came together with their team in a bit of trouble at 8 for 2. They ended up putting on 67 in just 30 balls. It was a very, very important partnership to get them up to scratch. 67 of those 97 runs in that innings were due to that partnership. So 43 for Abdullah, 32 for Mahmood. I mean, they deserve a lot of credit for putting what you would say is pretty much a pass score on the board for Hammarby.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they'll be happy with that because they will know that looking at the Umeå results, that Umeå haven't got past sort of the 80 mark with the batting, so they'll feel that they've got enough runs on the board. Umeå, they'll be looking to prove them wrong. Quick look at the bowling. I think Sohail Adnan, he was the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 11, and when his captain needed that partnership broken, he was the man he turned to, and he did deliver. And, well, Tahir Mujtaba, he was expensive this time round. He did pick up a wicket, but he went for 24, certainly the most expensive. A good over there from Manavalan. Things didn't go his way in the field, but at least he was able to get a wicket.
And he can thank his fielders because we talked about the 8-run save. They were all in that over from Manavalan. The other thing was, Kayamia came back and bowled a very good 10th over after he went for 14 in the 6th. The last over, only 4 in the 10th, and one of those was a bye. So Hammarby, well, they're favoured on the win probability, supercomputers, but we'll have to see if it stands up because it will be 98 the target for Umeå in the last innings of the day. Join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back with the last 10 overs from Stockholm on day number 8. Fantastic Tuesday afternoon. We'd love your company the other side of this break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Falk. Join us soon for The Chase. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm in Sweden. And this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. It's the biggest cricket series in the world with almost 1,000 matches taking part in a variety of European cricket destinations. As we have made our way to Sweden, this is now our 4th week here. We're really looking forward to the conclusion of this series in Stockholm. Right now, it's Umeå side that won only one of their group matches last year. Lost a lot of close ones, and they won their first match for this year in the previous fixture, match 31 against Hammarby. And so now we are seeing them chasing for victory, and they will need 98 as they did restrict Hammarby to 97 for 5 in the first innings of this match. Hammarby winning the toss and batting on both occasions this afternoon. Earlier, they weren't able to put too many on the board. It was 68. They scored Hammarby in match 31, and Umeå, they chased those down with 6 balls in hand, but could be a bit of a different story this time. A few more on the board, and I think the key to this chase for Umeå is don't bat too conservatively early. You're already starting at pretty much 10 and over you need. And I think that it'll be tough going if that gets north of like 11 or definitely 12. They've got some good bowling options to come at you here. After Ahmed, he's going to bowl first. He's had a pretty good series. He's going to be bowling to another player who's had a pretty good series, Sahal Adnan for Umeå. Umeå just into their 4th match of this series. Here we go, 98 for victory. Last innings of the day. First one whistles past the outside edge of Adnan. Pretty good outswinger. So Adnan's opening up with his captain, Majid Mustafa. I think that's a good move. My strategy would be to try and be fairly aggressive in this power play and make the most of it. It's not going to be easy, but I think you need 30 in the power play, 30 plus. High 30s would be a bonus. This one swings out as well. There's one thing that some of the outswing bowlers would really be enjoying is the wind. You can see it just wobbles out a little bit. If you get that seam right, it's 2 in a row. He's gotten pretty good. This one's a bit short. It's turned away around the corner. There's nobody back at deep square leg. It's going to be the first boundary of the innings. Adnan enjoying that. There wasn't a lot of protection on the leg side. Just 3 fielders over on that side of the field. That one was a fairly simple put away. And so that'll give the opener some confidence. And Adnan has had a pretty good day. Like I said, he's been very good in the field. I mean, earlier he top scored in match 31 with 31 of 22 balls. Now he's happy just to push this away off the back foot for one. We'll get a first look at Mustafa, the captain. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me once again is everybody's favourite commentator, including mine, Rico Full. Welcome back, Rico.
Thank you very much. You're too kind. Yeah, thank you to everybody that's joined in today on what's been a beautiful day of cricket here in Stockholm at this Northborough Cricket Ground. And look, I'm going to give you some love right back. It is International Brothers Day, and we are brothers in arms, as they say. And also a big congrats to all of our cricket family out there as well. We are a big community. We are a growing family. And on International Brothers Day, I want to say a big thank you to all our brothers out there for all your support, not just during this series, but over the last 2.5, 3 years. Thank you all very much indeed.
Yeah, can't echo those sentiments enough. It'll take a bit of time to get going, but Mustafa will get to face up now with 2 to come in the first over. This one moves out. They've got the protection there, don't they? They've got a second man and a third man in circle, and so certainly trying to protect against those kind of deflections. It is a pretty fast bit of the field. It tends to run away,
yeah,
and especially with the wind going that way as well, make it even faster. This one moves out, and the umpire eventually says it's a wide. I like the fancy footwork.
He said, yeah, I was going to say, he sort of does a big walk all the way around before he spreads his hands. Tight one, though,
yeah, because when it goes past the popping crease,
is it before or after? It's difficult to tell sometimes, isn't it?
I think that one, if you looked at it in slow-mo, it's probably just okay. Anyway, umpire's call. That's their job. Interesting one, this one. I think this is a bump ball.
It is, yes.
But sometimes you think they are and they're not. Let's see what we get here. I think it is. Yeah, it's bounced it into the ground. So
the keeper, of course, can't see that angle, so he's sort of half appealing. But I think the bowler knows it's not really appeal from the bowler. End of the over. So we finish the over 7 without loss.
Yeah, and occasionally you get ones that everyone thinks are a bump ball, but they're not. They can just clunk off the bottom of the bat. Anyway, that wasn't one of them. Here is Munir starting second over. Pretty well directed first ball on the off stump. It will be just a single. So they didn't quite get the 10 they wanted off the first over. They're not too far off. I want to say hello to Curtis Botham, who is watching. I think you're watching from Adelaide. Am I right, Curtis? Let me know. He said he'd like a shout out for Cyrus the Bosher Jarl. Okay, hello, Cyrus. I'd love to know. Always called the Bosher.
Cyrus.
Maybe
hello,
I don't want to
Cyrus.
know. Oh, he's gone. He's absolutely cleaned him up as Adnan took the bait. He tried to go leg side. That's where the gaps were. But there's also a big gap between bat and pad, and over goes the castle. The first wicket falls with the score at 8.
These stumps go down like a stick of dynamite just exploded. Look at them go. And that is a fantastic sight for a bowler. And the umpire just letting us know it's out, I think. With the stumps shattered like that, we get the gist of it. And that's
hey, he's there to make the big decisions. And he does. Well, there's no doubt about that. It was a good bit of bowling. Yeah, that 6-3 field. By that I mean 6 on the offside, 3 on the leg.
I'm loving this. This is what any bowler loves to see. Look at the bails go bang. The bails go flying to either side. He knocks them over. Chuck them what their style. That was what we call a boogie kookaburra fireball.
Not a shot, I think, that the batter will want to look back on, especially after he batted so well before. But Adnan's going to go on this occasion for just 5 with the 1 boundary. Yeah, I was going to say, with the 3 on the leg side, it's not many, so he just gets a bit too leg side conscious. But that's the risk of cross-batting a ball on the stumps. So Munir, the captain, getting the job done. He removes a very dangerous player. Tapik Raza comes to the crease, though. He batted pretty well earlier as well. We only saw the top 3 for Umya earlier today. First one will be called a wide. And so, yeah, Tapik Raza had a nice little contribution as well. See this one. Again, yeah. What I will say, they have been consistent. And, consistently against the bowlers is probably another way to put it. But, I mean, I do agree with being harsh on the wides. I feel that in Sweden, Stockholm in particular, they've been maybe a little bit too harsh. Some of these balls are inside. Well, this one completely does him. And Munir cannot believe this hasn't hit the stumps.
Yeah, he's bamboozled, hasn't he, the batter. He's got no idea. He's totally been outfoxed. And how this doesn't go on to hit the stumps, I don't know. But you know what that does show? Some of the LBW decisions we talk about, when you think it's plump, well, the ball is not going to go on to hit the stumps.
That went miles over. It's because the overspin on that slower ball. Now he goes pace on. He gets banged down the ground. Needs to be stopped, and it is by Asad Javed. Yeah, so that back of the hand slower ball, because it comes with that overspin, that's what makes the ball bounce a bit more. So even though it was really full, it went over the stumps, just something to watch out for. Only 10 on the board. Just falling behind already. That rate's up to 10.5 plus, and that will make it go up even further. This is a really good over from the captain, Mohammed Munir.
Yeah, he's putting all of his experience and wealth of knowledge into this little spell of bowling. It's really putting out all the tricks as well. Captain.
Nice looking shot, but picks out the fielder. Gets a bit of a Tortuga. I think either way it was going to be a single. It's knocked down. And eventually it's blocked by the keeper. End of the second over. It's 11 for 1. They have lost a key player in Adnan in that over. He scored 31 not out in the previous game, and he scores 5 here. So 2 overs down. And you can have a look at the table and you can see why this is so important as Umya hope to join the gaggle of teams on 4 points, which include Hammarby.
Yeah.
The difference is that Umya will have 2 games in hand on Hammarby. The other team to watch out, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. We'll see them tomorrow again. The Tigers are right up there with 6 points. But remember, they have played 6 games. They have a 50-50 record. It's Mashta that really have an opportunity with matches in hand to cement their place at the top of the table over the next couple of days.
Yeah, but this is an important match, though, isn't it? I mean, Umeå, they'll want to join the pack on 4 and be hoping with the matches they have in hand they can finish higher above. That's not a good delivery. It's too short and just help on its way. So Majid Mustafa saying, you can't be bowling this to me. Just rolls on this. Nicely played.
Asking for trouble. And sometimes you get what you ask for. This is just, that's a Gundy ball really, isn't it? Never endangers the stumps. It's bowled from outside that kind of leg side and never comes back. It never comes back until it's gone for 4 either. So Mustafa grabs a boundary there. And Curtis just corrected me. He's actually watching from England, but his friend who asked me to say hello to yesterday, Emil, is from Adelaide. And he says Cyrus is called the Bosch up because he's got massive biceps and he smashes at miles. Oh, sounds like a good guy to know. Well, one of my mates, Pavel Florin from Romania, he's got massive biceps too. I won't say he smashes at miles. And this one is going to be fine. Well inside. Yeah, thanks, Curtis. I'm glad you're enjoying the action. We're enjoying bringing it to you. No real footwork here. This is chopped into the ground, not going anywhere. Yeah, my worry for this innings for Umeå is they wouldn't get moving until it's too late, and it has that kind of feel about it. I don't think there's any lack of intent, but you know, I think now's the time, especially no fine leg here. Maybe you have to take that calculated risk, try and get funky, just make something happen. Nice looking shot though, and this one could actually run away. The fielder's got a long way to go, and in the end it will be fought. He offers the boot at it. Ahmed Khan, well, he let his feet do most of the work, running and getting him to the ball, and he thinks he wants to use them to stop the ball as well. It doesn't work out, and a badly needed boundary for Umeå.
Yeah, I think he gets a foot on it, but it sort of backspins back over the line. I don't think you could do that again if you tried.
Hey, in the Premier League, people get paid millions to do tricks like that. 2 balls left in the power play. And this one will be a wide. Again, this has been the one that I think they've been called, and when you look at them, I haven't seen this one from this angle. Yeah, you see, when that passes the popping crease, I don't think it's really outside. Don't think it's getting any of the line. If it's on the line, when it passes the popping crease, then it'll be a wide, but yeah, I'm not so sure about that one. But this one, I'm pretty sure this is going to go for 4. So good bit of striking by Mustafa, who just leans on this. It's pure timing into the wind as well. But he gets full value. The round the wicket attack not really working in this innings for Mahmood as he goes for another boundary.
Yeah, that's a nice shot from Mustafa. He just comes across, doesn't he, as somebody who's out there. He looks like he's so tired that he's going to fall over any minute, but his timing is, well, fantastic. He's really been on top form with his timing.
Full toss. Turned away last over the power play. They will get the single as Faizan does the fielding eventually. 3 overs down. The score is 25 for 1. Little kind of mini run there, just getting them back in the contest. Yeah. They felt like they were a long way behind.
But like for like, they're not. It's quite interesting. I just had a quick peek at that. I mean, we saw that Hammarby, they were 23 for 2
really,
at this point.
Really similar.
25 to 1.
Hammarby, their 3 power play overs. You can see actually on the graph there, their 3 power play overs in the first innings, 5, 3 and 15. And for Umeå, 7, 4 and 14.
Yeah.
So it's a similar sort of pattern.
Yeah, but this is where this partnership happened. And we're just having a look at the top part, Hammarby. That's when that big partnership happened. And you can see the result of that is where a lot of the runs was scored. And then towards the end, they had that blip once more, didn't they, where they just couldn't finish with a flurry. So this is a important point of the match.
This is an interesting one because it shows you what over teams have been losing their wickets. And you see, actually, they've never lost a wicket in the first over, Umeå, in this series anyway. The 5th over is the danger for them, and the 8th. Very interesting stuff there. And they seem to kind of be a bit conservative early. The fact that they haven't lost that many wickets in the first 3 overs tells me a little bit about it, but they haven't been scoring big in those overs either. So maybe they've been a bit too careful is what you could gather from that. Here's Hakeem Abdullah to bowl. First one is on the pads. Just kind of strangles the batter, no run. Yeah, they want to slowly get back up to that 10 and over. So they need 15 off this over to get that. But even if they get, say, 12, something like that, get in the high 30s, start heading the right direction. Power play's over, though, don't forget. Oh, this is going to help. Oh, it'll be a wide. I thought for a second the keeper didn't block it, but he does well to actually make the stop.
He does. I thought the same as you. I thought it was going to... He moved really early, didn't he? Look, he moves really quickly. I thought he's going to move too much. He gets lucky because it clonks him on the pads.
Yeah, you'd rather go too early than too late, because normally you are a bit too late on those as a keeper. You can see it. Once it gets lost in the batter, it normally comes out on the leg side. This is pretty well bowled by Abdullah. It's just pushing these through. Mustafa struggling to get moving. Abdullah was a key component in that partnership. 43 off 22. He scored in the first innings with 3 4s and 3 6s. Now has to double up with the ball. Once again, you see he's just... I think I'd be playing Abdullah more as a slow medium pacer. I think just with my setup when I was batting, I think, you know, he always seems to be rushing the batter, but he's not bowling quick. Something to think about. We toss one up here. We'll stick with the quick stuff. No, sticking with the quick stuff and just pushed away for one. So, yeah, despite at the start of the over, we thought we might get a 5 wide, turned into just a 1 wide. So only 2 off this over. Really keeping it quiet at the moment is Abdullah.
Yeah, he's got an interesting action, doesn't he? And because he doesn't bowl from a high up position, he gets the ball sort of skid through.
He's another one where he's got a funny kind of arm action, but I don't really see a straightening of the arm. I think there's no issues with the legality of his action. It's just, like you say, he doesn't fully extend it.
Yeah, it doesn't fully extend it, and it certainly isn't. I mean, it's all in one motion. And he's trying to, you see the push is coming with the wrist. He's really trying to get his fingers wrapped around the ball. But yeah, I think the odd one floated up would probably do him well.
Well, that one is slightly slower. It'll be dragged to take mid-wickets where it's handled eventually by Ahmed Khan. It'll be the end of 4 overs. It's 29 for 1. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and alongside me is none other than Rico Falk. You see, at this time of the day, the sun comes through the back and it kind of lights up our logo, and we're loving the sunshine here in Stockholm. I'm welcoming you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. I think Curtis said he's watching from England. I know we had people watching from Laos. I think Mick was watching from
amazing,
there, from Scotland, everywhere. We really appreciate that you want to spend some of your day with us, and we love bringing you the cricket.
Yeah, we definitely do. So thank you to everyone. A huge welcome. And remember, we're going to be here tomorrow as well, bright and early. Got some big matches tomorrow.
Absolutely, we've got some big matches.
We'll talk more about them later, but at the moment, all the focus is on this one. The Hammerby, they're trying to register a win. They've got the runs on the board, and it's Umio that are fighting here. 29 for 1. They're just behind for me now.
Imran Ullah with his round armers. And this one is hit pretty well. Fielder's got a lot of work to do. Oh, once again, we see an attempt with the foot, and he gets nothing but fresh air. That one's into the tent. He puts it into his own net, Rico. Well, I don't think he's going to get a job at fullback for Manchester United, but I don't think he might hold that job for much longer if that's his attempt at stopping that. And in the end, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, Kookaburra's gone into the sorbet tent to just freshen up a little bit. A bit of sorbet, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? A bit of lemon sorbet.
Yeah, go for that. Well bowled, actually. I think I mentioned with Imran Ullah, he's a bit unusual with his bowling. There's nothing wrong with it, but what he does, he bowls from an arm angle which isn't as high up as most spinners. Essentially, he's bowling off spin here. So he's kind of a spinner version of Malinga in a way. See where he comes from. Oh, this has gone straight, and it's gone hard, and it's gone long. Maximo! Tapik Raza says, I'll have some of that, and it's pitched up, and it's a kind of slot delivery. And in the end, it bounces off the side screen. You see the little skip step down the pitch, and he turned that one into a half volley, and he sent it out of the ground.
Yeah, this is a great shot. And like the little bit of boost, bit of uplift there from the bat as he hits that one. Hits it strong, hits it hard, hits it long. 6 runs.
He had time for an extra step there. That was the thing, and he used it. This time, it's clever bowling. And it just gets it outside his eye line a little bit, so gets him reaching. Pretty good bit of keeping from Arslan Ali. Just gets back in time. And had to.
Yeah, he did.
Clever bowling, though, because you're hoping maybe you can see the batter running down again. And because it's wider, he's more likely to miss it because he's going to have to trust his eyes a bit more. This one's a bit quicker and dabbed away. That's a pretty good shot. It'll probably run down the hill, you know. Fielders are going to forlornly chase. It's another boundary. And Umia, well, the win predictor's giving him 23%. With batting like this, I think that'll be on the rise.
Yeah, this is good. Sensible batting. They're not panicking, are they? And you can see Hakeem Abdullah, he chases it, but he's not going to get there. It goes in that area, and it does speed away. 4 more runs. So this is turning out to be just the over they needed.
Yeah, last ball of it coming up. Oh, that's into the beak of the keeper, who does well to block this again. Anyway, it's all right. Have a look at this.
Good job he doesn't hit.
Yeah,
he
but
hits
look,
this. That was going to probably be pumped off the lid.
yeah,
and
you've
still
got to
go
be
the
a bit
boundary.
crazy to take the gloves. Trust me. Got experience. Oh, this is hit down the ground, and once again, this will be 6. That's a really good shot, slapped down the ground from Raza, who goes downtown twice in the 5th. It's the end of the over, and the 50's up for Umia. That's the over they wanted. It ends up going magical. 22 come off the 5th. That's 52 for 1.
Cracking shot. That's 2 good shots. He's hit straight down the ground. Plenty of power in that one. Look, he was reaching for this. It was very way away from the body. So he was relying just on brute force and power to send that over the rope, and he does. Big hit. Boom. Shakalagya.
In that over, you know, the win probability kind of graphic that we have now. And I just like it. It creates conversations. But what it does tell you is how quick the game can change. Umia, they gave them 23% halfway through the over. By the end, it's something like 52%. So things can change super quickly. Sticking with spin, and Abdullah pitches this one up on the stumps, turned away for 1. But that's one thing I think it always strikes us, Rico. You can feel the game's going one way, and it can change super quickly. But then it can also change back. I mean, 1 or 2 wickets right now changes everything.
Yeah. Abdullah there, starting with a bit more flight. This is better. I'm liking this more. It doesn't give the batter time, or in fact is the opposite. It means the batter has to think a bit more about the shot they're going to play.
Your timing could just go wrong easier. Kind of slower the ball is. And this one is turned around the corner. Could be a catching opportunity taken, and taken well. This one he just tries to get a little bit funky and glance it, but he doesn't get it right. And the catch is taken. It was a pretty good catch as well, because he had to take it on the run. I didn't mind the shot, to be honest, but in the end, it's a pretty good catch. I think it's Humez Javed who's in that position. So that's the wicket they needed just to bring things back. It's the end of Raza. He's going to have to go for 18. Played some nice shots in there, but he'll go no further. And the score's 52 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be disappointed because we just saw him play some really nice shots. He's just getting himself in. This one he tries to do more the paddle than the hit. I think if he'd tried to go for the hit, he would have cleared that fielder. Just tries to use the angle of the ball to flick it away. And
So what happens? So by not swinging at it and actually going for the hit, you know, he's more likely to make contact, but he's probably less likely. Well, he's not going to get as much power. If he actually swings at that, once you start swinging, a lot more can go wrong, and you can misjudge it, and maybe that hits in the pad. So yeah, he tries to be careful and make sure he gets some bat on it. But the thing is, it wasn't a good part of the bat, and it flew to the fielder. As a new batter comes in, and it's Hosseini. I know he had a bit of an issue with his forearm, making a very good stop. For me, the game's still in the balance. I mean, just that 10 and over is what I keep coming back to. This one is hit twice, and the second one almost undoes him. Yeah, so 60 off 6 is where they want to be. I think if you looked at the graph now, they might have popped back behind 50% again. Hear me up. As he tries to launch on this one, just kind of drags it to mid-wicket for 1. He's off the mark, Hosseini. Once again, great to see you in the chat, Mick, and we do appreciate all of our chatters, as well as all of our viewers that can't really get in the chat. If you are listening to us, no matter where you're watching from around the world, big thank you for supporting European cricket. Cut away and fielded, and this one turns the batter around. The captain Mustafa scrambling back. This one is fielded with part of the body that, let's just say, I can't mention it on air, but it was effective. And so it was Hosseini that was scrambling back, in fact, and now we'll scramble to the other end as Mustafa gets a single. He'll move to 25 and retain the strike. 6 overs down. It is 54 for 2. Umia, despite the heroics in the 5th over where they got 22, the next over they only get 3 singles and a wicket come off that over. Hakeem Abdullah He was excellent, in fact. He only conceded 7 of his 2 overs. And have a look there, you see, they were favourites, but not for too long, because now, with that good over, it still is advantage Hammarby as far as our win probability graph suggests.
Well, just again, underlining just how quickly things can change. One good over.
Captain's
for the
deciding.
side.
Yeah, captain's deciding to take matters into his own hands. Munir bowled the second, bowled a very good over, and he went for 4, and he picked up a wicket, big wicket as well, of Sohail Adnan. So he's coming on in the 7th, and they need a good one out of him here. Trying to put that rate well up, but this isn't going to help, or is it? Well, he goes down, the ball goes up, and what can you say? Well, in the end, Assad might just want to hide behind that banner. He loses his footing. To be fair, he does all he can, but his problem is he's lying down. So even though it's a fairly comfortable height, if he was standing up.
If he stopped that, that would have been the best stop ever. Oh, he's so
He tripped
unfortunate.
over his shoelace, and now he's doing his shoelace up.
It could have been. He goes, oh, dear. Battle of the captains, and it's Mustafa, the batting captain, that strikes first blood, if you like.
A few people talking about the outfield. What I will say, it's pretty hard underneath. That's why, there's overthrows. Stay on your feet. Yeah, Assad's fine this time. Oh, and this one hits the edge of the pitch. He's not going to get a 3rd. So that'll be 2. What I will say, I actually find it boring when the outfield is too good. Like when we went to Desert Springs, the really good fielders, you got a billiard table. I just think it takes a bit more skill to field it when the ball's bouncing all over the place. But that's just me. That's because I've been brought up on too much ECS now. It's a pretty good outfield, I've got to say. One of the reasons is you can still dive around on it, although it's pretty hard underneath. But there's a pretty lush covering of grass. But it doesn't slow it down so much.
It doesn't slow it down. I mean, no, this outfield I think it's fine. It's one, we've seen the fielders attacking it well. The only thing is, it is rock hard. I mean, so if the ball is going a long way up and it's bouncing along, you know you've got to watch the bounce on it.
Well, this one's down the ground. Struck pretty well, but Mahmood, he's had an interesting day in the field. He'll keep it to 1. Yeah, Luke's talking about the long barrier position, which is basically getting your whole leg on the ground. That's not a bad way to do it, but also that assumes that the ball's not going to bounce so high it's going to go over that leg. There are slightly more attacking ways to field in the modern game, I suppose. As this one is cut away, and wow, that's another flying judo stop attempt, but this time he's nowhere near it out there. This is a really good shot, generates a lot of power off his back foot. So Munir's brought himself back. This one bounces off the pitch, and that's why it flies so far, and it flies all the way over the rope, 4 runs.
Well, we're talking about the bounce on the outfield. Well, the pitch, we've seen that twice today. And, well, how many times do you see that ball banged into the pit and then going over the inner fielders to the boundary?
Yes, this is a slower ball. So Munir, he'll be a bit annoyed because he came back for one reason, but it backfired a little bit because that over ends up going for a dozen. And that is what they needed. They needed 11 and over, essentially. They get 12 off the 7th. So 7 overs down, 66 for 2. A bit of a thriller at the end of the day here. And tomorrow, we'll get to see Umyot first up against Mashta. That'll be a really good test for them to see where they're at. Mashta, they're flying 3-1 at the moment. And then SMI in the afternoon versus Hammarby. Well, 2 teams that are pretty close together on the ladder.
Well, SMI will be thankful they've had the day off today because I reckon they had a big-time party yesterday. They won both their matches. The first time they ever won in the European Cricket Series. And look, 2 right, so they should be partying. But they've had a day to recover. And I think they'll come back and confident tomorrow. And their captain, Sanjay, when I spoke to him, he was saying, yeah, now we've got those wins, we're going to be unstoppable. So I'm looking forward to seeing them tomorrow.
For sure. 3 overs to go in the day, 32 required. Close finish on the cards here. Yeah, so I think there's a slightly different technique you need for a field where there's a bit of variable bounce in it. For me, if I was outfielding, the advice I'd give them is try and read the last bounce. So try and react to where you think the last bounce will be, depending on how far in front of you it is, and be ready to go up or down, depending on whether it's where you think it'll be or not. So it's a bit like the comparison I'd use is slips catching, where you're kind of in a ready position that you can go anywhere from. So I don't think necessarily going the long barrier early is the best move anyway, because that assumes you're stationary and the ball's hit straight at you. Quite a lot of the time you're on the move, but you just, you have to try and keep your eyes level and read that last bounce.
What a good delivery that is. Good bit of cricket. In fact,
I think he's a pretty good bowler, Humayz Javed. Young bowler, only turned 16 yesterday. And they're pretty good at getting those.
He's got some
balls
zip,
up
you know.
Yeah, and he gets them up in the block hole.
Zip. And Vinny's ready to play his backhand again. And, it's a wasp. You're all right on wasp. You wouldn't do it if it was a bee. This is up in the air, and the catch is taken. And it's a wicket that they needed. I mean, it's Hosseini that goes. I'm just watching out because Vinny's playing his backhanders now with the clipboard once more. I might just get clouted here. But Hosseini goes. And the youngster, just turning 16 yesterday, draws a full shot, goes a long way up in the air, but no mistakes this time from the fielder. Holds on to it. He needed to hold on to it. They needed that wicket. Just
pretty handy one, isn't it? I mean, Hosseini, he can whack the ball, and yeah. You know, everyone's laughing because the wasp is attacking me in the commentary box. Anyway, I'm sure there'll be a replay of that shortly. But, yeah, no, Hosseini can hurt you. Still, it was a good catch taken. You see here, look at the wasp. It came at me, and then this is... Yeah, you won't really get a good sense of it here. Rico, he's in the...
I was ducking and diving.
The fetal position there. There we go. Trap me. This is the problem. The cube attracts them. Anyway, Humayz, good reward for him. And I've got to say, nice shout out coming to Saeed Faizan, who takes an important catch. 68 for 3. Turned around the corner for 1. So remember, they needed 11 and over at the 6 over mark. After 6 overs.
Look, this is what you're talking about, the outfield.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have this. Andrews can get the replay quickly on it. Maybe after this ball.
Yeah, so Hammer will be back in the ascendancy, but this will be a wide.
Yeah.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
I mean, you were saying about having to keep your eye on the ball, and it's all about watching the bounce. Because just have a... No, not this is the wide. It's the ball before. I don't know if you have the ball before. Maybe not. But it was all about the fielder there who was on the 45, just having to keep the eye on how that ball bounces. Because you know that be prepared for one that really does pop up.
Yes, a bit of top ball. He's a bit annoyed with himself. Mustafa here. Yeah, but it's a different sort of technique. I think, in a sense, it takes a lot more skill. Because you can't assume too much on some of these European fields. This time he wants the leg side. He kind of shuffles across. He'll be a bit frustrated. He'll just get the 1. Pardeep's out there with him at the moment. This is the end of the 8th over. So we'll retain the strike, but plenty of work to do because that over's only gone for 5. So really good over that one from Javed. 71 for 3 after 8. So 27, I'm going to say 27, yep, will be required off the last 2 overs. You need to have a big one. And right now, Hammarby looking to do what they do. Typically, they do bounce back after a lost first game. I wonder what would happen if they showed up in the first game, but it looks like they're in a pretty good position to go to 3-3 in the series. Having said that, Mustafa is on strike. He's batted through the innings so far for 34. He'll really need to get, I'm going to say, 2 or probably 3 boundaries, I think, in this over to keep this game alive.
Yeah, we haven't seen, I mean, so far all the way through his innings, he's just stayed in this mode. We've never seen him try to rush his shots. We've never seen him trying to change the way he's batted. He seems to have taken everything in his stride. Let's see if he is able to up the tempo if he needs to.
Well, this is up. I don't know about the tempo. The fielder's going to converge, and it's going to be dropped. He was straight in and straight out. They're going to take 2, and he's going to be run out. But that's all about just getting Mustafa back on strike. It's unfortunate for Pardeep, but he's going to have to do the unselfish thing. And they do get a run out of that. This will show the story. Mustafa tries to go leg side, leading edge. It was quite high in the air as Munir drops the catch, but he has the presence of mind to at least get it back to the bowler. I would have thought maybe the keeper could have been on there because you can see he slowed it to get going. Pardeep, he's a bit annoyed at himself for running himself out, but I think it was the right thing to do as far as the game situation. So it becomes collateral damage, and the score is 72 for 4.
Yeah, Pardeep, he is disappointed. You can see him looking back at his skipper, but the skipper will probably talk to him afterwards and say, look, that could have been a big play. Well, it will if this goes to the boundary, and it does. 1 bounce, 4 runs. And that's why sometimes you've got to make those sacrifices, Pradeep. I know he's disappointed, but by making a sacrifice, it's his captain, Majid Mustafa, that goes back on strike, and he clubs this one away to the boundary.
Wow. big, big moment. Mustafa really should have been gone, but he survives. As essentially he throws Pradeep Singh on the barbecue, but it doesn't matter because they do get the boundary next ball. 22 off 10. Now he goes offside. Well, this could be 4 more. This is going to skip away. The fielder isn't getting there. So back-to-back boundaries. Mustafa, well, he was at the pearly gates. He knocked on the door, and St. Peter sent him back. And now he's got 2 boundaries, and that makes 18 off 9. What a match we have here. Last match of the day in Stockholm.
Yeah, I mean, that drop there from his opposite number, he was on 35. How important could that end up being? Not only did they get the 1 run, but he went back on strike, and since then he's hit 2 boundaries. And that was what he's done all day, isn't he? Just tying the ball to perfection.
Mahmood's going to change to over the wicket. And now this one pretty wide and called. So this game really tightening up. I talked about the 2 boundaries.
The bowler not happy, but I think when we look at this again, it's a correct call.
That is. Now that gets some of the line as it goes past the popping crease. Not a lot, but it does get some of the line. We've seen probably even harsher calls than that.
Khalid, just not been his day in the field, has it?
They've got to run hard here. Don't think they can come back for 2 though. Ball never leaves the infield and handled by Munir. He's had an interesting time.
He'd be happy with that. It gives him a chance to have a breather at the other end. As you probably said now to Rana, okay, Rana, you know what you got to do. I don't want a dot. And this is it now. I like to see this. He's giving him a chat. He's saying, I don't want a dot. I just want you to play with aggression, play with confidence, hit the ball to the boundary.
Yeah, you don't want to swing and miss either. Do you take a 1 hit? Probably. Because any runs, even if you went 1-1 from here, it's 2 less you need in the last over, and you will have Mustafa facing up. Hammerby, heavily predicted to win. See what happens this ball. Oh, he does get a fair bit of bat on it, and I think it'll just be 1. I think this makes sense.
Yeah, you take whatever's there. There's still I believe there's still a ball to go in the over, so it gives his captain the opportunity to deal with this as he wants. If he thinks the boundary's on, he'll take it, and he won't mind Rana facing the first ball of the over.
Yeah,
if not,
exactly.
The single.
And the value of the boundary is worth a lot. I mean, what I wouldn't be doing is taking a 2 here. I mean, if the ball stays on the field, I'd be taking 1 and no more. But for sure, a 4 or a 6 is pretty valuable. Last ball of the night coming up. He launches, but it's going to be just a single as Ahmed will clean up out there. And it's the end of the night. The score is 84 for 4. 14 runs required off the last over, Rico. But it is the captain, Mustafa, who's on strike. He's 45 not out. Can he carry Umiot to a memorable victory? I tell you what, if there's 13 off this over, we could have a golden ball. We will have a golden ball. We haven't had one since the 31st of March. Yeah, let's see, Rico, because right now this game's on a knife edge. I still think it's advantage Hammerby because only Mustafa is set at the crease, but and we saw he was pretty good in that 9th over. Needs to deliver it with a couple of boundaries in the 10th. Yeah,
very much so. They just want the right score on the board. They're just waiting. The score is up there. Sam Williams doing the honours. So they know what they need. Well, we can tell you what you need. You need 14 for victory.
Let's see who gets the over. That's the other thing. And yeah, this looks to me like they are going back to Aftab Ahmed. That would make sense. And so he will back himself to defend this, but still, 1 or 2 bad balls. Obviously, you don't want to give too many wides away either, if possible. Mustafa now has to really try and manipulate the strike as well. I think this is where you do need to take a 2 if you can, as long as you're not going to the danger end. 14 off 6. And he misses out first ball.
Yeah.
It's a good ball from Ahmed, though. He got it up in the block hole. He got it away from the batter, and a valuable dot for Hammerby.
Yeah, it's probably the first time that we saw the captain, Mustafa, move before the ball is bowled. And if he had stayed where he was, I think that was a shot on that he's played really well all through the innings. But misses out on it, so now it's extra pressure on him. 14 of 5 deliveries.
Oh, misses
pressure,
out.
pressure.
Bit of extra bounce there. And now he's really made a tough bed for himself. 14 off 4. Now you pretty much need, well, minimum 2, probably 3 of these balls to go to the boundary.
That's the difference, Vinny, between a batter that likes to stroke the ball around and play authentic cricket shots and somebody who's now trying to force the issue. It's just not his game. And you can see he's not making any contact with the ball.
And now you got to go for 2 no matter what. He's going to leg it out. And will he get there? Probably will, you know. Oh, good throw, and he's gone. That's an excellent throw. He throws off balance. He kind of throws with a low arm angle. But I think that's Mahmood that does the job there. He threw a laser the keeper. And now it seems certain that Hammarby are going to win this game. Mustafa had to go for the 2. He's just short. It is the keeper, Aslan, that does the rest. Aslan Ali whips off the bails. And so, unfortunately, it looks like Umia are going to fall just short. And the captain goes dot, dot, and then run out off the 3rd ball. Going for the 2nd now, 85 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, he had to go for it, but yeah, excellent work there from Khalid. He's saying not too much has gone his way in the field, but when it mattered, he produced excellent pick-up and throw.
That's like in the Westerns, you know, when you shoot from the hip. He just kind of slings that, and the accuracy and the power was quite amazing. So, 85 for 5, and stuck on 85 now. You need 2 6s off the last 2 balls to tie, and I just don't think that's a possibility or a likely outcome as Mia comes to the crease and he needs to try and be a hero. I've got to say as well, good stuff by the bowler Aftab Ahmed. He's held his nerve as well in this final over.
He's bowled really well, and I think it's one of those where if Mustafa could just wind back the clock slightly, he'd love to wind back to the beginning of this over and say, right, I'll play it differently. That first ball, we just moved too early. It was full. It was the sort of shot he's been playing regularly throughout the innings outside the off. Misses out on it. Second one, he went for the big swipe, and it was full pressure. And it looked like the bowler here, Ahmed, dealt with the pressure better. Can we get a 6? Can we get a thrill to the end here? No, you can't. And they're running for nothing, really. It makes no difference here. And that's just suicidal. It doesn't help you gain anything. And it's just another wicket that goes, and it will be a run out.
Yeah, and so, yeah, they always run into each other. Unfortunately, it's going to be Rana. That's the man that's going to be gone. So, look, congratulations to Hammarby. I mean, disappointment for Umia. Once again, we see them in a pretty tight contest. They seem to just have this knack of giving us close games. But unfortunately, the men from the north look like they're going to split this series. But look, at least they do take some points out of the Tuesday action. Just a reminder, we will be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 12:30 p.m. in India for another day of action. It'll be a pretty interesting Wednesday, and Umia, we'll see them first up tomorrow against Mashed Up. It's a big challenge for them, but we know that they've got the skill and they've got the kind of attitude, I think, to challenge most teams. Here's the last ball of the day.
And it's a swing and a miss, and that concludes the innings. So congratulations to Hammarby. They do it again. They are, well, they're the 50% team, aren't they? They like to win one and lose one. That's the way they do things. And normally, they're always best second time round. So smiles on the faces there. They've had to work hard for it, though. It's not been an easy match by any means, because thanks to the great knock off the captain there, Majid Mustafa, who finally went 46 of 34. He kept them in the game all the way along. There was some good hitting there also from Talbik Raza, 18 of just 8 deliveries. But other than that, it was all about the captain. The captain just, you thought, has he timed the assault to perfection? But he couldn't get the bowling of Aftab Ahmed away there towards the end. But what a great game. What a great way to end the day. Smiles all around. Even the umpires are smiling. But I think certainly another day with the sun shining here in Sweden and Stockholm. Cricket has been the winner once more.
Yeah, Hammarby will be happy they take something out of the day. But, I mean, so will Umia, I think. I think it's a fitting result that they split the points. See, in the chase, it's going to be a topsy-turvy. I suppose the other thing I was going to say about Hammarby is somebody would tell them they've got to win the first game on quarterfinal Friday. They'll be out of the tournament. They won't get a second game. Unfortunately for Adnan, he just tried to go over square leg. This one went over to the stumps. Munir, he was tearing whatever hair he had left out after that. But we saw, just the rate. They fell behind a couple of times. They just seemed to have a way of taking it back, assisted by a few pieces of fielding on the cover boundary that I don't think that Ahmed will want to look back at. But regardless, it was a close contest and highly entertaining. And a spin of Imran Ullah getting a bit of whack in the fifth, where he went for 22. That was one that I liked. He even had an extra step for free.
This was a lovely shot. Just like the way he gets to the picture. It thought, I'm just going to have one more step to give it the final oomph. But yeah, you're right. Look, didn't we see some delightful shots being played out on the offside today? We often see a lot of hitting out on the onside over mid-wicket and long on. I would say that today, a lot of the shots have been played on the offside, and it's not often that you'd say that. I mean, that one was a classic bit of action. The poor fielder there losing his footing and trying to stop it lying down.
Bad. He was almost kind of lost down a rabbit hole there, wasn't he? I say a big thank you to Mick, I should say, and to Suchit and everyone in the chat for your company today. That was a nice catch. That was taken late on as things did get tight. This was a funny one where...
This was a big moment.
It was funny, but I don't think that Munir was laughing at this stage, but then had the presence of mind to throw. That ran out Pardeep Singh. I called him collateral damage, but then the damage was being done by Mustafa, who did stick around. He went back-to-back boundaries, and we thought at this stage that Umio might just pull it out of the fire.
Yeah, I mean, being dropped on 35, it could have been the decisive moment, but it wasn't to be. And this was the throw from Khalid, off balance and getting the key man out. I mean, there still was a lot of work to do, even if he stayed in. This was an unusual but strange run out at that point when you needed two boundaries really to try and even give yourself a chance of tying the match.
Yeah, you feel for the batters at the end because it was just a bit too far. I mean, what I worried about in that innings at the start, what I said is I worried about them losing pace and kind of being behind in the game. In the end, ultimately, they just couldn't make those runs up. I mean, they got kind of back on pace a little bit, but again, they just fell behind. Yeah. It's always tough to do it, especially when you have new batters at the crease late on. Tomorrow, we have 4 more matches. We've got Mashta Umya in the first 2 of the day, and then Stockholm Mumbai Indians versus Hammarby. And look, Umya, they'll be happy at least to take 1 win out of the day. They do have matches to make up, and Umya, we could very much see them in the final 4. I can see that happening, but it's very hard to see who's going to drop out of this group at this stage because all the teams have shown some flashes of form. And it all starts again tomorrow morning. Make sure you join us for another day of the FanCode European Cricket Series. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And you can see they got close, but no cigar. That was the story. They did pretty well, I think. Umya, when I look at the fact that they saved a bunch of runs in the field and were chasing double digits, but the batting just couldn't get it done. Mustafa, he batted very deep in the innings, 46 off 35 before he was run out late on. Apart from that, not a lot of help. Tabik Raza was good again for 18, but with Adnan missing out, they just didn't have the kind of performance in the middle order they wanted. Hossaini, he's dangerous, but he went for just 7. Ultimately, they kind of ran out of resources. They ran out of time and ended up going down in this one, scoring 85 for 6 off their 10 overs.
Yeah, that'll be their concern, I think, going forward. I mean, of course, their captain's form is fantastic, Mustafa, but nobody else really contributing. I mean, we saw Raza, that 18, but they need to, 1 or 2 out of the batters need to step up. Adnan is definitely one of them. And I think Hossaini, we haven't seen the best of him yet. With the bowling, well, there was some tidy bit of bowling. You see that coming on your screens there now. Nobody really went for too many. Khalid Mahmood, I mean, he's not had a good day out in the field, but certainly, though, when it mattered, when he had to perform a bit of magic, he did, because he was involved in the run out of the captain.
Tell that to Imran Ullah. He said no one went for too many. His over was magical and kind of got Umya back in the game. But the wickets went to Munir, Hakim Abdullah, and Humesh Javed, who bowled pretty good over. I was a bit surprised we didn't see him again. But again, they weren't afraid to use a couple of different options. And look, also Aftab Ahmed held his nerve at the end. Didn't take a wicket in the end, but only went for 8 runs.
Very good,
Kept things really, really tight. And well, once again, I want to thank all of you, and nice to see a few new names in the chat as well. To Mick as well, who said he was watching from Laos. Good to have you with us. And I think we had Gordon in there as well. Tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network's free entertainment every day. Not often you get too much for free in this world, is it, Rico? But we've enjoyed bringing the action from Stockholm, and tomorrow we'll come back and we'll do it all again.
We'll do it all again, and looking forward to it already. We've seen some exciting matchups there, and Umya, they'll be looking to come back strong tomorrow, but I'm looking forward to seeing the SMIs because they're a team that are on a high at the moment, and I just want to see what they bring to the party tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. Well, just a reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out the fixtures, and also there's some fixtures going ahead for looking ahead to Czech Republic as well as Austria and Hungary as well. So we've got plenty of exciting action coming your way over the next few weeks before we head into the Italian summer. Also, our social media at European Cricket. It's a great place to go. There's good things happening on there as well. So we hope you have a happy and safe
evening. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm Vinny Sandu. This is Rico Full, and we hope you've had a great day with us on ECN. On behalf of all of us here at European Cricket and the entire European Cricket family, we wish you a happy evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
Adios, mi familia.
With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and it makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Turbo earlier.